Hi, I'm Art Fleming. On behalf of Carleton Sheets and the Professional Education Institute, congratulations and welcome to how to buy your first home or investment property with no down payment. This system has been taught to more than 100,000 Americans from coast to coast and has literally started a real estate revolution. Now it's your turn to reap all of the rewards and benefits that real estate investing can offer you. The Institute is proud that your instructor is Mr. Carleton Sheets. As a real estate investor for more than 20 years, he's appeared in countless television programs and newspaper articles, and according to Who's Who in Real Estate, he's bought and sold over $20 million worth of real estate and has shared his knowledge by personally lecturing to over 400,000 people. He receives stacks of letters each week from students who've used this very course to dramatically improve their standard of living. If you're a renter, this system will arm you with all the tools you'll need to find and purchase a quality home for yourself and your family. And if you already own your own home, then this course will help you find a bigger or better home, perhaps in a better neighborhood, and often for the same or less money. And if you're looking for a sure and steady system to achieve financial independence, then you've come to the right place because it's all right here for you. Now, before you get started, I want to call your attention to Carleton Sheets' new Quick Start video program that you received with this course. If you haven't already done so, watch this tape first. It's about 90 minutes long, and it shows Carleton in action buying property. It also tells you how to get the most out of this course, and you'll get to see some of Carleton's students, some very ordinary individuals just like you and me, who've accomplished their financial goals in a very short period of time. Remember, you don't need prior experience with real estate to successfully achieve your goals. Oh, there's one more thing I'd quickly like to call your attention to, and that's the checklist that makes up the first 3 or 4 pages of your manual. Familiarize yourself with it and use it to chart your progress while you watch or listen to the tapes. Okay, now, it's time to meet America's foremost real estate and creative finance expert, Mr. Carleton Sheets.
I'd like to congratulate every one of you for owning my course. It's a major step you've taken, but I want to warn you about something. I've learned from many of my students that after they complete the course, they become so excited about the prospects of achieving financial independence by using the techniques that I've taught them. And then they go out and they talk to their neighbors and their friends and their relatives, and they're told that won't work. It's probably illegal. I want to tell you, when people tell you that, they don't mean to hurt you. You make them feel uncomfortable because you're trying to do something to improve your life. That's called misery loves company, and you're making those people feel guilty. There's only one person that can do something about you and your family and your financial situation, and that's you. And when someone says you can't do that, again, you're listening to someone saying, I feel guilty and misery loves company. If you give $1 million to an ignorant person, they're going to blow it. If you take $1 million away from someone who's educated, they're going to earn that money back very quickly. You see, it's not money that makes money, it's education. When I look back 20 years to the time when I first started investing, real estate had no particular appeal to me. As a matter of fact, I think that there's any other endeavor that I thought I could have done better in, I would have gotten into that particular endeavor. But real estate was something that I thought I could educate myself about very quickly, and I had no particular skills, but I thought with that education I could still do well. I realized that everyone needs shelter, and there is no single thing in the United States that has created more wealth for people than real estate. We're on the verge of, right now, and moving into one of the greatest periods of demand for real estate that we've seen in several decades. And there's a good explanation for this. People are living longer. More women are entering the workforce. People are staying single longer. The demand for single occupant housing is increasing. But the biggest reason is that there are 40 million baby boomers between the ages of 25 and 40 that are entering the home buying scene. Interest rates are low right now, and the pieces are in place for probably the greatest real estate explosion we've seen in an awfully long time. And the only way you can take advantage of that is if you know how. And after you complete my course, you will know how. Billions of dollars of profit are going to be made in real estate over the next few years. And the real estate doesn't care who makes that profit. You may be a sophisticated investor right now, or you may be a novice. But either way, you're going to come away from my course with something great. The principles and the techniques that you're going to learn are the ones that are being used by thousands of my students right now from coast to coast in buying real estate every day. I learn from letters that they send to me that they're also using the techniques to buy businesses or to expand businesses that they have. These techniques are fresh. They're up to date. They're up to date for this economy, for right now, today, in light of the new tax laws, in light of today's interest rates. And I know they work. I've bought literally millions of dollars of real estate using these techniques, and my students by the thousands around the United States are buying real estate every day, and that's why I know they work. They work for me, and they'll work for you. One way that I stay up to date and stay on my toes creatively, so to speak, is by reading the literally hundreds of letters that I receive from my students every month. How they're using the techniques, how they're changing the techniques to fit their own situations. Please write to me. I want to know of your successes. I want to know of the dreams that you've realized as a result of using my techniques to buy real estate. You're going to be a different person when you finish my course. You're going to be different because you'll be armed with the tools to achieve your goals. You're going to have the confidence to talk with sellers and bankers and real estate brokers and anyone who may cross your real estate path. You're going to know what to say. You're going to know how to find the right property, how much to pay for it, how to quickly spot foreclosure opportunities, how to negotiate, how to build up credit, how to make money in options, how to make offers on real estate. But most important, when you finish this course, you're going to know how to get started, and I mean started immediately. I'm not going to fill you up with an awful lot of important information and then not tell you how to use it. That's why my course is unlike any course in the United States today. It's practical, it's down to earth, how to do it information, so that you'll know as you complete my course exactly what to do to get started. Okay, if you'll open your books to page 1, chapter 1, let's get started. Got an exciting time ahead of us. I'd like to start out by asking, how many of you here right now own the home that you live in? Let me see your hands. Well, probably about 50% of you. How many of you are renters? I guess the other 50% then. Well, just about. How many own at least one investment property? Okay, a few of you. How many own more than 5? More than 10? Oh, well, congratulations. You want to come up and take the mic? That's great. I'm sure that a lot of you have a goal to do nothing more than purchase a home to live in. And if that's your goal, when you complete this course, you should achieve that goal within probably 90 to 120 days. And as far as I'm concerned, when you buy that home to live in, I'll consider you a successful graduate of the course because you had met your goal. It's so important to set realistic goals, because I don't care how much education you've got, if you don't have realistic goals, that education is wasted. I know you've heard someone say, oh boy, I wish I could inherit some money, or I wish I could write a book, or make some money that way, invent something, win the lottery perhaps. When you hear people say things like that, you're not listening to goals, you're listening to dreams. And those dreams just don't happen. When you're setting goals for yourself, I want you to be aware of having those goals, of having those goals imposed on you by someone else. What I like to refer to as Madison Avenue type goals. I think it's so easy to watch television or go to a movie and we see people doing things that we think must be right for us, and yet they're really not. I'm talking about perhaps owning big cars or maybe a big boat or an airplane, and that's really not what you want at all. So be careful not to have someone else impose their goals on you. As a matter of fact, someone came up to me after one of my seminars and they said, how in the world do I decide what kind of a goal is right for me? And it just never occurred to me that people have trouble determining their own goals. Sometime come home at the end of a day and sit down on your couch or lie down on your couch and close your eyes and think to yourself, what do I really want to achieve in this life? What is important to me? What material things are important? What spiritual things? What do I want to do in this life to maybe leave a little bit of myself after I'm gone? And when you come up with those goals in your mind that are important to you, commit them to paper and then proceed to develop a strategy that will help you achieve those goals. You know, someone said that's all goal setting is, and that is committing dreams to paper. Success is no accident. You've got to establish goals for yourself, and you've got to develop a strategy to achieve those goals. Now, goals really fall into two broad areas. First, what I call long-term goals, and those are things that you hope to achieve in 1 to 5 years, and short-term goals. Let's talk about them one at a time. Decide in your mind what is important for you to achieve over the next 1 to 5 years, and write those goals down on a piece of paper. You're going to be constantly reviewing those goals as you work toward your short-term goals to determine whether those long-term goals are indeed achievable, and if they're not, then you need to change them. You know, it's kind of funny. If one of your goals is to become financially independent and then perhaps leave your job at the end of 3 to 5 years, you'll find something pretty amazing is going to happen. Career planning will go out the window. And instead of career planning, you're going to be focusing on all of the things that it's going to take for you to do to become financially independent. Your job's going to be secondary, at least until you're able to leave that job. Are you going to achieve every long-term goal that you set for yourself? Well, the answer to that is probably not. There are some goals that you will achieve, and there are some that you're going to fall short of. But I want you to remember something. If you've got those long-term goals committed to paper, and you're constantly reviewing those goals, if you fall short, at least you're going to be heading in the right direction, aren't you? You're going to be doing the things on an interim basis, on a short-term basis, that are heading you in the right direction toward achieving those long-term goals. And again, if you don't make it, at least you're heading in the right direction. I've always found it interesting that sometimes the pain of not doing something and worrying about not doing it is greater than the pain of achieving goals. You know, sometimes you put something down on paper and then you can find 100 reasons not to go after what it is you've committed to paper. But sometimes worrying about it and not doing it is more painful than whatever it takes to achieve those goals. Short-term goals. Goals that are going to be short-term are things that are important for you to achieve over the next 12 months. Again, commit these to paper, and they should cover all facets of your life. Every morning when you get up, read those goals. I carry a set in my wallet, or at least I used to. Put a set of your goals on the inside of your medicine cabinet so that you can look at them every morning, the first thing when you get up. When you look at those goals in the morning, you ask yourself, what am I going to do today to try to achieve those goals? And at night, when you go to bed, you look at those goals again, and you say, what is it that I did today to work toward those goals? Don't lose sight of where you're headed. Those goals need to be specific, and they need to be written, and they need to be flexible. In fact, if you look at the subheading there, goals should be written and flexible. One of the reasons they need to be written is because you become a lot more accountable to goals that you put in writing. As a matter of fact, I would even suggest that you list those goals, both short and long term, and actually sign the paper. Become much more committed and accountable and responsible for achieving those goals if you do that. Your goals should be flexible. If you're not achieving a particular goal, then revise it downward. Or if you've achieved it earlier than expected, then set a more ambitious goal for yourself. Do people who are successful fail from time to time? Oh, you better believe they do. As a matter of fact, successes. People who are truly successful have failed an awful lot more than failures. It's just what it takes to get to where you're headed. How about goals not being conflicting? That's important. Maybe a goal of doubling the amount of time that you're spending in real estate versus spending more time in a particular athletic endeavor. You see how that might be conflicting? Both require time, and you want to make sure that your goals are not conflicting, that they're compatible. Goals should be measurable. If you've got a short-term goal to make money, then you want to put it down, not I want to make as much money as I can, but rather a specific goal. I want to make $30,000 in cash by the end of the year. You know, achieving your goals is not going to be as difficult once you get started as you might think, because you're going to have something to help you out, and that is as your goals, as your desire to achieve those goals moves from your conscious to your subconscious, then an awful lot of the action or activity that it takes to achieve those goals becomes automatic. Achieving your goals is going to take a lot of what I call character. And I like the definition of character. Character is the ability to carry out a good resolution long after the emotion that prompted that resolution has disappeared. Can you relate to that? Can you remember the things that you told yourself you were going to do or not to do on January 1 when you made your New Year's resolutions? And you were so sincere about it at the time. You may even have written some down. Do you know 90% of all goal setting disappears in 2 weeks with an average person? I find that interesting. They set a goal for themselves, but they don't follow through. Maybe they don't look at their goals every day, or maybe they lack, again, what I call character. I think goal achievement depends in large part on constantly reviewing your goals and on planning. You're probably sitting there thinking, well, I've thought a lot about goal setting, and I'll bet that's true with all of you. You've been thinking a lot about it during the last 5 minutes while we've been talking about it. Do you know that about 35% of the adult population in this country have written wills, but less than 5% have written goals? It's almost like people care more about dying than they do about living. How many of you in this room right now have written wills? Let me see your hands. Well, we missed that. Looks like about 25% of you. How many of you have written goals that you review every day? It looks more like about 10%. Well, the figures are very close. I'd like to give you an assignment. I'd like for all of you, within the next 24 hours, to come up with some realistic, written short-term goals, some important short-term goals, and write them down. And sign that paper and date it. And beginning tomorrow, you review those goals that you set for yourself every day. You'll be amazed at how things will happen.
Okay, let's recap what you learned in Chapter 1. You learned the importance of setting both short-term and long-term goals. They should be specific and measurable. For example, I'll buy one rental house every 3 months for the next year, rather than I'll buy as many properties as I can. Then you should commit your goals to paper. Sign the paper to show your commitment to achieving these goals. Then review them every morning and evening. Believe it or not, this kind of disciplined approach to achieving your goals will result in more success and quicker than you could ever imagine.
Chapter 2, Building Dynamic Credit. Look at the first sentence of the first paragraph. You don't need credit to buy real estate. Let me repeat that. You do not need credit to buy real estate. I know that'll come as a surprise to some of you. During the first year that I was a real estate investor, I borrowed over $1 million. I had no credit. I never was asked for an income verification statement. I never had a net worth statement that I had to submit. I never had my credit checked. I didn't borrow that $1 million in one lump sum, and I didn't borrow it from banks. I borrowed it single-family home by single-family home, apartment by apartment, duplex by duplex, and I borrowed it largely from sellers. One more time, you don't need credit to buy real estate. But if you've got decent credit, or good credit, I should say, it's going to expand your marketplace. Because with bad credit or no credit, I'll be the first to admit that there are some properties you won't be able to buy. So if you can improve your credit, if you have good credit, it expands your marketplace by allowing you to buy some properties that would otherwise be impossible. Let's talk about how to improve, create, or expand your credit. Visit your credit bureau. You know, your credit can never be good enough. I don't care how good your credit is, it can always be better. Most people are not aware that information about their credit history is stored in credit bureaus and is fully available to you. Credit bureaus, by the way, operate as private businesses. They're for profit, and they make your credit available to you. These credit bureaus do not make judgments about your credit. They are merely reporting agencies. Why don't you all go down to your local credit bureau and review your credit report? There probably is not any of us who do not have at least one blemish on our credit. It can be for such things as perhaps becoming ill, being out of work for 2 or 3 months maybe, not having the money to pay a professional person or a department store or a credit card when a payment was due. Those things happen. You can't erase those things from your file, but what you can do is write a letter to the credit bureau, which they will put into your file, explaining how it happened. So anyone that goes to your file to check on your credit finds out there is a blemish, they would also receive that letter explaining what had happened. If you have been turned down for credit by anyone within the last 30 days, you may review your credit file at no charge at the credit bureau. Otherwise, it'll probably cost $10 to $15. Credit cards. How many of you, out of curiosity, do not have any credit cards? Have no credit cards at all? You know, if I were sitting in this room 20 years ago, I'd be raising my hand. I didn't have any credit cards. Most people today have at least one credit card. How many have more than 5? How many have more than 10? Well, there's still some hands going. More than 20? Oh my goodness, one of my students back in the back. Vince, how many do you have?
I haven't counted them, but I think it's 30.
About 30. It was kind of an interesting article that I read in a magazine several years ago. As a matter of fact, it was People magazine, about a gentleman that lives in Santa Clara, California, who owns 1,186 credit cards. He has a potential to buy, or borrow, I should say, $1.25 million in credit by using his credit cards. And he doesn't have to pay any money for any of these credit cards. They're all free. Obviously, too many credit cards could cause a problem for many people who are irresponsible about handling credit. A lot of people have abused credit cards. Our purpose in getting credit cards is potentially to use those in connection with our real estate investing, and I'll be explaining that in just a moment. If you don't have any credit card right now, apply with MasterCard or Visa to get one. If you are turned down, apply to one of the major department stores like JCPenney's or Sears and Roebuck. If you are turned down, apply to a local store for credit, perhaps a jewelry store, a hardware or furniture store. If you are turned down, we continue to go on down the credit ladder. Apply to MasterCharge or Visa by giving them a check and, in effect, opening up what would then become a debit card. For example, MasterCard or Visa, you might say, if I will give you a $400 check to create a credit balance in my account, would you then give me a credit card? And some of them will under those circumstances. If you've already got a credit card right now, order another one. If you have 2 or 3, order 4 or 5 more. Constantly try to improve the credit limits that you have on your credit cards. Some of you right now have credit cards with $250, $300, or $400. Ask for higher limits. And incidentally, I know that one of the problems that many people have with credit cards is just being able to afford the annual charge for those credit cards. There is actually a list published nationally of credit card companies or banks who will issue credit cards that do not charge an annual fee. If you look on page 2-7, you'll see at the top that is the Bank Card Holders of America. You can write to them in Herndon, Virginia, and get a list of all of the credit card companies in the United States that will make cards available to you at no cost. And you can also get a list of the low interest rate companies. There's a nominal fee for that, but it's well worth the investment to get that list. If you right now have a $250 or $500 limit on your credit card and you apply for higher limits but are not able to get that, then try something. Anytime you charge something on your credit card you're going to be told what that balance is at the end of the month, and you're going to be told what the minimum payment is. For example, you may owe $100 and the minimum payment would be $10 or $12. If you will pay the minimum payment plus 20% more, it probably won't be too many months before you can apply for higher limits and be granted those higher limits. Reason, credit card companies like people that pay the minimum amount plus a little bit more. Matter of fact, they like you better than if you pay the whole amount that's due, because that's how they make their money, by charging you interest. How could we ever use a credit card to buy property? Let's say, for example, that you had not 30 cards like Vince does back there, but let's say you had 6 credit cards with a $1,000 limit on each one. You literally, we'll call these A, B, C, D, E, and F. You literally could borrow $1,000 against A, B, and C for a total of $3,000 that you could use as a down payment to buy real estate. At the end of the first month, if you chose, you could then borrow $1,000 from D, E, and F, again, $3,000, and use that $3,000 to pay back the first 3 companies. Your only additional cost for doing that would obviously be the interest that they are charging. I don't necessarily recommend that because, number one, it's consumer interest and it's not fully deductible today under current tax laws. And the other thing is you're going to be probably paying a very high rate of interest, perhaps on cash advances as much as 18 to 22%. But it is a way that you could potentially develop a small amount of money, rather, to either acquire property or to fix up property once you get it. I grew up in the Midwest with a very conservative family, and I was constantly told by my mother and dad that credit is bad. If you never borrow money, they said, you'll never have a problem. And you know what? I believed them. And that's why at age 30, when I got into real estate investing, I had no credit cards. My credit wasn't bad, it was just non-existent. I knew then, in fact, I discovered a few years before that if I was ever to own an automobile, or if I was ever to own a home, I would have to borrow money to do it. And it suddenly occurred to me as I became a real estate investor that debt is not inherently bad, it's the type of debt that you acquire that can potentially be bad. I discovered that there is so-called destructive debt and constructive debt. Destructive debt is debt that you incur to acquire items that will immediately or very soon in the future go down in value. A perfect example would be an automobile. Even clothes that we buy would fall into that category. Furniture, appliances. It's too bad that so many people today drive their entire net worths down the interstate. Did you ever think about that? See people go by, young people particularly, with these brand new automobiles, very expensive, and you're probably looking at their entire net worth that they're driving. Constructive debt is debt incurred or money borrowed to buy things that are going up in value. And naturally, I'm talking about what? I'm talking about real estate, exactly right. My mother and dad used to tell me it takes money to make money. Almost as if to say, because you don't have any money, and believe me, I grew up in a very poor family. Well, that's not really fair. I shouldn't say poor. My brother tells me that my dad and mom were doing okay. It's just that not very much filtered down. I mean, I've had to work since I was 11 years old and buy all my own clothes and work my way through college. But I grew up in very modest surroundings, and my mom and dad always said it's going to take money to make money, as if to say to me, you don't have any money, and therefore you're not going to ever have any. And you know what? Mother and dad were right. It does take money to make money. But it took me a long time to realize that the money that it takes to make money doesn't have to be your own money. It can be other people's money. And that's one of the basis of my course. Borrowing money creatively from other people and using their money to make wealth in real estate. Look at the credit pursuit game on page 2-8. I find it so ironic. You know, when you think about it, many of you are probably single, maybe some of you recently divorced. Maybe you're new in this area and you haven't had any time to establish credit locally. And you go into a bank or savings and loan to borrow money, and they tell you, I'm sorry, we can't loan you the money, you don't have enough credit. Isn't that a paradox? Well, I'm going to teach you a technique right now that will give you excellent bank credit. This will work in any city in the United States. I don't care how big the city or how small. And it'll work not at one bank, it'll work at 3 banks. And it'll work in about 2 to 3 months. Take some notes. I call this the credit pursuit game. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to go into 3 banks, which we're going to label A, B, and C. I want you to open up a passbook savings account at each one of those banks. I'd like to see you deposit $1,000. Now don't panic. If you don't have a total of $3,000, don't worry about it. Put in what you do have. But as a matter of fact, the amount of money that you deposit should be equal to the minimum installment loan that those banks will make. How do you find that out? You call the installment loan department and you talk to a bank loan officer. Mr. and Ms. Bank Loan Officer, could you tell me what is the lowest or smallest installment loan that your bank will make? In some areas of the country, they will respond with as much as $2,500. In smaller towns, particularly in the Midwest, they will loan frequently as little as $1,000. Whatever they respond with, that's what you've got to put in the bank. If you can't afford to do this with 3 banks, do it with 2. Maybe you can even borrow money to do it. The money is not at risk. Once you borrow that money and you deposit that money and you receive a passbook back as evidence of your deposit, I want you to wait about a week to 10 days and give those bank computers a chance to get organized. And then I want you to go back into those same 3 banks, and I want you to sit down in front of a bank loan officer at his or her desk. Now, by the way, be relaxed. You know, everyone gets so uptight about being in a bank loan officer's presence. They sit on their chair as if they're just waiting for something negative to happen. Did you ever think about that? You be totally relaxed. I mean, sit back in your chair, put your feet up on their desk, start reading their mail. No, don't do that. Anyway, be totally relaxed because you're not going to be turned down in your request. You're going to say, Mr. and Ms. Bank Loan Officer, I'd like to borrow $1,000 from your bank. And then you take that passbook out of your pocket or your purse and you say, I'm willing to pledge my passbook account in your bank as collateral for repayment of that loan. Do bankers like to make loans like that? Oh, they love to make loans like that, don't they? Here's a loan, 100% guaranteed by an account in their own bank. Now, if you're making notes, be sure and make this one, although all of this is spelled out in your book. The loans you get should be 6 months or longer installment loans. If they're not going to go on your credit report. I should have told you, when you go into that bank loan officer, get dressed up a little bit. When you think about it, presence is the keystone to credibility. So you want to look good. Get dressed up a little bit. Now, after you borrow that money, about a week to 10 days will go by, and you're going to be receiving through the mail a loan repayment coupon book. You've seen them, the kind that you make your car payments with if you've got any. You're going to get one of those for each of those 3 banks. About a week will have gone by, as I just mentioned. I want you to immediately make a monthly payment at each of those 3 banks. I want you to wait another week and you tear off another coupon and you make another monthly payment at each of those 3 banks. Wait a 3rd week, tear off another monthly coupon and make another monthly payment at each of those 3 banks. This time, I'd kind of like to have you take it in. You don't need an appointment. Stop in off the street, maybe during your lunch hour, and you say, Mr. Ms. Bank Loan Officer, I just wanted to stop by. I happen to be in the area, and I want to give you the payment that's due 3 months from now. Can you get the point? You want to impress them with the fact that you're making your payments ahead of schedule. Incidentally, while you're there, you stopped in to talk to that loan officer, why don't you think of a question to ask them? It can be any kind of a professional question. What you want to do is get them to remember you. Mr. or Ms. Loan Officer, while I'm here, I won't take much of your time. I just wonder, what in the world do you think's happening with interest rates? I hear some people say they're going up, some people say they're going down. Or what do you think is going to happen to the economy? Are we going to have greater inflation or less? Does that bank officer know those questions? The answers to those questions? No, they don't. But they're going to be flattered you ask, and they're going to give you their opinion. You want to get to know that bank loan officer. Okay, from then on, you just make those payments every month after that until the loans are completely paid off. Now, where are you getting the money to make those payments? Answer: from the $3,000 that you borrowed to begin with. You see, we put $1,000 into each one of those banks, then we borrowed it back. That's where you're getting the money to make those loan payments. Anytime you are asked on a credit report or an application of any kind to list credit references, how many references do they always ask you for? 3, don't they? And you put down in the past things like J.C. Penney's and MasterCard and Sears and Roebuck. You don't have to do that anymore. You can put down 3 local banks. You think anyone's going to check your credit with those banks? They sure will. You know what's going to happen? That bank loan officer, whether they remember you or not, they're going to go to your file, which will be on a computer, and they're going to pull out a report on you, and that report is going to say that you paid better than agreed. And do you know that that is the finest credit in the United States, and that is a banker telling someone that you paid better than agreed. Now, after you've completed that, I want you to wait about 90 days, and I want you to go back into those same 3 banks, and I want you to try to borrow money unsecured. You may even be asked, you might have been asked when you borrowed the money initially, what you were going to use the money for. If you are asked that question, you tell the banker, Mr. or Ms. Banker, I'm trying to develop credit with your bank. That is my only reason for borrowing the money. I'll be putting the proceeds of the loan into a savings account. Now when you go in to borrow money unsecured from those 3 banks, you will be asked again what you are going to be using the money for. Here are the 3 most common types of unsecured loans, not in any particular order: vacation loans, home improvement loans, and finally, auto repair loans. Those are the 3 most commonly made unsecured loans. I had a bank president in one of my classes once, and I said, tell me, if I borrow money from your bank, say $2,000 to take a trip, and I got all my reservations made, and I've got my airline tickets purchased, and all of a sudden, the day before I'm to leave, I become ill, and I'm not able to make the trip. I said, if that happens, tell me, I said, have I committed fraud by becoming ill? And the bank president said, what in the world do you mean? And I said, well, I didn't use the money for its intended purpose. Therefore, I'm wondering if under banking laws or state laws, federal laws, did I commit fraud? And he said, of course not. He said, as bankers, what we're primarily interested in is what? Getting the money back from you. As long as you repay us, it doesn't really matter. So would it be fraud for you to go into a bank and say, I want to borrow $1,000 or $2,000 for a vacation loan, put it into a bank someplace, and use that same money to pay back the banker? I would suggest to you it would not. If you don't pay a bank back the money that you owe, it becomes a civil matter. Obviously, they're going to bring suit against you to get it. If you don't pay the bank back and you have lied about the use of the money, then perhaps they might seek criminal charges against you. We're not out to do that. All we're trying to do is borrow money unsecured. We're going to pay the bank back. What we're trying to do is to develop a line of credit. Credit lines from suppliers. As a real estate investor, you're going to be buying a lot of supplies from different types of retail outlets, hardware stores and paint stores and department stores and building supply stores. A great way to develop credit and at the same time save money is to go in to those stores and tell them you're a real estate investor. Tell them that you buy real estate and have an investment operation, and say, tell me, what kind of a courtesy discount do you extend to real estate investors? And you will find that these types of stores will extend anywhere from 2 to 20% discount to you because you're a real estate investor, but more importantly, because you asked for a discount. Credit is very important. Not necessary to buy real estate, but it can be very important.
Okay, let's recap Chapter 2. You've learned that while you don't need credit, if you have good credit, it will increase the number of properties you'll be able to buy. A good way to improve credit is to contact your credit bureau to determine exactly what your credit situation is. And if there are any blemishes, write a letter explaining the circumstances. Obtain a few credit cards. If you already have credit cards, seek higher credit limits. You also learn to avoid destructive debt. And that debt is not bad if it's used for constructive purposes like buying income-producing real estate. Use the credit pursuits technique with 3 banks to enhance your credit. Use small bank loans and even overdraft protection for down payments or to improve property that you've purchased.
Let's talk now in Chapter 3 about making the right property choices. The great American dream: buy vacant land. Haven't you heard that? Reinforced by sayings like, they're not making it anymore. An average person will go out and buy a piece of vacant land. They'll hold on to it for about 5 to 10 years, 8 to 10 years perhaps, wait for it to double in value, sell it, and think they made a lot of money. You know, there's a 100-to-1 shot against making money that way. The average cost of holding on to a piece of vacant land runs between 15 and 20% per year of what you pay for it. I mean, let's face it, you've got lost interest on the money you've invested. You've got those payments that you've got to make every year, taxes, insurance, and sometimes maintenance costs. Again, 15 to 20% per year to buy and hold on to vacant land. Can you see that if you don't buy vacant land that's going to double in value in 4 to 5 years, you're going to lose money? Don't buy vacant land. Well, if you don't buy vacant land, then what kind of property should you buy? Answer: income property. Whether you're a beginning investor right now or whether you've got a lot of experience, you are much better off buying income properties. And when I talk about income properties, I am talking about properties that will generate an income for you. And there's a whole list of them here on page 3-2. Apartment buildings, office buildings, single-family and small residential properties, warehouses, shopping centers, nursing homes, hotels, motels, restaurants, retail stores, mobile home parks, post office buildings. Do you know many post office buildings are privately owned? An investor friend of mine in Vermont owns 26 post office buildings. Most smaller cities have post office buildings that are owned by individual investors. I think for an average investor, whether you've got some experience or whether you're new, single-family homes offer the greatest opportunity. I don't make that choice by default. Single-family homes, I think, are best because they're plentiful in the marketplace. They're going up faster than any single segment of property. There are many sellers who own properties that are what I would call flexible sellers, easy to work with. Those properties stay rented. They're easy to rent. Single-family tenants do not have rent strikes. I like single-family homes. I own a lot of them. What about larger properties? Well, I think you could make a case that even 2 families and 4 families could make sense. I had a man in one of my classes who came up to me and he said, I am newly divorced. He said, the only thing that I have of value are the clothes that I'm wearing in an automobile. Some woman sitting in the class heard that and she said, that's too much. He said, what kind of property should I buy? I said, why don't you consider buying a 2-family? You live in one side, rent out the other side, and do it in such a way that your cost to live in that half duplex is going to be very little or maybe even nothing. And he said, good idea. The kinds of properties that you buy have got to be right for your situation. You buy where you're comfortable. Even if you had owned an office building, you probably are going to want to think twice before you buy a 60-story building in a large city. Buy where you're comfortable. But if you're just getting started, I can't say enough for single-family homes. Locating flexible sellers. The techniques that I'm teaching you, will be teaching you, work with any kind of a property. They will work with any kind of a seller. But they work best if a seller is flexible. Flexible sellers provide the path of least resistance in buying property. Most of you are probably working 40, 50, 60 hours a week to try to earn a living. You've got a minimum amount of time to spend as a real estate investor, and it is important that you spend that time productively. Concentrate, therefore, on what I call flexible sellers. In any given marketplace, probably 80 to 85% of the sellers in that marketplace are pretty firm in their asking price and in their terms. They're not willing to negotiate very much on either one. But don't forget this. 15 to 20% of the marketplace, and in some areas, dictated by local circumstances, the number of flexible sellers can be up in the 20 to 30% range. These are the people that I think you should concentrate on because again, they're going to offer you the path of least resistance in buying property. What causes a seller to be flexible? There's some examples down here at the bottom of 3-4. Divorce, estates, unemployment, job transfer, property management problems, and by the way, don't discount that one. There are a lot of people that don't understand how to manage properties, and they buy a piece of property and then they become emotionally disenchanted with it and they want to get rid of it. Declining neighborhoods, you probably want to stay away from those, but that certainly is a source. Absentee ownership. Anytime you see a property for rent in the newspaper, real estate classified ad section, and it's advertising a property for rent with an out-of-state telephone number, they'd probably be a good candidate to sell that property as well as rent it. Tenant problems, emotional dissatisfaction with the property. Interestingly enough, not all flexible sellers are down and outers. Some of them can even be very wealthy. As a matter of fact, I bought several properties from flexible sellers who were indeed very wealthy. I can remember one in particular. There was a national chain of restaurants, and I know you'd know the name if I mentioned it to you, but it went bankrupt. It went into Chapter 11. And they hired this man from Florida to come out to California to become president of this company during reorganization. He was an extremely wealthy man at the time. He had a number of properties in Florida, and I bought most of the properties from him. I not only bought them no money down, I bought them below market value. Probably some of the greatest investments I've ever made from this man who was a millionaire in his own right. Even if someone is not a flexible seller now, they may be converted. By that I mean you might buy their property in a way that is flexible and creative for you, but is still conventional for the seller. Keep in mind, no money down doesn't mean that the seller doesn't get cash. It just means that that cash does not come from your pocket. The seller can still walk away from the closing table with cash at the end of a transaction. As we get into the techniques a little bit later, you'll see that we're not trying to get ahead. We're not trying to make money by taking advantage of people. As a matter of fact, you can make more money than you would ever dream possible by helping people solve their problems. My techniques are not based on the greater fool theory. They are win-win. You buy property in a way that's good for the seller and good for you as well. The numbers game. In every selling or buying situation, you're playing the numbers game. Don't be discouraged by that. Let me give you a statistic that some people find amazing. 2 out of every 3 people in the United States are either in the process of buying real estate, leasing it, renting it, selling it, or know someone who is. Isn't that an amazing statistic? 2 out of 3. How many of you in this room right now are in the process of buying, selling, leasing, renting real estate, or know someone who is? I'm looking at probably 80% of the people. It's amazing. We're not looking for a needle in the haystack, not with those kind of statistics. Here are some realistic expectations on page 3-7. If you call 25 of these flexible sellers, there's an excellent chance that you'll be looking at 5 properties. You'll make 3 offers on those 5 properties, and you'll probably buy 1 property. That's how the numbers game works. Is it a possibility that you might call 10 sellers and buy a property? Absolutely. Is it a possibility that you may have to look at 15 or 20 properties before you buy one? Yes. Don't be discouraged. There are averages that are going to work out, but maybe your first property is going to take a lot longer than your 5th, or the reverse might be true.
All right, let's recap Chapter 3. You learned about selecting the right property and why to stay away from vacant land. Income property is what you should buy. Single-family homes are best because they're plentiful, easy to rent, and appreciate more than other properties. Flexible sellers represent the easiest and safest way to acquire single-family homes. Sellers are made flexible by death, divorce, job transfer, unemployment, absentee ownership, and emotional dissatisfaction with the property, to name just a few. Not all flexible sellers are down and out. Some are even wealthy. Remember, too, no money down doesn't mean the seller won't get a cash down payment. It just means the cash doesn't come out of your pocket. Finding flexible sellers is a numbers game. 2 out of 3 people in the United States are in the process of buying, leasing, or selling real estate, or know someone who is. You may call 10 sellers and buy a property, or you may end up looking at 20 before you buy. Just don't be discouraged.
Let's look at Chapter 4, developing your knowledge of the local marketplace. The more knowledge you have about the marketplace, the less likely it is that you're going to waste your time dealing with sellers or properties that just don't make sense. You can't afford to buy the right property in the wrong neighborhood any more than you could afford to buy the wrong property in the right neighborhood. I think that common sense would indicate to you that you can make a lot more money, you can find a lot more flexible sellers, you can find a lot more available homes for sale that are low-priced than high-priced. I think if all of the homes in the United States, regardless of price, were to be shown on a triangular graph like the one on page 4-1, you would find that there are a lot more inexpensive properties than there are expensive ones. Perhaps at the very point of that triangular graph, at the very top, is the Hearst home that was put on the market recently in California for $26 million. Or maybe the home that Donald Trump bought in Palm Beach, Florida for $7 million. Those are at the very top. At the very bottom, perhaps, are the slums. There are a lot of those. Where you want to buy is in the shaded area, the top half of the inexpensive property and the bottom half of the moderately expensive properties. Those are the properties that you should concentrate on, what I call bread and butter properties. It's not hard to recognize properties like this. They're located in neighborhoods where many of the homes are very much the same in appearance. There are a lot of old cars in the driveway and some vans and maybe a car up on cement blocks and a travel trailer and a boat. Evidence is that the people living there have spent their money on destructive, depreciating assets and debt rather than constructive debt. These are not slums. They are homes that are lived in or owned by people who are victims of inflation. They are victims of low pay, and unfortunately, they are victims of lack of education in knowing how to budget money. And I think budgeting money is just as important as the amount of money you make, what you do with it. So these are the properties that you're going to invest in, you're going to concentrate on. It's going to be easier for you to get a break-even or a positive cash flow with properties like this. Now, depending upon the part of the country you're in, you're going to find that these properties differ greatly in price. And I like to think that properties like this, that I call bread and butter, will yield 1% or close to 1% per month income. Let me show you that on the overhead. For example, if you buy a $100,000 property in Los Angeles, that $100,000 property should yield in rent 1%, which is $1,000 per month. You're going to find it very difficult to operate properties with a break-even or a positive cash flow if you get below 1% or below 0.9%, which in this case would be $900 a month. The higher you go in terms of property value, the more disparity there is, the more discrepancy there is between what you pay for the property and what you rent it for. I even know some areas of the country where you can buy some low-end bread and butter properties for $20,000 that you can rent out for $350 a month. You see, that's That's a 1.5%, isn't it? More than 1.5%. There's some mobile homes that you can buy for $20,000 and rent out for $400 a month. When you start getting into more expensive properties, for example, a $100,000 property in most sections of the country other than Southern California and the San Francisco Bay Area will not rent for $1,000 a month. If you buy a $200,000 property, you're going to be very lucky to get $2,000 a month. It's probably going to be more like $1,500. So the more you stay within this bread and butter price range, the easier it's going to be to get a break even or a positive cash flow on your properties. With two families, the per unit cost is going to be lower. For example, in my area, a bread and butter single family home is going to run $55,000 to $70,000. A two family is going to run $70,000 to $90,000, a bread and butter two family. Well, if you pay $90,000 for a two family and you divide it by 2 units, that's $45,000 a unit, isn't it? $45,000 per unit for a two family versus $55,000 to $70,000 for a single family home. Going to be easier perhaps to break even or get a positive cash flow with a two family. Let me tell you why I don't like two families though, despite that fact. Well, I don't say I don't like them. What I should say is that I don't prefer them to a single family home. And the reason is because maintenance costs are higher. There's more of a turnover. People who live in two families are really apartment dwellers at heart. They move out frequently. And finally, two families are more management intensive. Despite the fact that it may be easier to get a break even or a positive cash flow, I still like single family homes just as well. I own a lot of single family homes. I own a lot of two families. Selecting the right neighborhoods. When you have knowledge about the overall marketplace, then you're going to be able to determine which specific neighborhoods to invest in. How are you going to get that knowledge of the overall marketplace? Well, the way you're going to do it is to set out in your area and become familiar with the area. You know, we go the same way to work each day. We shop in the same stores. We deal with the same gas station, the same drugstore. So many of us drive the same paths each day that we don't become familiar with our own market. Make it a point to spend an hour or two a week going into various areas of your city or your town and getting to know other areas. And if you'll do that for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, you'll be able to home in on 2 or 3 neighborhoods in which you should concentrate. You know, you can find 2 neighborhoods of 100 or 200 or 300 homes each and retire yourself just in those neighborhoods. We talked about goal setting a moment ago. If you find 2 neighborhoods within which to invest, and you have a goal to buy 3 single-family homes a year, and believe me, that is not difficult, and you do that for 10 years, at the end of 10 years, you're going to have 30 single-family homes. If you take 15 of those 30, obviously not your best 15, but take 15 of those 30 single-family homes and you sell them, and take the money that you receive when you sell them and pay off the mortgages on the ones you're keeping and pay your income tax liability, you will have 15 nearly free and clear single-family homes. Do any of you have any idea what kind of a rental income you're going to get from 15 free and clear single-family homes? Don't you think that you could get $1,000 a month rent for each house? Oh, I think so. I think you'll have $15,000 a month rent from those 15 free and clear homes for a total of $180,000 to $200,000 a year. Incidentally, if you do that, you'll have a net worth probably in excess of $1.5 million. Can you see how when you set realistic goals, things begin to happen? You know what so many people do, though? They'll buy a single-family home, and it'll go up in value, and they'll sell it, and they'll make $15,000 or $20,000, and then what do? Go out and buy a Cadillac, right? In selecting the right neighborhood, I suggested that if you take an hour or 2 a week and you go out and you drive through areas of your city, you're going to get to know those areas. But I've got some other ways to develop your knowledge of the marketplace, and that is to make contact with the individuals or organizations there on 4-3, because all of them have one thing in common to a degree. To a degree, they're involved one way or another in real estate. Real estate brokers, Chamber of Commerce, local investment club, bankers, utility company repair people, police, UPS delivery person, postal employees, title insurance companies. Anytime you make contact with any of these people, you ask them questions. Like number one, how do you feel about the real estate market in this area? Do properties frequently appear on the market? If so, do they sell quickly? Number two, are there any areas that you feel particularly good about for investing? And if so, why? Number three, where would you invest if you decided to buy property yourself? Number four, what kind of properties would you buy? And number five, are there areas that seem to be going up in value faster than others? When you do the scouting details that I'm talking about doing and ask people these questions, you're going to be getting a lot of knowledge about that marketplace. Try to confine your efforts to areas that are as close to your own home where you live as possible. I got into some sort of an ego trip, I guess about 7 or 8 or 9 years ago, and I started buying properties in other states. I don't know why, but I just did. I got to know people in other areas of the country, and I liked them. I liked their marketplace, so I bought properties there, and I now own properties in 5 states: Florida, Texas, Illinois, North Carolina, and Maryland. It was ridiculous. Absentee property management is not something to become involved with voluntarily. Now, if you own a property in your area, whether you live in Chicago or LA or whatever, and you're transferred out of the area, that is not necessarily a reason to sell the property. But for heaven's sakes, don't go out and aggressively seek properties in other areas if you don't have to. I think if you look, you can find within a radius of 10 miles of your home all the property that you'd ever need to buy. And if you happen to have a unique situation where 10 miles won't do it, then go 15 miles. But you're going to be involved to a degree in managing those properties, either directly yourself or you're going to be supervising managers. And the closer you are to your properties, the easier it's going to be. Now, once you determine neighborhoods that you want to invest in, 2 or 3 or 4, I want you to learn about those neighborhoods from the people you see in the neighborhoods. I mean, you'll see people out walking. You'll see people working in their yards. What I'll do is I'll get out of my automobile and I'll go up to them and I'll introduce myself. I'll get their name. And by the way, you'll hear me say it many times during the course, the most important word in the world, what is that? That's someone's name, and use it frequently. Hi, I saw you here working in the yard. By the way, my name's Carleton Sheets. May I ask yours? Yeah, I'm Joe Brown. What do you want? Well, Joe, I was just driving through this neighborhood, and it really looks like a nice place. Tell me, do you own here or do you rent? What you're going to be doing is following these questions right here in the book on page 4-5. Now, you can imagine if you get out of your car with my book in your hand, and you're wearing a trench coat, and you're reading these questions, they're going to call the police. Don't do that. You know what I do? Have a little notebook. You can copy these down in your notebook and just say, Mr. Brown, I'm thinking about buying in this neighborhood. Tell me, do you rent here or do you own? Oh, I see. Have you lived here very long? And you go through these questions. Number 2, do you rent or do you own? Number 3, are there many renters in the neighborhood? Number 4, do you have any idea of the price of homes in the area? Number 5, do you know what people are currently paying for rent in the neighborhood? Number 6, what do you like most about the neighborhood? And then followed up, out of curiosity, what do you like least? And then number 8, if you were to buy a rental property, would you buy in this neighborhood? And the answer is going to tell you a little bit more about the neighborhood. In fact, all of these answers that you receive are going to give you a lot of information about that neighborhood. What's your goal? What you're trying to achieve here? Your goal is to find a property in a bread and butter neighborhood that's going to be easily rented and is going to stay rented. Describe for me a perfect neighborhood. I mean, I've given you some general guidelines. Let's talk about it. Who wants to start out? What is a perfect neighborhood? Close to shopping? Okay, good. What else? I'm sorry? Good. Good schools in the area. Anything else come to mind? Good transportation. Good. Who said?
Distant parks.
Parks? Sure. Close to parks, or maybe parks in the area. Maybe a neighborhood that is what they call fairly homogeneous, meaning that there's not a tremendous price differential between properties. Now, let's move inside that neighborhood you just described to me and talk about an ideal property within that neighborhood. Who wants to start out? What would that ideal property be? 3 bedrooms, good. Let me take this opportunity to tell you, never buy, ever buy a 2-bedroom home. And there are a lot of them on the market, believe me. Because anyone who is interested in a 3-bedroom home could not move into a 2-bedroom home. Many people interested in a 4-bedroom home could get by with a 3-bedroom. And secondly, the rent differential between 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom homes is tremendous. A 3-bedroom home will only cost in my area $5,000 to $8,000 more than a 2-bedroom property. But it will bring between $100 and $125 more in rental income. Don't buy 2-bedroom homes. Condominiums, maybe, if you're going to do that. We'll have some comments about condominiums a little bit later, but not homes. Okay, it's a 3-bedroom or maybe a 4-bedroom home. Let's continue with this ideal home we're talking about. Yes, sir?
Probably the cheapest home in the area.
Very good. One of the homes that's on one of the lesser expensive homes in the area. Good. What else?
2 bathrooms.
Got 2 bathrooms? 1.5 or 2? Certainly. Good. Keep coming. 2-car garage? Backyard? Would you like to have that fenced?
Yes.
Yeah? What else?
I would look for one that needs some repairs.
Well, okay, one that needs some repairs from a financial investing standpoint, absolutely. But from a standpoint of an ideal, go ahead. Central air? You're doing great. Yes, Vince? Vacant. One that you can buy and won't have to worry about someone moving out and re-renting it. You can get someone in immediately. What I'm describing to you, does this perfect neighborhood and perfect house exist? I don't think so. These are holes in the marketplace. That's what a hole in the marketplace is, a property that is an ideal property that doesn't really exist. And I only spent 2 or 3 minutes on this to point out that the closer you can get to buying this kind of a property, the better off you are. Can we create some of these hole in the marketplace features? Yes. We can fence in a backyard. We can put in a microwave oven. We can put in a garage door opener. We can put in central heat, central air, but we can't make it close to transportation or schools, can we? We can't cheaply or inexpensively put in a 2-car garage. So look as much as possible for holes in the marketplace, properties that are uniquely different. The more you're able to buy properties like that, the easier it's going to be to rent them, and the more they're going to stay rented. To the degree that you can, you're going to be looking for these bread and butter properties in the neighborhoods we've just described. Pay particular attention to properties that have existing favorable financing. Now, by favorable financing, I'm talking about properties, and I'm on the bottom of 4-7, top of 4-8, that have either VA loans, FHA loans, or pre-1976 loans. Pre-1976 loans with banks and savings and loans are generally the same way because it was only in 1976 that banks and savings and loans started adding a clause in a mortgage that said this mortgage may not be assumed without the new buyer qualifying. Or some say in the event the property is sold, the entire loan becomes due and payable. Most loans today are written that way. So if you can find an old pre-1976 conventional loan from a bank or a savings and loan, FHA loans or VA loans, those are loans that I consider to be very favorable financing. We'll be talking more about that in detail a little bit later, but I just want to get that point across. Working with real estate brokers. Many real estate brokers have specialties. Some of them are involved with commercial property, some with leasing, some with residential property, some do auctioning. So you need to find a broker to work with that is going to be specializing in the kinds of properties that you're going to buy. Unfortunately, attitudes and abilities among real estate brokers vary tremendously. And I'm not being unkind to real estate brokers. I'm sure some of you are brokers and salespeople. I'm being factual. You could say the same thing about doctors and lawyers, that their abilities and their training vary tremendously. To the degree that you can control the situation, you want to work with a broker who's got a good attitude, one who is trained in creative real estate finance, preferably one that has my course or is willing to study my course if you share it with them. You want to work with a broker who has bought investment property, and you'd be amazed at how few brokers there are that buy investment property. I don't understand that. No one becomes wealthy from brokering real estate. No one does. You become wealthy by buying it. And yet real estate brokers don't seem to understand that. To a degree that you can control it, these are the kinds of brokers that you want to deal with. Now, don't ever go into a real estate broker's office and even suggest to that broker that you are trying to buy real estate either creatively or no money down, because they will throw you on the street. Just don't do it. If you're trying to work with a broker and the broker says to you, what kind of properties are you trying to buy, just tell them you're trying to buy low-cost, bread-and-butter properties that can be easily rented out. And the broker will then say what? How much money do you have to invest? And so you, if you didn't know any better, would say, well, Mr. Broker, to be honest with you, I'm out of work. I declared bankruptcy 2 years ago, and I'm lucky to have enough money to eat. Don't ever say that. If you're asked how much money you've got to invest, you say, Mr. Broker, whatever it takes, I can come up with, indicating to them that there's no limit. If a broker says, well, I've got to know specifically, otherwise I won't work with you, work with someone else. So many people, I might add, will try to save 10 cents in a real estate brokerage commission and end up losing $1 in real estate profit. Don't do that. Let those brokers work for you. They can be your eyes and your ears and your legs. While you're working during the week, they can be out looking for properties for you. But again, to the degree that you can, try to select brokers like I've just described. Sometimes, though, you have no choice. Sometimes you end up working with a broker who has a bad attitude, a broker who is not capable, a broker who is difficult to work with, who's never owned investment property. Why is that? Because the broker has a listing on the property you're trying to buy. You drive through your neighborhood, the one that you selected, and you see a brand new for sale sign in front of a house. And incidentally, one thing that I'll do when I drive through these neighborhoods and meet people, I'll say to these people, in addition to asking the questions we asked just a moment ago, remember, do you live here, do you own or rent? In addition to asking those people, I will give them a card and say, by the way, if you learn of any properties that are about to come on the market, I sure wish you'd call me. Matter of fact, if I end up buying it, I'll give you $100. Let them know that you're willing to pay them $100 for any leads that you give them. By doing that, you might avoid having to work with a listing broker, because all of a sudden there's a brand new sign in front of a house and you didn't know it was going to go on the market. Okay, you see this sign in front of the house, so you call the broker up and you say, hi, I saw your sign, I'd like to take a look at the property. And you find out that the broker is not one you would have chosen to work with, but again, you've got no choice because you like that property. When you make an offer on property like that, then's when you're going to run into a problem. I wish I had $10 for every real estate broker that has told me the seller will never accept an offer like that. Only to tell me later, after they take it, if I'd have known the seller would sell like that, I'd have bought the property myself. You'd be amazed at how many times that happens. If you give a real estate broker a creative offer that is a departure from the norm, what is the norm to a real estate broker like that? 30% down, right? Anyway, you give that broker a creative real estate contract that departs from the norm. I've had a broker say to me, I'm sorry, I'm not going to present that offer. Do they do that in violation of law? You better believe they do. A broker is required to present any and all offers to the seller. Matter of fact, I was working with an older man who had retired to Florida, and he really was a nice guy. He was a victim of his own ignorance, but a nice-looking man, wore a three-piece suit, and I met him because I saw a sign in front of a property. And he didn't know me from Adam. what do they say, from Adam's house cat, is that it? I guess he'd never seen the TV show and didn't know who I was, and I gave him an offer. I don't dress like this, believe me, at home when I buy property. I gave him an offer, and he looked down his nose at me through his glasses, and he said, you know, we don't do business that way here. And I said, well, sir, I certainly wasn't trying to offend you. I think that's an offer that might solve the seller's problem. And as you know, by law, you have to submit all offers. Remind a broker of that if they try to avoid presenting an offer. As a matter of fact, what I do is go one step beyond that, and I'm going to be talking about this a little bit later, but I'll introduce you to the concept right now. And that is that I will write in every offer that I give to a broker, buyer reserves right to a company broker to present offer. And do you know a broker has got no choice but to take you with him to present that offer? Am I trying to cause the broker a problem? No. Am I trying to circumvent the broker, not have to pay a commission? No, I'm not. What I'm trying to do is to present my offer to the seller in an unbiased way. Once I do that, the seller I know is going to end up talking with a broker, but at least he or she is going to hear me through one time. If a seller is out of town, an absentee seller, then I will talk with the broker to the seller over the telephone. I can remember one time in particular that I was dealing with an absentee, out-of-town owner of property, and I didn't do that. The broker was young, he was capable, he was a nice guy, he had a good attitude, and I decided to let him go ahead and present the offer over the telephone to the seller, who happened to live in Tampa, which is about 225 miles from where I live in Florida. And he came back to me and he said, you know, that seller wouldn't even let me finish. It was a lady. The young man had presented the offer to the owner, who was a lady. He said, she wouldn't even let me go through the offer. She said, I'm not interested in anything like that, thanks. And I said to the young man, I said, I want you to do this. I want you to mail a copy of the written offer to that seller. Now, this is important. Anytime you make an offer on property, you make sure your address and telephone number is in that offer. If they don't take it now, they may later. And if they wanted to take it later, but they didn't know how to get in touch with you, they wouldn't be able to do it. So I said to the young broker, I said, just mail that contract to them that has my name and address. Well, about 4 months later, I got a telephone call, and it was a lady, and I'd forgotten all about the offer at that point in time, and she identified herself, and she said, are you the man that made an offer on my property about 4 months ago? And I said, as a matter of fact, I am. And she said, well, I've now decided to take your offer. Do you think sellers' needs and wants change hourly? Oh, they sure do. Their needs and wants change constantly. What may not be a flexible seller today may very well be one tomorrow, or a week, or a month from tomorrow. She said, well, I've decided to take your offer. And I said, that's great. You're going to be in town? She said, yes. So she did, signed the contract, and I bought the property. No money down, and did it within a period of a week. Did I have to pay that real estate broker? Probably not. The law is kind of vague on that, but generally they say that a broker is only the procuring cause of the sale within 90 days. But I felt the broker deserved to be paid, so he got his commission. If it had been a year later, would I have? Probably not. It's a judgment call. You're going to have to decide that on your own. But always put your address and telephone number in every offer. Working with buyers brokers. When I'm talking about a buyer's broker, I acknowledge that real estate brokers traditionally represent sellers. Sellers are the ones that are paying a real estate broker the commission. And in most state real estate laws, they equate the agency relationship with the payment of a commission. In other words, whomever pays the commission has a right to demand the loyalty of that broker. And I think that's fine. I'm not trying to demand the broker's loyalty. All I want the broker to do is bring properties to my attention. So I'll say, Mr. Broker, Miss Broker, I understand that you're going to be paid by the seller. Now, this is one that I've selected. How have I selected that broker? Again, because he's got a good attitude, he's knowledgeable about creative finance, he owns investment property himself. Mr. and Ms. Broker, I know you're going to be paid by the seller, but would you please call me if you find any property at all that would fit my investing guidelines? And the real estate broker says, well, what are your investing guidelines? And here they are down on the bottom of page 4-10. Any property that you think is owned by a flexible seller. Any property that the seller is willing to finance. Properties with mortgages where the outstanding balance is less than 50% of the asking price. I had someone tell me, well, that's fine, but there sure aren't many of those properties. Do you know that 50%, this is statistically true, 50% of all real estate in the United States is owned free and clear? Isn't that a startling statistic? And we're talking about vacant land and improved property as well, but 50% is owned free and clear. And more than that, of all single-family homes, 60% of all single-family homes owned by people 65 years of age and older are owned free and clear. Not a needle in the haystack. They're out there, and there's an abundance of them. Number 4, all properties with assumable VA and FHA mortgages with interest rates of less than 12%. Well, at 12% it's going to be tough to make it work, but that's about the limit. The only thing is, with an FHA mortgage, and there are some out there of 14 or 15%, you can, with the payment of a fee, get an FHA mortgage rewritten to the current market interest rate. So if any of you have high interest rate FHA mortgages, or know of someone who does, or are contemplating buying property with those kinds of mortgages, you can have them rewritten at a lower rate. Those are the kinds of properties that you are trying to get the agent or the broker to present to you. How do you find brokers like this? There are a number of credentials that indicate a broker would fit this profile. Number 1, any broker who has achieved the designation CCIM, which stands for Certified Commercial Investment Member of the Realtors National Marketing Group, would be certainly one who is familiar with creative finance. Wonderful people to work with. You can get a list of them from the NAR in Chicago. The Society of Exchange Counselors are probably among the most creative people in the United States. They are wonderfully creative, very trained. Unfortunately, they do not release a list of their membership. They don't do it. I think there are just a few hundred of them in the country, but if you can find one that is a member of Society of Exchange Counselors, you're working with someone who's very competent. Finally, anyone who is listed in the directory Who's Who in Creative Finance has taken a certain number of prescribed courses, met certain educational requirements in order to be there. They're very competent as well.
Okay, let's recap Chapter 4. It's an important one. Knowledge of your local marketplace is vitally important. Concentrate on bread and butter properties that are going to be in the greatest demand by the greatest number of people. Properties like these should yield monthly rent of at least 1% of the purchase price. For example, a $50,000 home should bring in at least $500 per month rent. While it's easier to achieve this with a duplex or two-family, there are offsetting disadvantages. For example, maintenance costs, tenant turnover, greater vacancy, and the fact that they are more management intensive. Selecting the right neighborhood is also very important. By just finding 2 neighborhoods in which to invest, you're to be able to retire in under 10 years with a gross income of $15,000 to $18,000 per month and a net worth of $1 to $1.5 million. You'll gain valuable knowledge by driving through neighborhoods, talking to people like real estate brokers, service people, postal employees, and even the Chamber of Commerce. Learn what areas and neighborhoods they like best. But remember, the closer you are to the properties you own, the easier it is to manage. Try to stay within a 10 to 25 mile radius of your home, if at all possible. Once you select several neighborhoods, talk to people in the neighborhood. You'll develop even more knowledge this way and possibly get leads on available properties. Avoid 2-bedroom homes. Instead, look for 3 or 4 bedrooms. Look for properties with favorable location, layout, transportation, shopping and employment, and favorable financing like FHA and VA loans and pre-1976 loans. Don't be reluctant to work with real estate brokers or salespeople. But where possible, work with the ones who have owned income property.
Establishing a profile as a buyer. Your success as a real estate investor is going to be directly tied to your ability to let the world know that you're in business. You're going to be looking for three basic categories of sellers. We've talked about these already. Sellers who are flexible now, sellers who may become flexible, or sellers who are not flexible but whose properties or situations would allow you to buy their property in a way that is traditional to them, remember, but creative for us. How do you go about creating this profile that we've talked about? First, buy some business cards. I can't understand why people will profess to be a real estate investor and yet never have a business card made. Tell the whole world that you're in business. Get these made and pass them out. You know, if you want to have a distinctive business card, go to your local junior college or your high school and pay an art student 10 or 15 bucks to design one for you. Make it very distinctive. You know, you can buy 500 business cards for $2.99 through Walter Drake in Colorado Springs. Can't afford not to pass them out liberally, can you? 1,000 of them for $6. Colorado Springs, Walter Drake. Write to them and get their catalog if you don't have it. Don't be bashful about using these. Pass them out to your service station attendant. Pass them out at the grocery store while you're standing in line. Pass them out to people you meet. What might you say when you pass out your card to people that you meet? Any idea? By the way, I'm a real estate investor. If you hear of any property for sale, sure we should give me a call. You need to describe a little bit the kind of properties you're looking for, or maybe if you're homing in on two particular neighborhoods, you want to say, if you hear of any properties for sale in the Oakmont or the Wedgwood section, please give me a call. Pass these things out liberally. Put them on bulletin boards. Many retail stores have bulletin boards. Put them on bulletin boards. How about any place where there are a large number of automobiles that are present, like a shopping center? Find out for sure that it's not a violation of local zoning or code ordinances, and if it's not, put them in the window right near the driver's side of the door. People are so conscious today about littering, they won't throw it away. They'll take it inside the car with them. In addition to saying that you buy real estate, your card might also say, I have houses for sale or lease. Get some business cards. Do it right away. Newspaper ads. If you can't read, won't read, don't want to read, consider running newspaper ads. Placing ads in local newspapers is a very effective way of drawing responses from sellers in your area. Look at this ad on the middle of page 5-3. I am an individual who buys houses. If you're having a problem selling, please call me. I can offer full market price if you can be flexible on the terms. Call Ben at a number or write to a post office box. You think you're going to get some calls in response to that ad? Absolutely you will. You're going to get a call and they're going to say, Ben? Well, what's the first question they're going to ask? Right. What do you mean by, I see you're going to be paying full price for property. What do you mean by flexible terms? That's what they'll say. What do you mean by flexible terms? And then I respond by not answering that question, but rather by asking another question. Here's what I say. And by the way, so many of these things become memorized. You use the same statement over and over again. Well, sir, when I say flexible terms, it's going to depend upon your situation. Tell me a little bit about your property. Kind of pushing them off, but asking a question at the same time. Another way to use ads, advertising in a newspaper, would be to advertise a property you might have for sale. Here's a very inexpensive ad to run, very inexpensive. I will sell you a home, excellent terms, no qualifying. Boy, will you get some calls on that. In fact, you know, when you're running ads like this in the newspaper, you really need to get a telephone answering machine. They're very inexpensive. Get one so that you're not constantly interrupted. Matter of fact, if you're operating as a real estate investor out of your home, you might even consider having a second line put in, a residential line, so that you are not tying up your primary residential phone. Someone calls and says, I see you've got a home here for sale, no qualifying, good terms. Could you tell me what you mean by that? Well, it's going to depend on the situation, is what I say. And then I proceed to ask them the questions that I asked them there. Now, What if the home that you had in mind had already been sold? You committed to run your ad for a week in the newspaper, the property went immediately, and someone calls up. Would you say, I'm sorry, I've already sold the property? No. You'd say, well, let me find out about your situation, because maybe one of your other properties would work for them, or if you have no other properties, you're going to be out there in the marketplace every day looking, aren't you? You might find another property that would be perfect for their needs, and you could do a joint venture with them or a shared equity. Someone says, when they call, what do you mean about excellent terms, no qualifying? Well, it's going to depend on the situation. Let me ask you, here are the questions on 5-4, what kind of property are you looking for? In other words, try to determine their space requirements. Number 2, in which area would you like to live? They say, well, doesn't really matter. And then that's when I'd say, well, this property is in Wedgwood. Would that area be okay? Number 3, what price range do you have in mind? Now, you've given them no information. You're doing all the questioning. Number 4, what are the largest monthly payments your budget will allow? Number 5, would you be able to make a down payment, and if so, how much? Number 6, where do you work, if I might ask, and how long have you been there? Make these questions. Anytime you're doing questioning over the telephone, and there are some powerful telephone questioning techniques that you're going to be learning in this course. Anytime you do that kind of questioning over the phone, make sure it sounds conversational. Number 7, have you ever owned a home before? Oh, I see. How long did you own it? And number 8, do you mind my asking, have you ever been through a foreclosure or bankruptcy before? Again, asking these in a conversational manner, you're going to develop a lot of information to determine, number 1, whether the property you have is going to be right for the people that are calling, and number 2, if you don't have the property that is right for them, or if you've already sold it, then what kind of property do you need to buy to help them out? Real estate classified ads placed by sellers. We're talking still about establishing a profile as a buyer and finding owners of flexible sellers who own real estate. Let me read that first paragraph there. Many flexible sellers are easily identified just by the way their ads are worded. I've actually seen an ad that read, and by the way, this is true, out-of-town seller must sell vacant house by 6 p.m. Sunday. I'll be at the property located at 103 Elm Street Saturday and Sunday between 9 and 6. Do you think that that kind of a ad would indicate that that seller's pretty flexible? You bet. One other ad I saw said, seller desperate, I will trade my property for anything that does not eat. How do you know whether the ad is being run by flexible sellers? Well, most ads are not that blatantly obvious. But anytime you see a property that is advertised that says for sale or lease option, I want you to make a strong mental note. Anytime you see an ad that says for sale or lease option, that is a guaranteed no money down purchase. We'll be talking about that later. Guaranteed. So ads like that indicate flexible sellers. Or we'll take property in trade. Or asking $70,000. Asking $70,000. That sound like it might be a flexible seller? Most ads will not say, I'm down, kick me. But what they will say, if the property is owned by a flexible seller, what they will say is, here are some blatant signs of my flexibility if you can find them. Let's look at some ads on the next page. By the way, these came from Philadelphia, Seattle, New York, Houston, and West Palm Beach, Florida newspapers. All of these have some indication of flexible sellers. Equity participation, that's an indication. No money down certainly is. The third ad, owner will hold mortgage. Help me, I'm down. How about that? Desperate owner in plantation. The last ad on that column, assume low interest, does not necessarily show that the seller is flexible, but what? The terms of the property or the terms of the financing are such that you might be able to buy it in a way that would be traditional for the seller and yet still creative for you. Next line, second ad is nothing down. Let's look at the ads 3 and 4 up from the bottom. Fort Lauderdale, it says, rent option offer. Guaranteed, no money down. Or the next one, Wayne, rent option to buy. 1-bedroom condo. What might be wrong with that, by the way? Might be. 1 bedroom. I'm real careful about buying small properties. Now, in every apartment building I own, there are 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. I do own some condominiums, 2-bedroom condominiums, but not a whole lot of them. But I'm very reluctant to buy a 1-bedroom condominium for the same reason that I'm reluctant to buy a 2-bedroom home. Someone asked me a short while ago about how I feel about condominiums, and under the right circumstances, I feel okay. The right circumstances are when you can do a financial analysis and you can show that the property will pay for itself, then go ahead and buy it. But be careful. Here's what I don't like about them. Number one, if the developer still controls the condominium, once they turn the condominium association over to the owners, invariably the monthly association fee will double. Number two, condominium association boards of directors can be very arbitrary, and frequently they will, without warning, pass rules like you may only rent your unit once a year. And so you rent it for a year and someone moves out after 4 weeks, you are stuck. No children, they may say, no pets. Be very careful about condominiums. If there's a little bit of a history, if you know about the fact that the condominium has been turned over to the ownership for a period of maybe 4 or 5 years, then fine, but be careful. Courthouses are gold mines of information. 95% of the people in the United States, I'm convinced, have never been in their local county courthouse. Visit your local courthouse. Get to know the people there. Concentrate on 3 areas. In the second paragraph there, the tax assessor's office, the recorder's office, and the department that handles tax and mortgage foreclosures. When I first became a real estate investor, I immediately took a course much like you're taking this course, and the instructor told me, like I'm going to tell you, spend some time in your local county courthouse and get to know the people in those areas. And I decided, since I immediately had become a full-time investor, you probably are aware that I was fired from my job in 1970 and decided to become a full-time investor. Since I was full-time, I decided to spend every morning about 4 hours for a period of 2 weeks in the Pinellas County, Florida courthouse and the Hillsborough County, Florida courthouse, Tampa and St. Petersburg. And I got to know how those courthouses work backwards and forwards, and I got to know the people there. And I will be forever grateful and indebted to those people who helped me get such a wonderful start in real estate. If any of them are listening to this tape right now, thank you. But spend that time and get to know them. About 2 or 3 years ago, I decided to do a little experiment on my own just to see how long it would take at a minimum to go in cold into the courthouse and get to know the people in those departments. So I went to the Palm Beach County Courthouse, the county where I now live, and I got to the courthouse about 11:45, right before noon, and in 3 hours and 45 minutes I had visited those departments. I knew how they operated, and I got to know at least one person in each department and got a business card from them. Now, if you want to get to know someone, you may be aware that the way for them to remember you is to make 3 contacts with them. For example, had I been interested in that person in each one of those departments remembering me as an individual, I would have met them in person the way I did, and then I would have gotten their card. 2 days later, I would have made up an excuse to call them with a question. Mrs. Elliott, when I was in the courthouse the day before yesterday, I forgot to ask you, and then you asked the question. That's a second contact. As soon as you get the answer, the next day, you sit down and you write a letter to Mrs. Elliott and say, Mrs. Elliott, thanks so much for the information you gave me on the telephone yesterday. I enjoyed meeting you in the courthouse last week or whenever it was. Certainly look forward to seeing you again soon. Those 3 contacts should put you indelibly in that person's mind. So later when you call on the telephone, you say, Mrs. Elliott, this is Carleton Sheets. By the way, I wonder if you could do me a favor. I'm trying to find out who owns 123 Oak Street. You suppose you could find that out for me? They're more than willing to do it. Banks should not be overlooked as flexible sellers. When a bank takes back a property as a result of a foreclosure, those are known as REO properties, real estate owned by banks. And believe me, as much as a bank would try to convince you that they are inflexible in the price and terms, that is not the case. REO properties would appear to a novice to be an asset of the bank, but they are not. They are liabilities. Point: don't be afraid to offer what you may think are ridiculous prices or ridiculous terms for properties owned by banks. I'm going to tell you, when we get into the negotiation section, again, what I'm about to tell you right now, but that is that people get in trouble today, not for asking for too much, but for settling for too little. And don't ever forget that. Banks will negotiate, and while I'm on the subject of banks, let me give you a little bit of a side comment here, and that is, don't ever pay off any note that is due ahead of schedule without asking for a discount. I don't care whether that note is to a bank, to an individual, to a corporation. If you owe money and it's due at some future date and you're paying it off in advance, always, always ask for a discount. And if the person who holds the note or the bank or the corporation says, "What did you have in mind?" you know you're in a situation where you're probably going to get a discount. It's just a matter of negotiating how much. Real estate agents. We've already talked about real estate brokers, real estate agents. Just let me re-emphasize that they can be your eyes and your ears and your legs. Let them work for you. That doesn't mean you can't deal directly with sellers yourself, because you're going to know how by the time you complete this course. You're going to know how to buy properties direct from sellers, but get some brokers working for you in the meantime too. Flyers. This is an area that some of my students around the country have used very effectively. An example of a flyer is found on page 5-10. Design one yourself. What you're trying to do is tell the world by putting flyers in mailboxes, or flyers on in fact, one of my students even cut a hole in the flyer and put it on the front doorknob. You're trying to tell to the whole world that you're in the business of buying property. Again, bring in an art student from a local junior college or from your high school to get them to design something that's kind of unique for you. In fact, one of my students came up with what I thought was a good idea, and that is color coding the flyer. He used these flyers, passed them out, had local high school students pass them out, paid them, I think, $5 an hour or $6 an hour, something like that, and they passed them out by the hundreds. And he would color code them. He'd have some that are pink, and some blue, and some white. When anyone would call him, he would ask, "By the way, what color flyer do you have?" And he was finding that these flyers were crossing geographical boundaries. In other words, people were passing them on to other people that they thought might be interested. Local investment clubs. I've determined that there are probably about 125 investment clubs existing around the United States right now that are made up of my students and other real estate investors who get together on a monthly basis for two very important reasons. Number one, to exchange ideas with other students, other investors, to hear guest speakers, so these clubs can be very educational. But I think just as important as that, when you're around other people that are buying real estate, and you hear one of them say, "Well, I just bought a piece of property and I took $1,200 out at close," you're not going to say, "Oh, did you?" You're going to say, "How did you do it?" So they become very educational and very motivational as well. Try to find an investment club in your area if you can. Driving neighborhoods. We've already talked about that. Talking with people that you meet in the neighborhoods that you're driving. And again, don't hesitate offering someone $100 if they'll give you a lead about properties that you might end up eventually buying. Now, you're going to have a lot of contact with sellers when you do what I'm telling you to do. And 95% of your contact is going to be over the telephone. Sellers are going to be calling you in response to ads. People are going to be calling you in response to the fact that they have learned that you buy property, either from a business card or a real estate broker or from a flyer that you passed out. So it's very important that you are able to quickly qualify these sellers over the telephone and not waste their time or your time unnecessarily. And that is the subject of the next chapter.
Okay, let's recap Chapter 5. You learned how to establish a profile as a buyer by driving neighborhoods, passing out business cards, running your own newspaper ads, and using flyers. You also learned how to locate flexible sellers through newspaper ads and what to look for. You learned how county courthouses are gold mines of information and how to become familiar with the tax assessor's office, the recorder's office, and the foreclosure sections in those offices. You should also establish a profile with banks, many of whom own foreclosure properties because they frequently are flexible sellers. If there's a local investment club in your area, join it because associating with other investors is not only educational, but motivational as well.
Chapter 6. I'm sure that early in my investing career, I spent hundreds of hours driving in an automobile to talk to sellers and look at properties that I had no business talking to or looking at. The reason I did that was because I had not done a good job of qualifying the sellers or the property over the telephone. I was like a truck driver. A horrible amount of time wasted. So what I'm suggesting to you is that if you are able to qualify that seller very quickly, you're not going to waste your time looking at properties and talking to sellers where you don't have a prayer of buying that property in a way that is good for you and good for the seller. In talking with sellers over the telephone, though, if you haven't been warned in advance, what you could end up with would be a jumble of notes that you'll find impossible to decipher an hour or two after your conversations. That's another thing I learned the hard way. I'd talk to a seller and I'd have a yellow notepad and I'd make notes and I'd forget which seller owned which property and what phone number with what seller. It was a mess. So what I'm going to give you, or what I'm going to tell you now, is a very simple, easy way to document information you receive. And initially, I still do it over the telephone. What I will do, for example, when I come home at night and I look at the real estate classified ad section in the newspaper, and I end up circling 8 or 10 or 15 of these flexible sellers or properties that I think might work, I'll circle them, and then I'll sit down with a yellow pad, and I'll identify one ad as number 1, and I'll put a 1 next to it. And then on my yellow pad, I'll put number 1 there. So that information I write down on the yellow pad next to number 1 will go with ad number 1. And I begin to ask the seller some basic questions. If I should find that it is in my best interest to personally inspect that property, that is when I will use that form on page 6-2. At any rate, before you ever buy a property, all of that information on page, or at least most of it, on page 6-2 on that form should be completed. But there's no reason to start filling this out before you know that there's a shot at buying the property. The questions that I'm going to go over right now on 6-3 are, I just think, incredibly powerful. They're powerful in 2 ways. Number 1, they allow you easily to establish rapport with a seller on a telephone. As a matter of fact, the first several questions are designed with that in mind. Secondly, they're powerful because you can elicit an awful lot of information in a very short period of time. Questions to ask the seller, and this is real world stuff, believe me. Number 1, in fact, even before number 1, write in what we should ask. The most important word in the world, what are we trying to get? Seller's name. So I will call an ad and I'll say, hi, I'm calling about your ad in the paper. By the way, my name is Carleton. May I ask your first name? Mary or John. Oh, hi, Mary. Could you please tell me about your home? That's number 1. What is the size and square footage? Now, you don't ask these questions all in a row. You ask one question, you wait for an answer. What about the lot size? Do you have a garage? How many rooms? How many full and half baths does it have? Obviously, if this information is in the newspaper, you're not going to ask it again. For example, it may say 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, in which case you would not ask about the number of baths or the number of bedrooms. What you might ask, though, is, tell me, are all of the bedrooms on one side of the house, or is it a split arrangement? What we're really trying to do here is not so much gather information about the home. That's going to come later. What we're doing is asking questions that we know the seller has the answer for, and therefore it makes the seller comfortable. Does that make sense to you? Mary, tell me about your home. Can you imagine Mary coming back and saying, well, really, I don't know very much about it? Well, Mary, how many bedrooms do you have? Well, doggone it, I've forgotten. It's not going to happen. They know the answers to this information. Number two, this is the biggie. Tell me about your existing financing. What existing mortgages or financing is on the property right now? Well, we have a $50,000 VA mortgage. That's good. That's assumable, right? But what if they tell you at 15% interest? What are the terms, the interest rate, the monthly payments? Is it assumable? And you'd be amazed, by the way, at how many owners will tell you that they don't know. But you can almost depend on the fact that if the mortgage is from a savings and loan or a bank and was written since 1976, it is not assumable. Could you buy a property that has a mortgage that is not assumable? Could you do that? Sure you could. What risk do you run? Well, the risk you run is that the bank or the lender may call the entire mortgage due and payable. Do you think they want to do that? No, they made the loan to begin with. They like that loan out there. They don't want to have it become due and payable. I have bought property repeatedly with due on sale clauses and have never had a problem. Now, please, I'm not suggesting you do that, because if you ever did run across a lender that decided to call that entire mortgage due and payable and they wouldn't let you assume it, you could have a severe problem. So only do it very cautiously. The most recent property I bought was about 9 months ago. And it was almost, whenever I do this, it's like an experiment. Because not only am I buying property, because it's good investment property, but I'm also, as an educator, kind of keeping my finger in the water to see if, kind of test the water. Well, I bought the property and later called them for some information. They said, we can't give you that information. You're not on the mortgage. And so I got the old mortgage holder to give me a letter that said it's okay for them to release information. So now they're doing it. And then the insurance policy came through showing that the mortgagee was named as one of the beneficiaries of the insurance on the property. So they said, you must have bought the property, they wrote to me. We would like to see a deed verifying that. So I sent them a deed. And then they wrote back and they said, we want you to qualify. So I wrote back to them and I said, I'm willing to pay for a credit check up to $45, but I said I will not go along with any other qualifying that you might think is necessary. And I never heard back from them. So I'm still on the mortgage. 9 months has gone by and I have no doubt that there's not going to be a problem. But be careful. Could we, at the end of question number 2, say, thank you very much, Mr. and Ms. Seller, for your time, or Mary or John, and walk away? We sure could, because we have learned about the financing enough to know that it's not going to be possible for us to buy that property. You may stop right here, in other words. But if you get enough information to go on, then you ask number 3, are you willing to assist in the financing? 99% of the sellers will respond in the negative. No, we're not willing to assist in the financing. In fact, they always say, no, we need what? We need all cash at close. Now, I'm going to give you, or make a statement right now that will surprise you, and that is, there is not a single seller in the United States, not one, that will not sell you their property, no money down. Do you believe that? I guarantee you that is true. Every single seller in the United States will sell their property to you, no money down, if they are adequately collateralized and they can live with a payoff date. For example, Mr. Seller, Ms. Seller, I'd like to buy your property, no money down. I will fully collateralize a mortgage with other property or with stocks or bonds, and I will pay you in 7 days. Think they do it? Sure they do it. How about this? Mr. Seller, I want to buy your property, no money down, and I will adequately collateralize the mortgage with stocks or bonds or something else of equal or greater value, and I'll pay you in 30 years. Will they do that? No. The point I'm making is this. Every seller will do this. It's just a question of how long they're willing to wait for their money. And understanding that premise will be a beautiful lead-in to one of the no money down techniques I'm going to teach you a little bit later about spreading the down payment out over a period of time. But every seller will do it, even though they tell you on the telephone they won't. Number 4. Do you need cash at the time of closing? Sure, they'll say. How much? Could the down payment be spread out over a period of several months? Or over several months? Or what I really prefer to say, despite the fact that the way this is written, I prefer to say, can the down payment be spread out over a short period of time? In fact, underline that in your book. Can the down payment be spread out over a short period of time? Now, interestingly enough, a good 50% will come back with the question, anyone have any idea what that'll be? How long? Sure, how long? Aha, you got them, you see? And you respond, well, I was thinking about 4 or 5 years. To which they will probably say, oh, we couldn't wait that long, but we might be willing to go a shorter period of time. So it's just a question now of negotiating back and forth. There are many sellers that will accept a down payment spread out over a period of time. By the way, aren't we playing here with semantics? If you tell the down payer, if you tell the seller that you'd like to give them their down payment spread out over a period of time, are you really giving them a down payment? No, you're not. If you're giving them money spread out over a period of time, that's a deferred payment, a note. But you don't say that. You call it spreading out the down payment. It's a little bit easier for them to accept when you're calling that a down payment. Number 4 is so powerful. Number 5, what is the price you're asking for your home? If that information was in the newspaper, you wouldn't ask it. If it wasn't in the newspaper, you don't need to know that before right now. It's unimportant. How long has the property been on the market? Have you owned the property long? Oh, really? Well, it sounds like a nice property, you say in number 7. Why are you selling? Or out of curiosity, tell me why you're selling. It sounds like a great place. Make this sound conversational, not like you're reading from a book. Number 8. Tell me, what do you like most about your property? What do you like least? Now, if you want to make a little note there next to number 8, that is a question that I really prefer to ask in person at the property. I'd rather see their expression on their face and rather watch how they act when I ask that question. But you can't ask it over the telephone. Number 9, do you know, are there any renters in your neighborhood? Any idea what they're paying in rent? It's amazing how few people will know what renters are paying in rent. Number 10, you think you might consider leasing your property with an option to buy? Now that's one that'll get the old wheels turning. It's amazing the number of them will say, yes, we might consider that. And anytime, and I'll say it again, anytime you can buy property on a lease option, it's like a no money down purchase, believe me, as we'll see that later when we move into the option period. Now again, if you're going to look at the property based on the answers to these questions, that is when you would take that form and start filling it in. Remember that numbers game we were talking about earlier? You're not looking for a needle in a haystack here. 2 out of every 3 people in the country are either looking to buy real estate, sell it, lease it, rent it, or know someone who is. If your goal is to buy one property, you might have to call 25 or 30 sellers. And as I said earlier, maybe 50 or maybe 15. And you're going to have to look at 5 or 10 properties and make offers on 3 or 5 or 7. And if you do that, you'll buy one.
Okay, let's recap Chapter 6. If you pre-qualify a property, you can save many hours of unnecessary driving and looking at properties that do not fit your investment guidelines. The 10 questions to ask any seller will help you quickly get to the heart of these 3 questions. Am I talking to a flexible seller? Does the property and its location fit my guidelines? And finally, if I can buy the property creatively, can I afford to own it? Your property analysis form is an extremely valuable tool and should be filled out at the property once you've determined a visit is appropriate.
You know, it is important, though, that when you make offers on property, you know what that property is worth. So now we're going to talk about determining the value of a piece of property, a very important chapter. It sure would be nice if we were buying real estate in a perfect marketplace, a marketplace where it was easy to determine price. I don't know that there really is a perfect marketplace. I guess maybe the closest we could come would be the stock market, because at least you can determine what any specific stock is selling for at any minute of the day. Wouldn't it be nice if we could drive down a street and every home had a little sign in front of it and it said this home is worth $65,000 or worth $70,000? Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. And to compound the problem is the fact that in some types of real estate, emotion becomes very important in the value judgment. If you were to buy this hotel, you think emotion would be important in your role or in your decision to buy? Do you think it would be important in the seller's decision to sell? I don't think so. I mean, this is a straightforward business transaction, and the numbers are going to speak for itself. Now, before I talk about more objective ways of determining value in property, I want to talk on page 7-2 about a common sense analysis. I'm not an architect. I'm not a builder. I'm not a developer. I can't read architectural plans. But I'll tell you what I can do. I can walk and I can crawl and I can see. And so many times we as investors overlook the common sense approach to determining value in property and to inspecting property. Before you ever buy a property, you want to visually inspect every bit of that property. You want to go up in the attic and see if you can see any daylight up there. You want to look at the foundation of the property. You want to look at the roof if you have access to it. Look at the chimney. If you can't see it, if you can't get up on the roof, use binoculars to look at it. You can use this buyer's property inspection report on page 7-3. It'll give you kind of a guide to things to look for, and will also give you a way to try to put a price tag next to any deficiencies that you find. So you know if a property has a certain value, if it's in darn good condition, what is it going to take to bring that property up to that condition? In fact, on page 7-4 is an inspection checklist. Look for evidence of termites, dry rot, cracked foundations, discolored roof sections, sections of the roof that may need replacing, missing mortar, or lush green grass on top of a septic tank. Inside, look for water stains, cracks in wallboards, baseboards, evidence of leaks around window frames. Check the windows. Flush toilets and turn on water faucets to check for leaks in water pressure. Look under the sink to see if there is any evidence of leaks. Is one ceiling in a room newly repainted? Maybe that was done to mask a leak before they put the property on the market. Does one room have brand new carpeting? Well, is that a sign of a carpet sale at a local store, or is that a sign that maybe there was a leak that caused the carpet to become soiled and in need of replacement? Common sense approach to looking at properties. Appraisers, though, use more of an objective way to determine property value. There are actually 3 appraisal methods that they use, and I want to talk about these very briefly right now. Not that you'll be using an appraiser with every property you buy. As a matter of fact, you will seldom be using an appraiser. But if you understand the methods they use, then you can, without any formal education, just based on what I'm about to tell you and with the use of my course, use the same basic approach yourself in determining value. First, market sales analysis. This is the most dependable way to determine value for small properties. The market sale analysis does one thing and one thing only. It looks at the value of comparable properties that have sold. If you've got a property right across the street from a property you're trying to sell or from a property you're trying to buy, and they're very similar in every way, and it's got a for sale sign in the front yard, what that property is being offered for is in no way indicative of what your property is worth. Listings or for sale signs are only indicative of what someone thinks the property might bring. So you're not going to look at any for sales, any listings. You're going to look only at what properties have sold for. You could even use the form on the page following, 7-6 I'm talking about, yourself in making that determination. The subject property is there. You would write that in. If you're trying to buy 123 Oak Street, you'd write that in. You'd put down the rooms, the bedrooms, the baths, the garage, the age, the style, the square footage, the construction, and the amenities. What's an amenity? Oh, something like a swimming pool or a microwave oven or a security system. Maybe it's an oversized water heater. special lighting fixtures, those are all amenities that might make a property more valuable. The market sales analysis, in the case of larger properties, over on page 7-7, compares the selling price per apartment. Let's say that an apartment you're looking at is 8 units. It's on the market for $240,000. You know that another 10-unit apartment building just sold for $250,000. How can you compare that? Well, 10 units into $250,000 would amount to $25,000 per unit. That might indicate that your unit at $30,000 per unit is overpriced. So with larger properties, they compare per unit or unit by unit cost. In letter B, they compare the selling price per total square feet. And they also, in letter C, compare the gross income multiplier. The gross income multiplier is nothing more than taking the income from the property and dividing it into the selling price to come up with a multiplier. For example, and this is not the one in your book, but it's another easy one to understand. If a property has a $100,000 gross income, it sells for $1 million. Dividing $1 million by 100,000 would give you a gross income multiplier of 10. It's just one more way to compare apples with apples when you're trying to buy a larger property. Appraisal method number 2, reproduction cost analysis. What is it going to cost to replace or to build a new or similar structure? Knowing that will give you a little bit of an idea about value. Are there any builders in this room today? Any builders at all? Well, that's unfortunate. There usually are 2 or 3. If that were the case, I would ask every one of you what it costs to build a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home in this area, exclusive of land, driveway, and landscaping, and I can guarantee you that I would get 3 different responses that might run as much as 20 to 25% apart. It's incredible how many builders have a different idea of what it costs to build a property. Well, if you know that a property is on the market for $60,000 and it has 2,000 square feet, that's $30 a square foot, and it's going to cost $45 to replace it, does that necessarily make your property a good deal? Not necessarily. I mean, it may be 50 years old and terribly run down. So this method really is impractical to use, in my opinion, for us as everyday small investors. Finally, appraisal of method number 3 is the net income approach. Now we're going to talk about net income at some length a little bit later, in fact within the next few minutes, but I just want to introduce you to the concept real quickly of net income. If you can imagine that a property can generate a certain number of dollars of gross income, and in other words it has the ability, if it's rented all year long, to generate, we'll say, $20,000 in income. With vacancy, though, the effective gross income is only $19,000. From that, what do you have to pay out of that $19,000? Expenses, sure, you got expenses to pay. Now let's assume that those expenses ran, just for the sake of our example, $7,000. 7 from 19 will give you $12,000. Aha! $12,000 is the net income from the property. It is also referred to as net operating income. If you had paid cash for that property, that $12,000 would be yours to spend. You could put that right in your pocket. If you had borrowed money to buy that property, in other words, you've got a mortgage, where are the mortgage payments going to be made from? What amount? The net operating income. It's easy to remember that net operating income is nothing more than gross income minus expenses. That's the net income or the net operating income. One of the most crucial figures that you will have to determine as a real estate investor. Very crucial, because we're probably not going to be paying cash for our properties. We're going to be borrowing money to buy them. That's what this whole course is all about, using other people's money. Therefore, we have mortgage payments to pay. The net operating income becomes, everyone listen to this, becomes your budget for debt. To the extent that you exceed your budget, where are you going to have to go? Into your pocket, exactly right. And that's called a negative cash flow. Can you see how the net operating income can determine the value of the property? Amazingly enough, the net operating income is meaningless in determining the value of a single-family home. Emotion governs the marketplace with single-family homes, not net operating income. With two families, you're getting lukewarm. But you get 4 units and above, and net operating income becomes critical. Is there anyone here that lives in a 200-unit apartment building or larger? Anyone live in a 200-unit apartment building or larger? Anyone live in a 100-unit apartment building or larger? Okay, we got one person. Let me show you the effects of owning that apartment building on the overhead, owning that apartment building that you live in. Let's say I bought that 100-unit apartment building, and it doesn't matter what I paid for it, but I am going to immediately raise rents on that unit, on those units, by $10 a month. That's what we call a nuisance raise. No one ever moves out because of a $10 a month income, because of a $10 a month rent raise. Would you? No, of course you wouldn't. But keep in mind now that there are 100 units. So if we multiply $10 a month times 100 units, we're talking about a $1,000 a month increase in income. Now let's assume that expenses don't change one iota. All of a sudden, we have increased our net income by $1,000 a month, but of course there are 12 months, so we have increased our net income by $12,000 a year. Let me ask you a common sense question. Does that $12,000 a year increase in net income make that property more valuable? It absolutely does, doesn't it? How much more valuable? It depends upon what kind of a return an investor is looking for. If you were interested in a 10% return on your investment, you'd be willing to pay how much more for that building? $120,000, exactly right. Isn't that amazing? Raising rents $10 a month can create a $120,000 additional value of that building. Now I will tell you, and I don't like rules of thumb, and I hate to give you benchmarks because I'm afraid people are going to follow them to the letter, and I don't want you to do that, but as a rule, if a building is new or relatively new, an increase in income like this will increase the value of the building 8.5 to 10 times the increase in the rent. So it will increase the value anywhere from about $100,000 to $120,000. If a building is old, what do I mean by old? I don't know. 20 years, 25, 50, depends on, I've seen some FHA inexpensively built homes that were 8 years old and looked like they were 50, right? And I've seen some 50-year-old homes that were in beautifully maintained condition that were as good as homes that have been built within the last 8 or 10 years. So just kind of remember, if it's an old property, old in age and old in appearance, it'll probably increase the value somewhere in the $50,000 to $75,000 range. But net income and increasing it is the key to making a lot of money in larger properties in real estate. The net income approach is primarily used with 4 units and larger. I'm reading the summary of the net income approach on 7-9. Property value is a function of the income stream, the net operating income, and finally, the greater the net operating income, the higher the property's value, using the guidelines that I just gave to you. Can you imagine going to a mom and pop real estate investor who owns a 4-family and say, well, I've computed your net operating income. You're asking $175,000 for the property. It's not worth that much. And if you knew anything about investing, you'd know that. Will that work? No way. A lot of people have never heard the concepts that I'm teaching you right now. So if you go to a single-family homeowner or a 2-family or a 4-family, or for that matter, any property owner that does not understand how net operating income creates value, you're going to be offending them if you tell them how you came up with the value. So I never discuss it with a seller. Never discuss it. What I will say instead is, Mr. and Ms. Seller, I've done some figuring on your property, and this is the most that I can afford to pay for it. Don't try to brain your way through it. That's the way to approach a seller. If there's a big disparity between what they're asking, what you're offering, and then the net operating income does not justify a higher price, just say, I've done some figuring, and this is what I figure I can offer. Does that close the door? Does that sound like the very last offer you can make? No. It says, this is what I feel like I can offer. Can you imagine if you can cut back $1 in expenses and increase $1 in income, how powerful that is? That's a powerful 1-2 punch, isn't it? I gave you a moment ago an illustration of how you could raise rents $10 a month, and it could have a $120,000 increase, a resulting increase in value of the property. What if you were able to raise rents $10 and somehow cut expenses $10 per unit? Can you see that $250,000 you could make very quickly through a building increase? I guess I'd have to say, as I look back over my career as a real estate investor, I've been darn lucky. I really have been. But as someone said to me once, I'd rather be lucky than good anytime. But I bought some properties that way early in my career without having anyone tell me that's what I should do. I bought a 4-family, and then I bought a 29-unit apartment building. They were run down, low rents. I spent a little bit of money, and boy, I made $100,000 in just a matter of 6 or 7 months, starting out from scratch. If you can find properties like that, wonderful opportunities, especially if a rundown property happens to be in a decent area. Now, the financial analysis process that we're going to discuss beginning now is aimed at answering the question, if I can buy a property creatively with little or no money down, can I then afford to own it? Isn't that an important question? Can you imagine that there are properties that you can buy creatively, no money down, that you couldn't afford to own once you get them? Not without a very bad negative cash flow. Let me comment incidentally that negative cash flows are not inherently bad. If you can afford them, if you think they're going to change relatively soon to a positive cash flow, nothing wrong with them. But if you buy a negative cash flow when you can't afford it and the prospects for change are not there, you could have a serious problem. Here's a cash flow analysis on 7-11. I want to go over it very, very briefly. All of this is covered in detail in the next 5 pages in your book. But there under gross income is what I just said. Annual gross income, a few minutes ago I said it, annual gross income minus vacancy equals effective gross income. And then you go to the expenses. First, taxes. One of the most underestimated expenses by neophyte investors that there is, because frequently tax assessors have not reevaluated the property for purposes of assessing taxes, or there may be some special tax break given to the present owner of the property. Now, I spent a lot of time in my courthouses trying to determine, if I bought a piece of property that was in the county, what could I reasonably expect the taxes to be? And I came up with 1.5% in my area. In your area, it may be 2% or 1%. I don't know. You've got to make that determination. And then I said to myself, I wonder what properties would be if I bought them in the city limits. So again, I did more research. I went back to sales that had taken place as long as a year or 2 or 3 years ago. And I equated those sales with what the taxes were at the time. And I found that within the city limits, I'd be paying 1.6 to 1.75%. It therefore became very easy for me. If I was buying a property in the county and paying $50,000 for it, I knew the taxes were going to be $750. And I don't care that the owner of the property who's selling it to me says, oh, you'll love this, the taxes are only $315. I know that won't hold true. So what you need to do is find out what reasonably you can expect for taxes after you buy a property. Advertising. Jump down to letter I. What are your advertising expenses going to be? Answer, I don't know. What are your newspaper advertising costs in your area? How many days of vacancy are you going to have? You know, if we contemplate 5 days of vacancy, a 5% vacancy, if you take 365 days of year of occupancy, 5% would be 18 days, wouldn't it? That's a lot of time in a tight market. I mean, my vacancy rates right now in Florida are running somewhere in the 2% range. At one time, I operated a lot of units in the Tampa area at an average vacancy of less than 0.5%. And yet I know there are areas right now in Texas where vacancy in multifamily properties are pushing 17%. So your advertising costs are going to be a function of what you anticipate your vacancy to be. Maintenance, letter J. Will the seller be honest about his maintenance figures? They won't be. Sellers invariably try to underestimate maintenance figures for buyers and overestimate them for whom? The Internal Revenue Service, that's right. All you've got to do is ask the seller, I don't care about your annual income, let me see the expenses that you turned in relating to this property on your Schedule E. That's what you need to do. They won't lie about it there. Your total expenses. Let me give you a little bit of a guideline here. Your total expenses for a multifamily property, and I'm talking about 4 or 5 units on up, are going to run about 38 to 45% of your gross income, of your effective gross income. In temperate climates, I'm talking about throughout the South and Sunbelt region. If you're going to buy in Chicago, if you're going to buy property in Chicago or Boston or some of the colder areas of the country, your expenses are going to run 43 to 50% of the effective gross income. For single-family homes, regardless of where they are located, your expenses should not run much over 20% of effective gross income. Are you going to reject a property, a single-family home that you think is a good rental property because your expenses run 25%? No. Don't look on what I say as cast in stone. They're merely guidelines for you to assist you. Okay, if you will please, I'm going to skip the debt service and I want to turn to page 7-17, a basic financial concept. If you're brand new as a real estate investor or you're taking this course with the thought of becoming one and you aren't right now, what I'm going to tell you will be a little bit difficult for you to grasp, or at least you'll be a little bit uncomfortable with it. Somehow I think we've all been taught to believe that every commodity has a determinable value, and that financing is only something that you have to arrange to buy that commodity at its value. So it's a little bit uncomfortable for a brand new investor to learn that in real estate, financing is a part of the value determination. As a matter of fact, accountants, why do I keep saying that? As a matter of fact, appraisers deliberately ignore financing in coming up with their value determination. You can't do that. You've got to look on the financing. And I'll give you an example of that in just a moment. This is why, without any disrespect to appraisers, I find appraisals of real estate to be so unreliable to me as a real estate as an investor. I want you to turn to 7-18, and having been introduced to the concept that financing is a part of value, I want you to look at those 2 properties there, A and B. And I want you to take 2 fingers on each hand, and I want you to cover the terms so all you can see are those 2 properties. Cover the terms so all you can see are the 2 properties. Now leave it covered for just a moment. Are those 2 properties identical? Yep. If I told you that they are worth $100,000, would your common sense allow you to agree that they would have a market value range of $97,500 to $102,500? I don't think anyone can fight that, can they? $97,500 to $102,000. In other words, plus or minus 2.5%. Now, I want you to take your fingers off of the terms and let's take a look at property A. Property A is for sale for $100,000, all cash at close. Property B is for sale, no money down. The seller will carry a low-interest mortgage for $100,000. Are both of those properties still worth $97,500 to $102,500? No, it doesn't take a sophisticated investor to realize that if you're going to pay all cash for something, you want to get a much better buy or to put it another way, a lower price than you're willing to pay if you're getting all financing. In fact, I would suggest to you that if you are paying all cash for a property, you should be able to buy that property for 10 or 15 or maybe 20% less than its asking price or its value. Across the United States last year, single-family homes, on an average, sold for about 91.5% of their asking price. Which means that if I'm going to look at a single-family home and it's on the market for $80,000, in my mind, I start thinking about $72,000 and think about whether even that would be a good buy. That's an important thing to know, that statistic. When someone comes up to me and said, boy, I just bought a single-family home to live in, it was on the market for $100,000, and do you know that I negotiated and got that property for $94,000? I wonder what they offered. And they probably say, well, they offered $93,000, the seller countered with $95,000, and they settled for $94,000. Don't ever do that. If a seller's got a property on the market for $100,000, it wouldn't be unusual for me to offer $78,000 or $76,000. Don't be afraid to ask for low prices and good terms. Now, let's take this property B here that's on the market, no money down with seller financing. Might you pay $105,000 for that? I think so. You think you might pay $110,000? Maybe. I guess the question you should be asking me is, well, before I paid $110,000 or $115,000, I sure would want to know more about the seller's financing. If I could get 3% interest and have the mortgage come due 15 or 18 years from now, sure I would. You get the idea? Look at me. I've got in my left hand $100,000 cash, and I've got in my right hand a deed to a free and clear $100,000 property. Which hand holds the commodity of the greatest value? The cash or the right hand with the real estate? You know, a lot of people say real estate. Oh, you've been programmed all your lives to say real estate. They're not making that anymore. If you've got real estate, that's the most valuable thing you can have, and that's baloney. Cash is the most valuable thing you can have, or at least it used to be. Cash is the commodity by which all other commodities are determined for value. Cash is king. I mean, that $100,000 cash in my left hand will buy every single $100,000 property in the world. It will buy many $105,000 properties. It'll buy many $115,000, some $100,000 a quarter. How about that real estate? Can I sell that $100,000 piece of property to everyone who's looking for a $100,000 piece of property? No. You get the idea? You pay cash, you want to get a low price. If you get good terms, you might be willing to pay even more than the seller's asking for the property. Let's talk now about creative problem solving. You know, if you don't complete this course with anything other than the ability to solve problems creatively, I'm going to feel that it was successful. I had a lady that was in a class a number of years ago that I happened to see at an investor meeting not too long ago, and she came up to me and she said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." And she reintroduced herself and said, "I was in one of your classes." And I said, "Well, that is great." I said, "Have you bought real estate?" And she says, "No, I haven't." But she said, "You have changed my life." She said, "I think differently about my life. I think differently about problems." She said, "I've become a creative problem solver." And obviously, the reason she had taken the class was to learn how to buy real estate and to improve her financial situation. And yet that pleased me so much. You know, in order to become a creative problem solver, don't jump to conclusions. Instead of reaching a conclusion, ask another question. We're all programmed, I think, in this country to always want to draw conclusions. Don't jump to conclusions. There is no standard way, for example, of repaying a debt. No standard way. If I loan money to you, the way you are going to repay that money to me is the way we agree on, or what we agree to. If I tell you that I'm going to loan you money and you don't have to pay me any interest, and the money is not due for 50 years, is that a legal transaction? Sure it is. What if I tell you that I'm going to loan you money, or loan money to you, and you have to pay me 25% interest, and the money's due in 1 year? Is that legal? Well, the answer to that is yes, it is, providing it's not breaking or violating any state usury laws. Now, usury laws, every state has them, determines the maximum interest rate that can be charged on borrowed funds. But the point is, there is your way and my way, so don't ever go into a real estate transaction feeling that the standard way is 10% interest or 9% interest and you got to pay back the money in 5 or 8 years. I want to read the third paragraph on page 7-20. Let's go to the third line, toward the end of the third line. As an example, if a novice investor was asked which would be better, paying 10 or 12% interest, the answer would always be 10%. The experienced investor would reply, tell me more. 12% interest might be a better interest rate than 10% if only 7 of the 12% was paid each year, with the balance of 5% being deferred for 5 years. Does everyone understand that? In other words, you're being charged 12, but you're only paying 7. And the 5 that you're not paying is going to be building up for a period of 5 years. That might be better. Or what if the seller made it even more attractive by telling you, the purchaser, that the deferred interest would be reduced 1% for each year that it was paid off in advance of 5 years. In other words, if the purchaser paid off the note and mortgage within 1 year, there'd be no deferred interest due. Only 7% would have to be paid. If paid off the second year, only 1% deferred interest would be owed. In other words, 7 plus 1 would be 8. The third year, 2%, 3% the fourth year, 4% the fifth year, and finally, if you didn't pay the money off until the end of 5 years, you would have to have paid 7% each year, plus you'd have to pay in one lump sum the 5% that was building up. Does everyone understand that? To give you an example, if you borrowed $100 and you were paying 7% interest each year, that'd be $7, wouldn't it? Well, what this is saying is if you pay off that $100 at the end of the first year, all you'd owe would be 7. If you pay it off the second year, you'd owe $7 each year, plus you'd owe 1% deferred for each year. Be creative in the way you structure the terms and conditions of the payback. Don't draw conclusions. Ask questions. Now, we'll be talking about some very interesting and I think even exciting ways to present offers like this to sellers when we get into the negotiation section. But until then, I think you get the idea. Analysis paralysis. You know, it's fine to be a little bit nervous about a transaction, especially if it's your first one. I negotiated to buy an office building about a year ago. I was not successful, incidentally, in buying it, but I was nervous. I don't know that much about office buildings. I've never owned one. Owned part of a Hilton hotel once. Know more about them than I do office buildings. I buy residential properties like most people would buy a suit coat or a sport coat or a suit. I mean, I'm not bragging. It's just that comfortable for me, and for many of you it is. It's fine to be a little bit nervous, but don't be so nervous that it paralyzes you. As a national speaker said once, it's fine to have butterflies in your stomach, but make sure you get them to fly in formation. There is no reason not to go out and make some offers on property. I know that there's a lady in this room that talked to me before class, and she said, I've owned your course for a few months, and she said, frankly, I'm a little bit afraid, and I understand that. That's okay. But you've got to overcome that fear and get out there and make your first offer. By the way, I'll tell you parenthetically that one of the best ways that I think you can overcome that fear and to get a comfort level is once you complete this course, you go out and you look at 20 properties in the neighborhoods you selected. Well, the first thing you've got to do is select your neighborhood. But look at 20 single properties and don't be tempted to make an offer on any of them. Just look at them. It is amazing the perspective that you'll get not only on property value, but also on the kinds of problems that are facing sellers today. Having looked at those 20 properties, you're going to be a lot more comfortable. Now proceed to go back and make some offers on one of those 20, or if you didn't like any of them, then proceed to make offers on others that you locate. You should be able to locate, evaluate, and make an offer or not make an offer on a piece of property within 2 or 3 days. It's that simple. Don't let it take you very long to look at property. Make your decision in a couple, 3 days and move on. Don't fall prey to the paralysis of analysis. I can tell you unequivocally that indecision in this country has cost this country more than bad decisions. You believe that? I sure do.
Okay, let's recap Chapter 7. You've learned that you should purchase an investment property based on logic and numbers, not emotion. You should analyze a property and determine its value using your common sense and one of 3 appraisal methods. 1, a market sales analysis that looks at the selling price of comparable properties. 2, a reproduction cost analysis that looks at the cost of constructing the same or a similar building and subtracting an amount to account for wear and tear and age. And 3, the net income approach that is used on larger properties. With a net income approach, the value of a property is based on the amount of net income the property will generate. You learn that the net income is the income remaining after all expenses are subtracted from the gross income, but before any mortgage principal and interest payments. The most common way to determine the value of a single-family home or a two-family is to look at what other comparable properties are selling for, which is the market sales analysis. For 4 units and larger, the net income approach is the most favored way to determine value. Regardless, you must do a financial analysis on every property you're considering buying. You should only consider making an offer to buy the property when the income from the property will pay for all the expenses of ownership and the principal and interest payments and still have money left over for you to spend. Remember that the value of any property is largely determined by the terms of the purchase.
Chapter 8. Buying real estate creatively with little or none of your own money. How many of you are interested in learning more about this chapter? Everyone raised their hands. Sure you are. This is an exciting area for me. And you know, I'm aware that as you sit where you are right now, some of you are driving an automobile, some of you are sitting in your living room, you're listening to it with your wife or husband. I know many of you have your own situation in your mind. You're trying to buy a property, you're trying to sell a property, whatever it is. We have a lot of ahas in this course because you're going to hear a technique or several techniques and you're going to say, aha, that would work for me, or that would work in my particular situation. I know several of you right here in the classroom have told me about your individual situations, and I know you're going to be getting some of those same ahas as we go through all of these techniques. I won't take credit for originating many of these techniques. They've been around a long time, but what I will take credit for is taking these techniques and bringing them down to a level where the average investor like you and me can use them to buy property. We're not trying to create value when we buy properties, are we? What we're trying to do is circumvent the need for credit, circumvent the need to go to a bank to borrow money. That's how we use creative real estate finance techniques. Because for most of us, either we could not buy property any other way, or if we could, we couldn't buy it as attractively as we can using creative real estate finance. When we talk about creative real estate finance, to the average person on the street, they think, oh, you mean going to a seller and in effect borrowing money from the seller. In other words, giving the seller back a mortgage when you buy the property. Yes, that's one way to do it. But as a matter of fact, there are 10 separate sources for creative financing. They are, on the bottom of page 8-1, the seller, the property itself, investors, partners, tenants, real estate agents and brokers, your services and skills, existing loans on the property, secured and unsecured paper on equities. And by the way, equity is the value that you have in something. If you own property that's worth $100,000 and you owe 90 on it, your equity is $10,000. Equity is value minus what is owed, that's equity. And finally, number 10, institutional lenders like banks and savings and loans. And they were listed number 10 deliberately because many people who don't have credit, who don't have the ability to borrow, should not go to banks and savings and loans, and you don't need to, as we'll see. Now, the role of each of these is going to become very clear as we progress through the techniques. But there are some other misconceptions about no money down financing, and that is, number one, the seller must be a down and outer. Not true. Many well-off, even wealthy sellers are willing to sell their properties flexibly to you. As a matter of fact, some of the finest transactions that I've ever made have been with very bright, very educated, and very wealthy sellers. I can hammer out and have many times a very, very creative transaction with a seller like that in a matter of 45 minutes to an hour and a half. Those people are a pleasure to deal with. The worst kind of a seller to deal with is someone who is ignorant, and I'm not meaning that in a disparaging way, ignorant meaning not knowledgeable, someone who is ignorant and who's broke. Those are the worst people to deal with. But they don't have to be down and outers. Another misconception is the techniques will not work with inflexible sellers. Some sellers are inflexible now and will later become inflexible. We've already acknowledged that. Further, some sellers are inflexible now and will never change, but it doesn't matter because you can still buy their property to them in a way that's traditional, but to you in a way that's creative. No money down techniques. Interest rates rise and fall continuously. In my examples here, I have used interest rates that are roughly indicative of what we might experience today. But don't hang on those. As interest rates go up or down, you plug the new interest rates in effect at the time into the examples. These no money down techniques that you're going to be learning are meant to stimulate your creativity. They are not cast in stone. They're like the trunk of a tree, and you put on the branches. They can be used together. They can be used, parts of the techniques can be used individually. Just remember, they're not cast in stone. I'm only giving you these specific examples to show you how the technique works, to give you in principle how the technique works. Technique number one. Obtain a new mortgage to pay off existing loans and provide down payment money. Look at the second paragraph there. For example, assume the seller of a $50,000 house has an existing loan of $12,000. By the way, let me interrupt. What's the equity if they have an existing loan of $12,000? 50 minus 12 would give them an equity of $38,000, wouldn't it? Now they're looking for a $15,000 cash down payment, and they're willing to carry the financing for the balance of $23,000. 50,000 minus 12,000 less 15,000 would be 23. Simply obtain a new first mortgage for $27,000, which can pay off the existing $12,000 mortgage and give the seller $15,000. Next, give the seller a second mortgage for the amount of $23,000. The $27,000 first mortgage plus a $23,000 second mortgage gives the seller his or her total asking price. Would this technique be workable for you if you had zero credit? Not necessarily. Someone shaking their head, yes, it would not work. Not necessarily. I recall that years ago when I got out of school and went to work for a company, they immediately transferred me to an area that I'd never even been in before. That was San Francisco, incidentally. I don't recall ever being west of the Mississippi River. I grew up in the Midwest, but had never been further west than the Mississippi. And I went out to San Francisco, and I did what I'd been programmed to do, and that is to look for a place to rent. Isn't that what all young people do when they need housing? They go out and get a place to rent. And I looked around for a house to rent or an apartment to rent, and I think by accident I discovered that it wasn't going to cost me much more money to live in a home that I owned than it would an apartment or a rental house. So I proceeded to go out and look for a home that I could buy. I've never had more frustration in my life because I had sellers constantly telling me that I had no credit in the local area. They said that you don't have any job history with your company. I was a brand new employee. I had real estate brokers telling me I didn't have enough cash for a down payment. I had about $350 in the bank, I think, that I'd saved while I was working my way through school. At any rate, it was a very frustrating experience. Well, I stumbled across, again by accident, but I stumbled across a little house that was on the market in San Bruno, California for $18,700, as I recall, and it had an assumable 4.5%, $15,000 VA mortgage. Problem was I needed $3,700. I didn't have that money, but it occurred to me that maybe there was a place where I could get it. There was a creative solution to my problem. So I called my dad. Now, my dad didn't have any money. He was living in Ohio at the time, but one thing he did have, which I think is typical of so many people in the Midwest, he had pretty good credit. And I said, Dad, I'd like to buy this house. I'm short $3,700. I didn't want to completely clean out my savings. I said, I'm short $3,700. Is there any way that you could loan your credit to me and help me borrow that money at a bank? Well, he had pretty good relationships with a little county bank in central Ohio, so we went to that little county bank and we borrowed that $3,700. And I used that to buy my first home. And I became aware suddenly of a technique that I've used frequently before. If you can't accomplish something on your own, get some help. Borrow someone's credit if that's what it takes. I'll tell you how that home turned out. I lived in it a year and a half and I was transferred. I sold it for $23,500 and I had almost $9,000 in my hand, paid back the $3,700, couldn't believe that I'd made $5,000 on someone else's money. My first no money down transaction by accident. In fact, I think that was when I began to realize, or as I look back on that years later, I began to realize if I'd made that much money by accident, think how much money I could make if I did it on purpose. Sure, if you don't have credit, you can use someone else's credit. Some sellers would even be willing to go to a bank and help you borrow that money. If not, get a partner. Do you know that there are brand new, non-qualifying loans out now? How many of you were aware of that? 2 people. Non-qualifying loans. Don't have to qualify at a bank. All you've got to do is go to the bank, show them that you have the ability to put down 35% of the purchase price, and if you do that, the bank will loan you the balance without qualifying. No credit checks, no income tax statements, brand new. Been around for about a year, and they're spreading to most lending institutions around the country. A beautiful way to buy property. Where are you going to get the 35%? Well, maybe you get that from a partner. Be creative. What if the seller said to you, now listen to this is important. What if the seller said to you, well, I'll help you borrow the money at the bank, but what I'm concerned about is that here I am taking back a second mortgage in the amount of $23,000. Mr. Buyer, I'm helping you borrow the money at the bank. I'm taking back a second mortgage. I feel like I'm pretty exposed. I mean, you could walk away from the property, and here it's my loan at the bank, and I'm holding a $23,000 mortgage. You put nothing in the property. What might you say to the seller in a case like that? What if you said this, Mr. and Ms. Seller, if you're concerned about that, let me give you some additional collateral. The $23,000 second mortgage that you're holding is collateralized by the home that I'm buying, by your home. But what if I gave you my grandmother's diamond ring that's been a family heirloom as additional collateral? Or some stocks, or some bonds, or another property that I have an interest in, or my 58 Dodge that I own free and clear may not be worth much, but to me it's transportation. Can you see how you might be able to provide additional collateral, and in addition, the sincerity in offering it could mean a lot to a seller? When you do that, you use what is known as a blanket mortgage. We'll be talking about blanket mortgages in just a few minutes, but that's called a blanket mortgage. A blanket mortgage is nothing more than a mortgage that encumbers multiple properties, either personal property or real estate. That technique number 1 is summarized on page 8-4. Let's look at technique number 2. Lower the price, raise the interest rate. A higher interest rate may encourage a seller to accept terms that would otherwise be unacceptable. You know, sometimes if I'm talking about deferring a down payment or spreading a down payment over time, and it's a small amount of money, I'll offer the seller very high interest, sometimes 14, 15%. Why? Because it doesn't hurt to pay high interest on a small amount of money, especially when it's tax deductible. Look at the second paragraph under technique number 2. For example, a seller has a property for sale at an asking price of $100,000. The property has an existing assumable mortgage of $50,000 payable at the rate of $450 per month. The seller wants $10,000 cash at close and will extend to you a loan of $40,000 in the form of a mortgage at 10% interest. What you might do would be to offer the seller $95,000 with no money down, take over the loan of $50,000, and pay 15% interest on the remaining $45,000 for a period of 5 years. Now think about it. That's an awful lot of money you're going to be paying in interest, but if the property will carry it, so what? If the property will not carry a high rate of interest like 15%, what might you consider doing? Well, answer, offer a lower interest rate, or maybe defer a part of the interest. You might, for example, on a 15% interest, pay 9% a year and defer 6%. Last paragraph, if the total monthly payments for the first and second mortgage of $1,013 per month result in a negative cash flow, restructure the second mortgage so that only a portion of the 15% interest is paid monthly. The balance would be accumulated but not compounded and would be due along with the $45,000 at the end of 5 years. Again, this is not meant to be a recipe or out of a cookbook. Use this to prompt your thought about ways that you can overcome a problem. Technique number 3, the wraparound mortgage. Let me explain a wraparound mortgage to you on the overhead projector. Consider that a property is worth $100,000 and it has an existing $50,000 mortgage on it. And for the sake of my example, assume that that $50,000 mortgage is payable at the rate of $500 a month. Just assume that. The more customary way of buying real estate would be to give a seller a second mortgage, for example, for $25,000. And that second mortgage for $25,000, we'll say, is payable at the rate of $250 per month. A wraparound mortgage would vary from this in that a wraparound mortgage would be like a brand new mortgage which would wrap around that underlying mortgage of $50,000. Now remember, the underlying mortgage, the first mortgage is $50,000. The wrap would be $75,000. Let's say that the wraparound mortgage is payable at the rate of $750 per month. What you would do, you would give the seller $750 per month. The seller in turn would take $500 of that and make payments on the first mortgage. Is everyone with me so far? It would appear to be precisely the same thing, wouldn't it? It would appear to be precisely the same thing, and from your standpoint as a buyer, indeed it is. You're paying $750 with a wraparound mortgage, and you'd be paying a total of $750 with if there was a separate first and second mortgage. The difference is this. If that $50,000 mortgage is somewhat older, then it is going to be paid down more rapidly than the new second mortgage. For example, that second mortgage there of $25,000 may only go down each year 0.5%. But because that $50,000 mortgage is older, it might be going down in value 1.5% a year, or 2%. The net result of that is this. At the end of the very first year, on a wraparound mortgage, the wraparound mortgage may be worth, say $74,500. And this will be the first year. At the end of the first year, the underlying $50,000 mortgage may have gone down to $49,000. Bottom line is this. If a seller takes back a wraparound mortgage, eventually that underlying financing is going to be completely paid off. And there will be a point in time in the future, perhaps 15, 18, 20 years, when the wraparound mortgage, and I'm just going to pull these figures from air, so don't hang on them, the wraparound mortgage at the end of 20 years may be down to $58,000. And the first mortgage will be paid down to $0. Can you see, now this is a critically important point for you to understand, can you see how a seller could actually have a growing equity in a mortgage if he took back a wraparound mortgage? Why? Because the underlying mortgage is being paid down more quickly. Can you see the power of this technique in dealing particularly with older people who would like a steady monthly income and a growing equity. This is like going down to a savings and loan, putting in $50,000 into a savings and loan, and every year you get an interest check for 5%. But at the end of 20 years, you go back to the savings and loan, and you find that there's not $50,000 in there anymore. It's all the way, it's up to $90,000. Well, that doesn't happen, does it? But with a wraparound mortgage, it can happen if the underlying mortgage is going down faster. So that is the beauty of a wraparound mortgage. All of that is explained in detail there in that technique. Particularly effective for use with older people. Technique number 4. Use equity in one property to buy another. Paragraph number 1 says, create a promissory note and mortgage on the existing equity you have in an asset. Can be anything, a home, boat, investment property, automobile, vacant land. A debt asset may be like a timeshare. That 10 acres of beautiful timber property you bought up in northern Wisconsin 5 years ago because you fell in love with it and now you're sorry you bought it and you can't sell it. Create a promissory note and use it as a down payment on another property. Equity is the value of property less any mortgages or liens. As a matter of fact, you could actually use the property itself as a down payment. Let's say you've got 10 acres of land up in northern Wisconsin and you can't sell it. It's been on the market for $10,000 and you'd love to get rid of it. You could actually use the land itself as a down payment. Give the property to someone in return for a credit for a down payment. Or you could create a note and mortgage on that property. Now let's say, I'm going to use the overhead here in explaining this. Let's say that you've got your own personal residence that's worth $100,000. And by the way, I know in some parts of the country, your personal residence may be worth $25,000, and in other parts it may be worth $200,000. It doesn't matter. $100,000 is an easy figure to use. Your residence is worth $100,000, and you've got a $50,000 mortgage on it. Your equity, obviously, is $50,000. Go down to a stationery supply store where they sell money. Did you know that? You can actually buy a note and a mortgage at a stationery supply store and merely write a note and a mortgage for $50,000, allowing you, and secured rather, by the equity in that property, which we will label as A. Use that note as a down payment in buying another property, which we will label as B. Actually use that note as a down payment. Is the seller of property B more protected by taking a note on another property you own than on the property he's selling? Well, I think so. Certainly emotionally, if not in reality. I think they might feel secure taking a note, for example, on equity that you have in your home, as opposed to equity on the property you're buying from them. When you do that, aren't you automatically creating $50,000 worth of equity in property B? You are. You're using the note out of A to buy B, and when they accept that note, you're automatically creating $50,000 worth of equity in B, which could be taken out with another note and used to buy property C, in which you would have equity again. If you're going to take equity out of any property using this technique, especially your personal residence, I would like to see you put a substitution of collateral clause in that note and mortgage, which would allow you in the end to take the equity you have in property C and move this original note, get it off your home, and move this original note back to C. Again, the technique is explained thoroughly in the manual, but the point is you're using one equity in one property to buy another one. And I'll remind you again, if the property you have that has equity, in this case your personal residence, if it happens to be a dead equity, like a timeshare you bought in Florida, or timberland someplace, you can actually use the property itself as a down payment in buying other property. Technique number 5, the blanket mortgage. Now, we had partially discussed the blanket mortgage earlier. Remember, I said a blanket mortgage was a mortgage that encumbered more than one piece of property, and it could be real property, meaning real estate, or it could be personal property. And if you wanted to give a seller added security by pledging your grandmother's diamond ring that's been in the family for 50 years, you would merely note that in the mortgage. Not only does the mortgage cover the property I'm buying from you, seller, in other words, the mortgage you're taking back, seller, covers the property I'm buying, but it also covers this diamond ring. So if I ever default, you can come back and get your property back, and you get to keep the diamond ring. A blanket mortgage, down there in that paragraph that is labeled caution, a blanket mortgage should have a release clause. You don't want to tie up another piece of property. You don't want to tie up your grandmother's diamond ring for a period of 5 or 10 years. So what you should say to the seller is, Mr. and Ms. Seller, I'm doing this to give you added security. But as a good faith gesture on your part, once I make 10 or 12 monthly payments and do it on time, I want you to release that extra property out from under the blanket mortgage. Buy low, refinance high. Technique number 6. Do you recall my saying a short while ago that if you're paying all cash for a property, you ought to be able to get a 15 or a 20% discount on that property? Sometimes you'll find that situation where a property is on the market, it hasn't sold, a seller is flexible, and you find that if you can pay all cash for that property, you can get a substantial discount. Take an example where a seller is offering a property for sale for $100,000. It's been on the market for perhaps a year. The seller is very eager to sell the property. Knowing that if you had access to a large amount of cash and the ability to close quickly on that property, how much might you offer that seller for the property? Anyone have any idea? You got a lot of cash now. Property's been on the market for a year. Seller's very eager to sell. What might you offer for that $100,000 property? Anyone? $75,000? You think that may be too high? Could be. What you might do is say, Mr. and Ms. Seller, and I'll be talking to you about how to present offers, which is a very powerful area. But what you might say is that I've done some figuring, and I know your property is worth $100,000. Believe me, I know it. But the most I can give for it right now would be $68,000 or $71,000. At any rate, suppose you were able to buy a property with a true market value of $100,000 for $80,000. If you've got access to cash and can close quickly, buy the property way beneath market value, and as soon as you buy it, refinance it. Pull your $80,000 back out, and now you've got a property, no money down. I've done that a number of times, especially in recent years when I've been able to afford to buy properties for cash. I just bought a house with a cottage behind it that was on the market for $65,000. I offered $43,000 for it. I ended up paying $49,000, which I still thought was a good buy. And immediately, within 90 days, put a brand new bank loan on that property for $53,000. So I pulled out everything I put into it and reimbursed myself for some of the costs of fixing it up. Bought the property, no money down, and I think conservatively today it's probably worth $70,000 to $75,000. Good if you've got cash. Good if you've got a partner with cash. Home equity loans. It used to be, several years ago, I'd have to ask people in the class, have you ever heard of a home equity loan? But no longer. Because every bank and savings and loan across the country offers home equity loans. And they advertise and promote these heavily. But if you do have a property where you've got a substantial amount of equity, regardless of whether it's an investment property or whether it's a home that you live in, you could put a home equity loan on that property and pull out cash. And usually do it very inexpensively. I just pulled $100,000 cash out of a property that I own, a multifamily property, using a home equity loan. And my total cost for doing it were $730, which is a percentage of the $100,000 is very low. So generally the cost of home equity loans is much lower than getting a conventional loan. What you want to do is check various lenders. You want to check the payback period. Some are 5 years, some are 15. You're much better off with 15. I check the interest rate and the costs of originating that loan. Some will actually charge you a loan origination fee. Others only want you to cover the costs of credit checks and appraisals. Move a private mortgage from a senior to a junior position. I want you to imagine for a moment that you are buying a piece of property that has a $50,000 private first mortgage on it. If a property has a $50,000 private first mortgage on it, who is the mortgage holder? Can anyone tell me? 999 times out of 1,000, yes, sir. Exactly right. The previous owner. Almost invariably, if there's a private mortgage on property, it is owned by the previous owner. Thank you. So, owner A sold the property to B. Owner A took back that $50,000 mortgage to make the sale. Now property owner B is going to sell to me, and I'm C. I'm the buyer. What I'd love to do would be to move that private mortgage from a first position to a second position and make it a $50,000 second mortgage. That's what I'd love to do. Would you, as a private mortgage holder, be willing to do that? If I make that suggestion to you, what are you going to say to me? Something decent. You're going to probably say, well, I don't blame you for asking, but what's in it for me? I mean, why do I want to go from a good first position to a second position? And so let's talk about some of the things that we might conceivably put in it for the mortgage holder. What could we do to entice that mortgage holder to move from a first to a second position? Any thoughts on that? Raise the interest rate. Offer them, instead of 9% interest, say, look, I'll be glad to pay you 12%. Any other thought? Very good. Pay it down. I'll tell you what, Mr. Private Mortgage Holder, if you will move from a first to a second position, I'll change the interest rate from 9% to 11%. And not only that, I'll pay it down from $50,000 down to $30,000. Now, let's see what we might do here. What we would do would be to go out to a conventional lender. We could borrow, on the basis of that property's value being $100,000, we could borrow $80,000 or $75,000 very easily. If we got $80,000, what will we do with that money? $50,000 of it is going to go to the owner of the property for their equity. $30,000 of it is going to go to the second mortgage holder, or if the second mortgage holder really is only willing to accept, is willing to accept $20,000, we could literally put $10,000 cash in our pocket. Technique number 9, bank loans and other sources for down payments. This is kind of a follow-up really on the credit pursuits technique that we talked about earlier when we were talking about credit, and that is where your goal in opening up an account at each of 3 banks is ultimately to be able to borrow money back from those banks. Once you develop a line of credit with banks, then you can go to those banks for down payments. Credit lines with banks. Technique number 10, FHA 203B loan. I mentioned to you earlier that all FHA loans are assumable, all VA loans are assumable, and all pre-1976 loans, or at least most pre-1976 loans, are assumable. I want to qualify that a little bit. FHA loans have always been assumable. However, about 4 years ago, the FHA changed their program. Here's the way FHA works. FHA guarantees loans. They do not make them. So a local bank or a savings and loan would make the loan, and in turn would be insured. I should have used the word insured instead of guaranteed. It would be insured by the FHA. Now, where do they get the money to insure their loans? They do it by charging you, the borrower, an insurance premium. And the insurance premium is 0.5% of the loan amount. In the past, as a matter of fact, up until 1984, that mortgage insurance premium was paid on a monthly basis. Every month you paid that mortgage insurance premium. All of a sudden in 1984, they said, we're not going to do it that way anymore. We're going to prepay the entire mortgage insurance premium up front. So at the time now, when you borrow money from FHA, you're going to have to pay that FHA loan insurance premium up front, either out of your pocket or financed as a part of the loan. Because FHA interest rates are still about 1% below market value, they represent a wonderful opportunity to borrow money, in my opinion. What most people don't realize is that when that loan is paid off, you're eligible for a refund. And there are literally millions of dollars of insurance refund monies that go unclaimed every year. Matter of fact, I saw someone on television the other day promoting a course on how to get that. Well, it's so simple. I'm explaining it to you in one page here. If you were the original borrower and you pay off the loan, they automatically send it to you. But if you have assumed that loan and you then pay it off, you've got to write and request the loan insurance rebate. You write to the address that I give you on page 8-18. And if you've paid off a loan within the last 2 years and have not received a rebate, now would be the time to jump into it, because you've got a maximum time limit of 2 years to apply for that rebate. Also, the loan, you must have assumed the loan at least 60 days ago in order to get the rebate. So if you're going to buy a property and immediately pay off that FHA loan, you're making a mistake. By waiting 60 days, you can get a very nice check back from FHA, potentially good anyway. In 1985, 43% of all FHA loans represented refinancing by existing FHA loan holders or loan borrowers. In other words, nearly half of all FHA loans that were made in 1985 were made to people that already had an FHA loan, and they were refinancing in order to pull cash out of their property. No longer is that allowed. You cannot pull cash out of a property by refinancing with FHA. There's an easy way around that. Let's say you've got a property for $100,000. You got a $50,000 FHA loan on it, and you're thinking to yourself, boy, I'd love to put a new $75,000 FHA loan on it and pull out $25,000. They won't let you. But what you can do, if the property is in your name or your husband's name or your wife's name, either one, separately, you could write a mortgage in favor of your spouse and record it on the public records. Now, when you refinance, you're using that refinance money to pay off the first mortgage that's already there, the existing FHA first mortgage, and the second mortgage that goes to your spouse. You could even work that out with a family member if you wanted to. Totally legal, and as long as that money is all used to pay off debts on the property, there's no problem. You just can't put any in your pocket, per se. Technique number 11, discounted bonds. This is one of my very favorite techniques because it is so creative and it offers so many possibilities. Let me start out by explaining a little bit about what a bond is. Anytime a corporation, and I'm talking about any corporation, the biggest corporations in America, need money, they have really three ways to get that money. They can issue stock, giving someone an ownership interest in the company in return for cash. Number two, they can go to a bank and they can borrow money using one of their credit lines. Or number three, they can issue debt obligations to the public. And these debt obligations are usually bonds. Bonds are secured debt instruments that are issued by corporations. Now, corporations, when they issue these bonds, they issue them at the current rate of interest, generally, but that current rate of interest could be tempered somewhat by how strong the company is. Obviously, AT&T is going to have a very best interest rate, while some company that may not be financially as strong will have a higher interest rate. Bonds then are sold based on the interest rate that they pay, the maturity date, and some bonds don't mature for 25 years, and the third thing is the strength of the company. You can actually go to the bond section of your financial newspaper and you can find bonds that are due 15 years from now that were issued at such low rates of interest that today they're only selling for $65 or $70. Now, when I say $65 or $70, let me clear that up. Bond prices are quoted in the newspaper in two digits, like $65 or $68 or $70, really as a way to save room more than anything else, because newspapers cost money. The more room, the more expense. So anytime you see a bond quotation, what you need to do is add a zero. So $68 would equate to $680. Bonds are issued almost always in $1,000 denominations. So a bond could be trading at below its par value, $1,000 being its par value, because the company is financially weak or because the due date's way in the future and the interest rate is low. Or there are some bonds today that are going to become due 3 or 4 years from now that are trading for more than $1,000. For example, $1,150. Why would a bond be trading at a premium? Because it was issued at 16% interest, maybe. that might cause the bond to trade at a premium. There are actually bonds that are in default today that you can find quotes on in the newspaper. We like to use bonds in real estate transactions where possible because they represent a very powerful example of the use of leverage. Let's look at an example here. Let's say that you're looking at a property that is on the market for $100,000. Look at the last sentence at the bottom of page 8-18. The technique works best when you have a relatively low mortgage to property value ratio. Let's look at this example. Assume that a seller has a four-family on the market for $100,000. The existing mortgage on the property is $25,000. Therefore, the seller has equity of $75,000. The down payment the seller needs at closing is $10,000 cash, and the seller is willing to extend or to take back a $65,000 second mortgage due in 10 years. First thing you would do would be to ask the seller, would it be okay with you, Mr. or Ms. Seller, if you would take as collateral for your mortgage, your $65,000 mortgage, would you take bonds? Now, you can offer them any kind of bonds. What I like to do is say, would you take government-backed bonds? Because there are many bonds that are government-backed, and I think that if they're backed by the U.S. government, most sellers would feel like they're as safe as any kind of debt instrument you could hold. But if they're willing to take bonds instead of real estate as collateral for repayment of that mortgage, then you could go out and buy the bonds. But here's the process. What you need to do would be to get the seller to deed the property to you so that you, in effect, have $75,000 equity in that property. Now, how do you get a seller to do that? It may take securing that it may take securing that transfer with equity you have in another property. Or maybe you get a partner to put $75,000 in a bank account and secure the transfer with a passbook. Whatever you do, get that seller to transfer the property to you, and you in turn would then go out and put, for example, a new 75% loan on it. Property's worth $100,000, get a 75% loan, that's $75,000, and we got $75,000 lying here on the table. What are we going to do with it? Number one, $25,000 of that would be used to pay off the first mortgage. That leaves $50,000. $10,000's got to go to the seller, doesn't it? Seller wants $10,000 cash at close, so $10,000 goes to the seller. That leaves $40,000. $40,000 will go to buy some bonds. For example, you can purchase AAA rated bonds, and by the way, AAA is the very best rated bond. They go AAA, AAA, BBB, BBB, and so on down to C. When you get down to a C bond, that's what they call a junk bond. It really isn't, but that's what they call it, and that's Ted Turner's favorite weapon. You can buy AAA rated bonds for about $530. In other words, you buy that bond today for $530, and in 1998, you turn it into the company and they'll give you $1,000. These zero-interest bonds are tax-free because it's issued by a tax-free authority, so there's no tax liability created for the seller or for you. Now, if you're going to buy $65,000 worth of bonds, isn't that what the seller wants? He's got a $65,000 mortgage he's taken back. If you're going to buy $65,000 worth of bonds to cover that mortgage, then you're going to have to pay for them based on $530 per thousand, which happens to be $34,500 the bonds are going to cost you. $34,500 from $40,000 would leave $5,500 excess cash. That's money you could put in your pocket. Is there any danger for a seller to take these bonds? The only danger, in fact there are two dangers. The only one is, number one, the company that issues the bonds may go into default. Is there much of a likelihood for that happening in a taxing authority? Not much. If the bonds are AT&T, is there much likelihood? No. If they're backed by the government, practically none. So you can overcome that objection with a seller, I think, by buying good quality bonds. What's the second objection a seller might have? Anyone see what that might be? Yes, sir. Okay, very good. I'm glad you brought that up. He said the tax. In some bonds, if they are not tax-free bonds, then they're going to go up in value each year, and the new laws say that you've got to recognize the value as it increases each year. So the seller might have to pay a tax, but I think we could overcome that by getting tax-free bonds. What might be another problem the seller would have? Now get your creative juices flowing here. If a seller looks you right in the eye and says, I don't mind the $65,000 worth of bonds, but I'm afraid that you may not pay me the interest that you owe to me every year. How might you overcome that objection in a seller? Very good, very creative. Mr. Seller, you know, I can understand your problem. Why don't I just buy you more bonds to cover that interest? Or what if I prepay the interest for 3 years out of my pocket? You got some money to do that with? You got some excess money from the transaction, don't you? Would that make you feel better? Or I'll tell you what, I'll give you another mortgage secured by real estate. You see, there are a lot of things that you might do to overcome that. This discounted bond technique can be very, very powerful. Just remember, the biggest weakness of it is that you're going to be paying interest on the mortgage you get on the property, and you're going to be paying interest on the mortgage you owe to the seller. That's the weakness. The advantage is you can put cash in your pocket and you can immediately pick up equity when you buy a piece of property. Putting foreclosure bargains to work, technique number 12. We talked about REOs a little earlier, and that is a property that is taken back by a bank after default on the part of the borrower. Foreclosure opportunities can put some money in your pocket. It's that simple. And I think one of the things you've already learned is no matter how inflexible a bank may appear in dealing with foreclosures, in the end, they're usually willing to negotiate on price or terms or both. Don't be afraid to ask. Let me give you an example that's a little bit different from the one in the book, but it ties in exactly with the example in the book. What I want you to do is go to a bank, find out who is in charge of REO properties. Every bank has someone designated to do that. In a smaller bank, that person may wear a couple of different hats. In a big bank, there's probably one officer that is responsible for REO properties. I want you to go up to that person, to him or to her, and I want you to say, I'd like to try to work with you on your REO properties. Could you share a list with me? As a matter of fact, what I'd like to know is, what are the very worst REO properties that the bank has right now? And you'd love to have them give you an example of an apartment building, or you'd love to have them tell you about a little 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, but almost invariably, the banker is going to tell you that the REO that they would most like to get off of their books would be either vacant land or a partially built apartment or condominium project. Almost invariably what happens. Let's say that they tell you that they've got a piece of vacant land and they need to get $50,000 cash from that property as soon as possible. I told you before that vacant land represents a liability to a bank, so they do need to get rid of their REO properties as quickly as possible. REOs represent a liability. What you should do then is ask that banker if he or she will share with you the results of the appraisal. Now this is something that not one in 1,000 people know, and that is when a bank takes back a property in foreclosure, in other words, when they get an REO, they must by law have that property appraised. And I can tell you invariably with improved properties, they will seldom appraise for much more than the amount owed. That's almost invariably the case. Primarily because the only people that go into default on improved properties are those that have very high mortgages to begin with, right? I mean, very seldom would anyone have a $100,000 property, a $50,000 mortgage, and end up going into default on it. There would be equity then, but that's generally not the way it goes. But in the case of vacant land, there is almost always equity, and the reason for that is simple. Banks insist on having a lot of equity in the property to begin with. Put another way, If you own an improved property like a home or an apartment building, it is very easy to borrow 80%. It is not difficult to borrow 90%. If you have a piece of vacant land, it is almost impossible to borrow more than 50%. Unless it is a lot in an approved subdivision, then you can sometimes go as high as 75%. So let's say, just for the sake of our example, that this banker tells you that the appraisal on this property is $100,000. Not unusual at all. They're willing to sell for 50 because they're realistic. They know they can't get 100. Now here's the second part of this technique. Go to a local broker with whom you have a good relationship. And by the way, many brokers are members of the multiple listing service. If they're a multiple listing service, what they're doing is putting all of their own listings into this central service, and in return they get to share all of the other brokers' listings. So these MLS books will have every property for sale that has been listed by a broker who subscribes to the service. And I will say that most brokers do. Look at their MLS book, their multiple listing book, and see if you can pick out a good property in that MLS book that's got a fair amount of equity. Let's say, for example, to make this easy to understand, you find an apartment building, and the apartment building, we'll say, is worth $200,000. This apartment building, to make our example easy to understand, has a first mortgage on it of $100,000. What would be wrong with your taking that piece of vacant land and offering it as a down payment on that $200,000 apartment building? If a seller would take an offer like that, haven't you in effect bought that property creatively, no money down? If the seller would take that? The only problem is, what? You don't own the land, do you? Now it's kind of interesting that if you were to go into that banker and say, well, I think I'm going to buy that piece of vacant land from you. If you'll just loan $50,000 to me to buy it, I'll take it off your hands. And as desperate as they are to get rid of that vacant land, they will not loan you money to buy it. They won't give you money and secure it for the vacant land. The reason? It's gone through foreclosure already once. They don't want to do it again. So even the bank that you're borrowing, even the bank that has the land for sale would not do that. What if you did this? What if you made an offer on that apartment building, the $100,000 in land as a down payment, contingent upon your being able to acquire the land? Now the seller says yes to that. They'll give you 60 or 90 days, whatever you request in the contract, presumably, to allow you to try to buy the vacant land. What if you then went to another bank or to the same bank? Matter of fact, the same bank would probably be the best one to go to because they're the ones that want to get rid of that land, and tell the banker that you have a $200,000 apartment building and you'd like to borrow money on that apartment building. Banks will frequently loan how much on apartment buildings? I told you early, 75 or 80%, no problem. If you could borrow 80% on that $200,000 apartment building, that'd be $160,000. But wait a minute. There's already a $100,000 mortgage on the apartment building now, isn't there? Would that bank then be willing, you think, to take a second mortgage on that apartment building in the amount of $60,000? Would they, under normal circumstances, be willing to do that? Well, it's kind of tough. Be a tough call. It would depend on the banker. Many of them would be reluctant because they don't like second mortgages. If there was plenty of equity, they might be willing to do it. But keep in mind, this bank desperately wants to get rid of the land, don't they? So they probably would take a second mortgage on the property for $60,000, which would be used how? $50,000 of it would be given back to the banker for the land. The land would then be given to the apartment owner as a down payment, and you conceivably, as I've described it here, could put $10,000 cash in your pocket. Borrow the broker's commission. A favorite technique of mine, one that I use frequently, one that works very well. I want to illustrate on the overhead here that when a broker takes a listing on property, that broker generally will take that listing at 6 or 7%, generally, if it is residential property, 10% if it's commercial property or vacant land. Let's assume that a broker, for ease and explanation here, did get a listing on property, and if that broker both lists and sells the property, they're going to get the entire 10%. If a broker lists the property but someone else sells the property, they're going to split the 10% and each will get 5%. If a salesperson working for the broker got the listing, then the salesperson is going to get generally half of what the broker gets. So you can see it gets ever smaller, don't you? From what you've seen right here, wouldn't it be best to work with a real estate broker, not a salesperson, but a real estate broker who has originally obtained the listing on property? Yes, it would, because they are going to get the whole thing if it's sold. They're going to get the whole 10%. Now, what I would say to a broker is this: Mr. and Ms. Broker, I'd like to buy this property, but one of the things that's causing me a problem is the fact that your commission on this $100,000 property, we'll say, is $6,000. Even though the seller's going to pay for that commission, I've got to pay the seller cash in order for the seller to give you the $6,000. So what I'd like to propose is this. I'd like to propose that you take a note for that $6,000. Now that's where I'd start. And if the broker says, no, I don't want to take a note, we don't do that, we have a policy against that, and I've had some of them say that to me, I would say, you know, Mr. Broker, I've got a very good friend who's also a broker. He generally represents me in these transactions. If I brought him into it, you'd have to split the commission 50-50 with him. And now you're telling me you won't take a note. Maybe I will just bring that other broker in. That way your commission will only be $3,000 and his will be $3,000. I know he will take a note. That is enough generally to get the broker to take a note at least for 1/2 of the commission. Maybe they will even take a note for all of the commission if you would offer them not $6,000 but $7,000. Maybe give them a little bit of a premium for doing that. I'll tell you this, any broker who is actively working with investors like you and I would be well advised to take notes like this. Can you imagine if you did 15 or 20 or 30 transactions like this with a real estate investor, and you've got some money coming in every month for 20 or 30 of these notes, that could be substantial. It really could. Okay, the broker says, well, what kind of interest rate are you going to pay me? And you'd start small as possible, 7, 8%, whatever. Let's say that you finally agreed to a 10% interest. And you say, Mr. Broker, what I'd propose to do is pay you 10% interest, but I'm going to pay you 1% a month. 1% times 12 months equals 12%, doesn't it? If you're paying 10% interest, but you're paying a total payment each year of 12%, then how much is going toward principal reduction? 2%, right? So each year that mortgage is going to be, each year that note, by the way, is going to go down. First year by 2% and so on. Because you're paying 10%, but you're going to give 1% per year, or $70, in this case, of the note amount each month. Now let me back up to my example just a moment ago. If a broker has 20 or 30 of these, can you see how 20 or 30 payments of $7 each is a fair income to that broker? How is it good for you? You're buying no money down. The property ostensibly would generate enough income to cover all of the payments you've got to make, including that payment to the broker. And finally, get it written for 5 years if you can. Because what I'll generally do then is go to the broker at the end of a year, and I'll say, Mr. Broker, I came into some cash unexpectedly, and I don't know whether you're interested or not, but I've got $4,300. If you want to take that for that note, it's yours. If you don't, then I'll use the cash elsewhere. It is amazing how many real estate brokers will be willing to discount a note. But if you talk to them a year earlier about discounting a commission, they don't want to have any part of that. A very good technique. And remember what I just told you. If you're working with a listing broker who is also the selling broker, you could bring in your own broker and they're willing to split 50-50. It always happens. So in effect, you're doing the listing broker a favor by conducting the whole transaction through him or her. Any question on that? Using a broker's commission to buy property. Just one more expense that you don't have to go into your pocket for cash for. Number 14. By the way, before I leave that entirely, I want to make this comment. Sometimes you'll see in a newspaper an ad in the for sale column or a listing of a home for sale where it will say 10% down. Anytime you ever see an ad that says 10% down, it is just as though the seller had rented the biggest billboard in town and put a sign on, "I will sell my property, no money down." What is that 10% for? It's for the real estate broker, sure. Any property that's advertised for sale through a broker with 10% down is almost a for sure no money down purchase, if you can get a broker to take a note for their commission. Create a note, sell for cash. I was just talking yesterday about thinking back on my original challenge in Chicago, Illinois, back about 5 years ago. Many of you know that a challenge appeared in the Sun-Times newspaper that said that I could train anyone for one day and they could then go out and buy a good piece of property, no money down, that would bring in over $100 a month income, and they could do it within, I don't know what, maybe it was a day or two or a week or whatever. Anyway, this person did it in 2 days, Ken Klepecki. And the reason the subject came up is that I was talking with a friend about how prices had gone up so much in Chicago, and I was saying Ken Klepecki is probably a pretty happy guy because he paid $34,000 for that property, and I think today it's got to be worth 55 to 60, and that's in a period of about 5 years. Here's what happened. I can explain the technique and show you how this challenger was successful at the same time. There's a property on the market for $36,000 that had an existing FHA mortgage, I believe, for about $28,000. FHA mortgage is good? They sure are. They're assumable, aren't they? And the seller had, therefore, $8,000 in equity, and guess how the seller wanted to sell the property? Take over the mortgage, and how did he want the $8,000? Cash, right? Small, unmarked bills. Have you ever known a seller to offer a property for sale any other way unless they're really desperate? Oh, they all want cash. Well, this property had been on the market for some time, and so Ken found it in the newspaper, and it was one of the ones that he circled to call on. He called the seller, and he said to the seller, he said, "If I could pay you cash, would you be willing to take, instead of $8,000, I think it was $4,000. Hope I'm right on this. If not, it's close, and it'll certainly illustrate the technique. And the seller said, "If you can give me $4,000 cash instead of $8,000, the property is yours." So Ken wrote a contract on the property that said that it was contingent upon him getting a second mortgage. Now think about this. Ken is a factory worker, recently cut back in time because the company he worked for was not doing very well. So broke he was living at home with his parents, he told me. Had no credit. It wasn't bad. It just it was non-existent. What are the chances of Ken going out to a savings and loan or a bank and getting a second mortgage on that property for $4,000 so he can give the seller $4,000? Almost zero, aren't they? So how could Ken ever hope to get $4,000 to buy that property? Well, he did what I told him. He went to the newspaper, to the Chicago Tribune, I believe, and in every newspaper in the United States, there's always a financial services column. And that financial services column will list people or corporations who will buy second mortgages, buy third mortgages, they buy first mortgages. So Ken calls several of these people, and they would say, he said, I need a second mortgage, I need cash, and they'll say, well, how big is your second mortgage? He'd say, I don't have one, I want to create one. I've got a need for $4,000 in cash. How much of a second mortgage will you need from me in order to give me $4,000? Well, he finally found a person that said, if this whole thing pans out, if the property does indeed appraise for $36,000, and by the way, there was an appraisal for $36,000, if you check out okay, we will be willing to give you $4,000 in return for $6,000 IOU. Payable 1% a month, 12% a year, interest only, for a period of 5 years. At any rate, $60 a month was what Ken had to pay for that for that second mortgage. Well, the property checked out, he checked out. To make a long story short, the person that he was talking to was a CPA who represented a small business in the Chicago area and was trying to loan out money for the pension and profit sharing trust. And there are an awful lot of these small pension and profit sharing trusts around the United States that are looking for deals like that. Is that a good deal for the pension and profit sharing trust? Oh, is it ever? 12% interest, a 50% return on their money in 5 years. The return on that is close to 25% per year. So it's a wonderful opportunity for the pension and profit sharing trust. He gave them a $6,000 second mortgage. They gave him $4,000 in cash, and he bought the property, no money down. Now, the beauty of it is that the property generated enough money to take care of all the expenses, the first mortgage, the second mortgage, which was that $6,000, only $60 a month, and still have, after tax, $100 a month left over that he could put into his pocket every single month. This is a great technique to use with private investors, and it sounds like you're paying an awful dear price for money, but does it matter? Does it really matter? As long as you're paying a realistic price for the apartment or the home or the whatever it is you're buying, and as long as the property will support itself, isn't that all that's important? I think so. Would you buy this hotel and pay 50% interest if the law allowed, if the property would support itself? I think so. Create a note, sell for cash. Very powerful technique. Wall Street Journal, USA newspaper, and almost every city newspaper in the United States will carry these financial services ads in the classifieds. Technique number 15, partners, your time and their money. I made an awful lot of money the first few years as a real estate investor. Since I had no money, I didn't know about these no money down techniques. I only knew that I thought it took cash to buy properties, and I had none. I had no credit, so I decided to bring in some partners. And I found that partners will allow you to do sometimes what you're not able to do on your own, but that's the only time you should use them. Don't form partnerships if you don't have to. If you can do it on your own, do it. But occasionally you'll come across a property that represents a wonderful buy, property that if you just had the money, you'd buy it and you could manage it profitably and get a good cash flow. I'm going to ignore the example in the book, and let's just say that you find a property that requires $60,000 cash down. Only way you can buy it is to give the seller $60,000 cash. It should make sense to you, I think, that you want to keep the size of your partnerships as small as possible. One partner is better than two is better than three, and so on. So I guess the first thing you think to yourself is, who do I know that's got 60,000? And if you come up with a blank, then you say 30, and then 20, and then 10, and finally you get down to 10,000, and you still can't come up with anyone. Well, even at 10,000, you're talking about 6 partners, and you think of the number of people in your mind that could probably put in, 2,500 to 3,000 perhaps, and all of a sudden you can come up with a number of names. But if they're putting up $2,500, you'd need 30 partners, and your list of names is not quite that big. What could you do? Well, number one, I'd go to the seller and I'd say, Mr. and Ms. Seller, remember what we were talking about this morning? I want to give you your down payment, but could it be spread out over a short period of time? Seller says, well, what do you have in mind? Well, maybe 4 to 5 years. Seller says, no, I couldn't do that, but what I will do is I'll accept it over 3 years, provided you pay me 15% interest, or maybe I'll offer 15 as an incentive for the seller to do it. By paying it out over 3 years, how many payments are you going to have? 4 payments. You're going to have one at the time of close, one at the end of year 1, end of year 2, end of year 3. So that's 4 payments. So all of a sudden, your need for $60,000 is now gone down to $15,000. If you could now find 5 people at $3,000 each, you'd have it licked. They would have to agree to put in money at the time you close, into the first year, into the second year, into the third year, plus in addition to the $3,000, the next 3 payments would have some interest involved too, wouldn't it? But believe it or not, When you do a financial analysis of property and you work in the interest, it's incredible how the interest payment will actually improve the return on the property because they've got so little money invested. If you do a financial analysis, that extra interest will actually increase the percentage return on the investment because there's so little invested to begin with. Okay, so the 5 of them are going to put in $3,000 each, and they say, let's see, for $3,000 then, let's see, there are 5 of us. Oh, we get a 20%. You say, no, you don't get a 20% interest. Actually, all you're going to get is an 18% interest. They say, wait a minute. When you multiply 5 partners times 18%, that only comes out 90%. What happened to the other 10? And then you raise your hand. Here I found the property. I'm putting this whole thing together. I'm going to manage it. I'm going to get 10% for my efforts. It's a lot easier to find partners when you're dealing with small amounts of money like $3,000 than it is with 5 or 10 or 15,000. If you imagine all partners as appearing on that triangular graph, there are a few people up at the top that could write a check for $1 million with no problem. And everyone down at the bottom can put in $1, can't they? Now, obviously, you can't afford to have 60,000 partners at $1 each. But keep in mind that the more you move down that triangular graph, the greater number of partners you're going to be able to find. In other words, the less money you have to raise, the more people you're going to have to find that can afford to invest with you. Sometimes a seller might say to you, I really do need cash. I don't mind taking a note from you. It's not you that I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the collateral, but it's just that I need some cash. And I want to go over right now some no money down techniques for converting paper to cash. A couple of them are pretty obvious. Some of them you probably have never heard about or thought about. Number 1, and it's the worst one, it's the one you've heard about, sell paper at a discount. If I've got a note in my hand from you that you owe me $10,000, could I go out and sell that for $10,000? Probably not. I don't think anyone would pay that. Would someone pay $1 for it? Oh, you bet they would. Where in between am I going to find the greatest number of buyers? Well, it's going to depend upon the due date and the interest rate, but probably someplace in the, maybe $6,000 to $7,500 range, I can sell it pretty easily. It's the worst way to generate cash because you're substantially discounting an asset. Number 2, collateralize the paper. If I am well known at a lending institution, or especially if you, the maker of the note, are well known, I could take that note into a bank and I could borrow money against it. I could say, Mr. Banker, I got a note here from so-and-so for $10,000. Would you loan me $10,000 against it? And sometimes bankers will and give you a little bit more of a favorable interest rate than they would if you were borrowing money unsecured. Number 3, use the paper as a down payment to borrow, to buy more property. Could I take that $10,000 note and use it as a down payment to buy other property? I sure could. And if you've got a note that is not due for some time in the future, that is a wonderful way to get a much better return than you're getting on the note, and that is use it to buy real estate. Any dead asset works that way, and I consider a note a dead asset until it's paid. I might be getting modest interest payments on it, but until that principal is in my hand, it's somewhat of a dead asset. If you've got some dead assets, and I don't care whether we're talking about the recreational vehicle, forest land in Wisconsin, or a timeshare in Florida, or a promissory note that's due 10 years from now, use it to buy real estate. Number 4, create multiple notes using one note as collateral. If I had a note for $1 million in my hand, and it's a good note now, and we've agreed that there are probably a whole lot of buyers that'll pay 75 cents on the dollar for it, or for any note, would I be able to find a lot of people that could give me $750,000 for that note? Nope, I sure couldn't. There aren't many people with that kind of money. So the more you can go after the people that have a lot of money or have some money, the better off you are. For example, it would be a whole lot easier for me to discount a $100 note to $75 than it would a $1 million note to $750,000. So here I've got in my hand a $10,000 note, and even though there are people with $7,500 that would buy that note, there are a whole lot more people with less money than that, aren't there? What if I wrote 10 notes for $1,000 each, or I wrote 5 notes for $1,000 each, and I secured those notes by that other note for $10,000? That would work, wouldn't it? In other words, I would collateralize a note with a note. And so if I got a $1,000 note, now I can go out and say, would you give me $750 for this note? I'm going to be able to appeal to the larger number of people. This, by the way, was what some of the national wirehouses, some of the big stock brokerage firms have done. They've taken large denomination United States government obligations and they bought them. Obligations that would be out of range of you and I. And they've gotten all these obligations and they put them up here on the table. And they say, now, we've got $500 million worth of government obligations up here on the table. We're going to write bonds secured by those government obligations. And there are all kinds of them. There are stripes and tigers and cats. Have you ever heard those names? CATS stands for Certificate of Accrual Treasury Securities. And a CATS bond worth $1,000 is issued by one of the big wirehouses, maybe Merrill Lynch, I'm not sure. At any rate, that CATS bond with $1,000 is collateralized by government obligations. It's as good as gold, but it's just written by a private company. All I'm suggesting here is that you could take a bigger note, create smaller notes, and secure those smaller notes by that bigger note. Number 5, sell the income from a note. Now this to me is really creative. If I've got a note here that you owe me $12,000, payable 1% per month, every month I'm getting in how much from that $12,000 note? Getting in $120, aren't I? Every month I get $120, just like clockwork. Now let's say that today was the 17th of July. And next week after next, on August 1st, I'm going to be due $120 from you. But I'm short of money right now. So I need to borrow some money from someone. I got this $120 coming in 2 weeks. Would anyone give me $110 for that? Maybe. 100? Maybe. 90? For sure? You see? But wait a minute, my need is for more than $90 or $100. Actually, I need $1,000. Would you give me $1,000 for the next 12 payments? I don't know. You're going to want to know more. Who's the maker of the note? So on. When's it due? How strong is it? Can you see how you can take the amount of money that you need and you can, in effect, sell enough interest payments to cover that? You got some money coming in on a note right now? You determine how much cash you need and sell the interest from the note that you're receiving. Well, the effect of doing that is to leave the note intact, right? You may be due interest payments for the next 5 years, and you're only going to sell 2.5 years of them. That means that once that person gets those 2.5 years, then they start coming back to you, and at the end of 5 years, that note's going to be worth whatever it is, $10,000, $12,000. Is that clear? Sell the interest payments that you're receiving on a note. Aren't you really selling a stream of income? What is the present value of $1 to be received every month for the next 20 years? Going to depend on how much of an interest rate you're looking for. It's going to depend on how strong you are, but you can certainly figure it out. We're talking about the same thing here. Sell a stream of income, and you can sell whatever you need. You could sell 1 payment. You could sell 25 payments.
All right, let's recap Chapter 8. You learned how creative real estate financing allows you to buy property when you have little or no cash. It can also circumvent the problem of needing to go to a bank or savings and loan to borrow money when you have little or no credit. Some excellent sources for creative financing are sellers, the property itself, investors, partners, tenants, and real estate agents. The techniques you learned are not cast in stone. They are meant to stimulate your creativity. They can be expanded, contracted, and used in combination. Refer to your Creative Options Grid or COG chart to learn which techniques will work best in certain situations.
Making money with options. If any of you in this class or listening to this course right now do not have a home, there is no reason why you should not own your own home through an option technique, no money down, within the next 90 days. Absolutely no reason. This is one of the most powerful techniques today, given our economy and given interest rates, that there is. And you don't need cash to do it. I want to spend a little time talking about options because I think they're that powerful. First, let's talk about how an option works. An option is a contract. Now, you know that a contract between two people is nothing more than an agreement to do or not to do a particular thing. An option contract, though, is what we call a unilateral contract because it is not binding on both parties. A sales contract is a bilateral contract. It's binding on both parties. If the seller doesn't sell, buyer can take him to court and make him sell. If the buyer doesn't buy, the seller can make them buy, or at least they forfeit their deposit. But here we've got an option contract. Here's the seller, here's the buyer. If the buyer doesn't want to buy, the seller can't do anything. But if the seller doesn't want to sell, the buyer can force the seller to sell. That's what an option contract, how it works. One-sided, binding only on the part of the seller. It would appear on the surface that an option contract then really favors whom? The buyer. It sounds like it really favors the buyer. But if you understand all of the benefits of an option contract, you'll see how it favors both parties, I think, equally. Number one, let's take a look at the benefits for the seller. We call the seller the optionor. First, they can generally get a top price for their property, sometimes a very top price. And if it's a long option, sometimes maybe beyond the market value range. Number two, any option money that the seller gets is tax deferred. Whew, boy, that's a big one. Can you imagine a 60-year-old man trying to give a child a property, an expensive property, and giving his child the right to make option payments on that property for 20 years and not having to pay tax on any of the money that he or she receives? It'd be a tremendous advantage, wouldn't it? And by the way, when you die, property goes to your heirs on a stepped-up basis. It's a great way around tax problems. Money is tax deferred. Let me give you an example. If I option your home and I give you $600 a month, 300 of it to apply toward the purchase price, and the other 300 of it rent, only $300 is taxable to you as the seller. The other 300 is tax deferred until I either exercise my option or walk away. Number three, if I'm buying your property on a lease option, you as the seller still own it, don't you? Therefore, you get the tax benefits of investment property ownership. Number four, you think you've got to worry about late payments as a seller? No, if a buyer is buying your property under the terms of a lease option, they're going to make every single payment on time because they don't want to be faced with the possibility of losing the property. The benefits go on and on and on. They're summarized for you here on the bottom of page 9.2 and top of page 9.3. Look at the benefits for the purchaser. Well, number one, you're controlling property with a relatively small amount of money. Usually the option consideration is very small. So you've got control of the property for a small amount of money, and in the case of a lease option, you not only have control, you have what else? Possession. Thank you. You've got possession. Option consideration can be money, but it doesn't have to be. Let's go back to that timeshare you bought in Florida that you're kind of sorry you bought, or that recreational vehicle, or that mobile home. What about saying to the seller, look, I want to give you this $4,000 mobile home or trailer as option consideration to apply toward the purchase price? Nothing wrong with that if they take it. The summary of benefits to the buyer is on the middle of page 9-4. Another thing that I haven't talked about is number three, the property increasing in value. And finally, number four, the fact that the buyer also receives control and possession. I think we said that. Lease option, a personal residence. If you're looking for your first home, bigger home, nicer neighborhood, better school district, this might be a very good way to get that home. Keep the home you're living in right now if you own it and rent it out. When you talk to a seller about lease optioning their property, One thing you're going to find very consistent among sellers who are not particularly knowledgeable about our business, and that is the option that they're willing to give to you very seldom will exceed 1 year. I mean, you could pick 15 or 20 ads out of the newspaper where it says lease option and call them, and almost invariably they'll say they'll give you a year lease option on their property. Number two, very seldom will a seller ever allow you more than a 10% credit toward the option price, meaning that if you're paying $600 a month in rent, they very seldom will allow more than $60, certainly no more than $100 to apply toward the purchase price. Both of those are contrary to our goals as investors. Our goals in a lease option as investors are, number one, to get the longest option period we can. 10 years is better than 5, 5 is better than 2, and so on. And number two, to get as large a credit toward the purchase price as we can. So I want to talk now very briefly about ways to approach the seller to achieve our own goals, and yet in a way that's good for the seller. What I would say is, Mr. and Ms. Seller, I want to give you a little bit of money as option consideration. Now you've told me, and I'm going to use the overhead to illustrate this, you've told me that you want $60,000 for your property, you want $600 in rent, and you're willing to apply $100 toward the option price. Here's what I'm willing to do, for 1 year. I like the idea of optioning your property, and I think $60,000 is more than fair, as a matter of fact, because I want not 1 year, I want 3 years. I'm willing to give you, say $64,000 for your property. Offer them a little bit more. Now believe me, I'm plucking that from the air. Don't try to make any arithmetic sense out of that. Number two, I'm willing to pay you a higher rent than $600, but I want a greater credit. I'll pay you $700, but I want a $350 credit toward the purchase price. Now, Mr. Seller, if I walk away from this, you've gotten all that extra money in rent payment, and you get to keep that $350. So don't worry about it. I'm not going to walk away. As a matter of fact, I think that's a little bit of an advantage to you as a seller, to know that you want me to be locked in. You know, you thought it was a good deal when we negotiated the lease option. You don't want me to leave. So this is the way I would approach a seller. Maybe, just maybe, offer them a little bit higher price. Number two, offer them a higher monthly rent. Number three, ask for a greater credit. And number four, justify a longer option period by all of the things that we've just mentioned. Okay, back to our example where we're buying a personal residence using a lease option. What I suggested here is you're counter-offering the seller's proposal by saying you'll pay $700 a month as a rent payment, or as a rent option payment. You're expecting a $350 credit multiplied by 12 months. That's $4,200 a year. Well, if the seller is willing to give you a 3-year lease option, that means that you'll have accumulated $12,600 toward the $60,000 that you're going to owe at the end of 3 years. In other words, you'll have to come up with $47,400. Is that property going to go up in value 3 years? Probably. I don't know, but probably it will. Let's take a worst case scenario and say the property does not increase in value in 3 years. Would you want to walk away from it? Oh, I don't think so. You've got $12,600 at stake, don't you? Could you sell your option to someone else? Well, number one, the option would have to allow that. So if you're going to do that, you better start talking about it before the end of the option period. But let's say that 2.5 years had gone by, and you think to yourself, well, I've changed my mind about buying this property. I think I'll sell my option. You think you could get $12,000 for it? I don't. Could you get $1? Right? You see? Could you get $5,000? Probably. Can you see, even though 3 years is a long period of time, that it would be to your advantage to negotiate with the seller extra terms that would say, in effect, Mr. or Ms. Seller, I'd like to make this 3 years. And if by any chance, at the end of 3 years, I want to extend the option for another year, I can do it by paying $5,000. Oh, I don't want any credit for that. That's yours to keep. Well, you wouldn't start out that way. You'd ask for a credit, but would you be willing to give them $5,000 without getting a credit? Oh, I think so. You've got $12,600 you're trying to preserve there. So try to get an option to extend the option. Anytime you're working with option properties, get an option to extend the option if you at all can. Turn, if you would please, to page 9-9. Let's talk about subleasing income property for a profit. Let's take a situation where a seller owns a property and you think it would be a good rental property. The property, to make it simple, is on the market for $60,000, and the seller is saying, or I would lease option the property for $600 a month. And you're able to work out a plan with the seller where you get a 3-year lease option on the property for $600 a month. Maybe you agree to pay the seller $65,000 instead of $60,000, and you get a $300 a month credit. You're paying $600, you're getting a $300 credit toward the purchase price. If you sublet that property, in other words, leased it out to someone else for $500, would that be a bad deal? You're paying $600, you're leasing it out for $500, you're going into your pocket every month for $100. It would sound on the surface like it might be until you remember that you're getting a $300 a month credit. I wouldn't hesitate to do that, because even if it's only worth $500 to $550 right now, over a 3-year period, probably the rents are going to go up to maybe $625, $650. That, incidentally, is called a sandwich lease option. And you can make money doing that even with single-family homes. Well, let me throw another one out to you, another type of sandwich lease option. Is there anyone here in the room right now that owns a 6-unit or larger multifamily property? 6 units or larger. Could I ask you how large it is, sir? I got 1.6, I got 1.13. Okay. Let me put some numbers down. They may be right or wrong, but the gentleman says that he owns a 13-unit building. Let's say that the average rent that he's receiving on that is $400 a month. Okay, average rent $400 a month, which means that every month he's getting $5,200 a month in income, multiplied by 12 would be a $62,400 a year income. Let's assume further that it is being managed professionally by someone else. Could that be true, by the way? Is it? And they're charging 10% management fee? 7. Okay, let's plug that in. That means that every year this gentleman is paying $4,368 out of his gross income to someone to manage that property. If I were in his shoes, now I will not ask him whether he would do this, well, maybe I will, we'll see. That $62,400 then is being reduced by $4,368, which means that he is only getting $58,032 in income. If I approached him about leasing his property for $55,000 a year, I'll bet he might listen. Maybe. Would that have any interest to you, to be another $3,000 less than you're getting right now, but you get one check every month from me? He would probably listen. He might say, well, that's a little bit too much of a bath, $3,000. Maybe I'll do it for $56,000. Or maybe I'd say, look, I'll tell you what. I'll meet you halfway. I'll give you $55,000 a year to lease your property, and I'll agree to pick up any maintenance charge up to $100. Any one that occurs up to $100. What I'm saying to you is, can you see that if you would enter into a long-term arrangement like that, for example, 2 or 3 years, how it would be good for him because he gets a single check from you every single month. What's in it for you? You've got an immediate profit on that lease, sublease, of the difference between $55,000 and $62,400, which is $7,000. Number 2, you're going to have the benefit of any rental increases. You also have to bear the risk, though, of what? Any vacancy. Something to think about, especially if you can couple a sandwich lease technique with an option technique on larger properties. It's amazing how many people would be willing to do that. I certainly have got a couple buildings I'd think twice about doing it. Even be willing to take a couple $3,000 drop in my income to get rid of the worries of managing my managers and worrying about tenants. Opportunity there. Don't overlook that. Let's talk about protecting yourself with lease options. I'm on page 9-11. Anytime you enter into a lease option with someone for a year or longer, you need to record that option. Provides notice to the world that you have an option on their property. Could someone sell a property where there was a lease option on it? In other words, if I had a lease option on your property, could you sell that property? You sure could. Sure you could. But whoever buys it would buy it subject to the lease option that I have on it. This lets the world know that there is a lease option on it, and that would show up if there was ever any sale. Number 2, the right to sublease. Whether you plan on living in the property yourself or whether you're going to sublease it, give yourself that right. Number 3, the right to assign. If you change your mind about exercising your option, you may want to give someone else the right to take over your position. So give yourself that right. The right to extend. This is like an option within an option. This is what I was talking about a moment ago. If you've got a 3-year lease option, get at least one extension period of a year if you possibly can, even if it means giving up a couple of $1,000s, maybe even $5,000, non-refundable money that won't go toward the option price. At least it'll preserve your position. You never know what's going to happen. Residential lease with option to purchase. In your legal forms portfolio, there is a lease option agreement. And this section goes over that lease option agreement, which begins with a form on page 9-15. It goes over it in detail. Before you enter into a lease option, make sure that you review that form and the accompanying notes.
Okay, let's recap Chapter 9. Options are one of the easiest and most powerful no money down strategies to buy property. Any option, if structured properly, truly benefits both the buyer and seller, a win-win situation. If you're currently renting, use an option to buy a home to live in. You can do it without cash or credit, and at the end of the option period, you'll be thousands of dollars better off than if you just continue to rent. Or use an option technique to purchase a rental house or multi-family property, then sublease the property to tenants in a sandwich lease option. Regardless of how you use them, lease options are powerful tools in your arsenal of no money down techniques.
Let's talk about negotiating now. I think this is fun. One of my favorite parts of the course and also one of my favorite parts of investing. And I will have to say coincidentally that I'm very aware that negotiating is the highest paying profession in the world. Isn't that interesting? Highest paying profession in the world. I used to think that whenever you were negotiating with someone that there always had to be a winner and a loser. And it took a lot of reading on the subject and a lot of studying for me to realize that that is not true. Both parties should leave the negotiation table feeling like they had met all of their needs in relation to the negotiation. In other words, they should both feel satisfaction about the outcome. I once read that people are successful in life to the extent that they are able to make other people like them and trust them. And I believe that. And whether that's true or not, it certainly is true in negotiation. You've got to establish trust and credibility with the other person. First thing I do, and I've said this several times, is to learn the other person's name and use it repeatedly. Try to determine what the seller's interests are. Get to know the seller a little bit on a personal basis. Establishing trust and credibility and establishing rapport with a seller is certainly enhanced by praising their property. As a matter of fact, the subheading a third of the way down the page on 10-2 says never criticize. Don't ever criticize anyone's property. Generally, people are aware of its faults. And if you criticize their property, all you're doing is tearing down that positive relationship that you've been trying to establish with them. Understanding and identifying the seller's needs. It's very important to try to do, but it's made more complicated because sellers generally don't act based on needs, they act based on wants, don't they? If you ask a seller what the seller needs for their property, they will really tell you what they want. Keep that in mind, not what they need, but what they want. And I think that there are a couple of statistics that will support what I'm saying. How else can you explain the fact that there are 2.3 television sets for every household in America, but less than one bathtub? Isn't that interesting? A true statistic. People buy based on wants and not based on needs. The more you can find out truly what the needs of the seller are, the more effective you're going to be in negotiating with them. I like to ask a seller what they're going to do with the cash, because I think by knowing that, it's going to help me do a better job of solving their problem. And if you ask a seller why they need cash, you're probably going to get one of three responses. One, an honest response. Well, I need the cash to buy another home. Or the other one was, well, it really doesn't matter, I just want cash. Or the third response sometimes is one of anger, and you're going to hear it. It's none of your business why I want cash. I just want cash. To each three of those responses, I would respond by saying, Mr. Seller, the reason I asked, I thought if I could learn a little bit about what your cash needs are, I could do a better job of solving your problem in a way that would be good for both of us. Anytime you're negotiating on real estate, your negotiations are going to center around 6 variables. Top of page 10-4. Always. Price, terms, closing date, down payment, monthly payment, and the personal property that's involved. All your negotiations are going to center around those areas. Educating the seller. A gentleman a moment ago asked me whether I had problems sometimes in using particularly sophisticated creative financing techniques with many sellers, and the answer is yes, I do. First, because many sellers are not educated. Secondly, some sellers aren't very bright. But probably more commonly, they have a lot of misunderstandings about how real estate works. I mean, you've heard that, where a seller says, well, my cousin's wife's aunt's brother had a situation where he took back a mortgage, and do you know the seller never, or the buyer never paid on that mortgage, and he lost everything. Well, you know that's wrong. But you can't say, oh, well, that's wrong, because what you're doing is disputing his wife's, uncle's, whatever, their word. So what I like to do is educate the seller by using third-party stories. Don't be a preacher, be a storyteller. Mr. Seller, you know, I used to think exactly that same thing, and it's funny, I was talking to an attorney the other day, and he said I was wrong. I'm not saying the seller's wrong, am I? He said I was wrong. He said that here's how it really works. Use third-party stories in your negotiation. Negotiation checklist. There's a lot of things in negotiation that are small points to be made that I have summed up here in this checklist. And before I get into it, I want to share one other thing with you about negotiation. But remember this, anytime you've got a lot of points that you're trying to keep track of or remember, you need a list to refer to. This is my list, and yet I still refer to it before I enter into negotiations with someone. They're reminders to me of things that I need to be sure and remember. What I started to say is when you are accompanying a broker to present an offer at a seller's home, or when you're going by yourself, I want to tell you about how to present an offer. If you're going with a broker because you have written in the contract, buyer reserves the right to accompany broker to present offer, I generally drive my own car. I don't ever go into the property in advance of the broker. I always wait for the broker to get there. Then we go in together. When I get into the owner's house, I will generally say to the owner whether I have met him or her before, whether I have seen the property with him or her before. I always will say, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I wonder if you could do me one more favor. Would you mind taking me around the house one more time and showing me the things that you like most about the property? What you're doing is giving yourself a chance to kind of be comfortable with them and them with you. And you're also giving yourself a chance to see the property one more time, but mainly you're trying to get comfortable with that person. Then when we get back to a place where we can talk about my offer, I will tell the seller, Mr. and Ms. Seller, your broker here was kind enough to allow me to come with him to present this offer, showing you why I think it's good for both of us and some of the points that I think are important. Now, the broker wasn't being kind at all, was he? I'm there because I insisted in the contract that I should be there. But the seller's not aware of those subtleties. So what I'll do is say, Mr. Seller, I only want to take 5 minutes of your time, and I'll take off my watch and put it on the table to show them that I am very conscious about time. And then I proceed to explain my offer. I believe so strongly in presenting a contract from the bottom up. Get rid of all of the small contingencies before you get to the big offer, and that is what you're willing to pay for the property. You see, a major yes to an offer is nothing more than a series of minor yeses. That's why in all of my contracts I will put in what I call non-essential contingencies. Things that I don't really want, things that I don't need. They're there for one reason: to negotiate away in order to get something that I really do want. An example of that would be a low interest rate, or a seller to take a mortgage over a long period of time, or a seller to paint every room in the house, or as I did a year ago when I bought a property, seller to warrant the appliances for a period of 1 year. And this fine guy, he really was a sweetheart and a bright guy, he looked at me, he said, "Why in the world would you expect that? You know, sometimes you got an angel on your shoulder." And I said, I don't know what kind of use the appliances have had. I know they're working right now, but I said, I don't know whether they're going to be working tomorrow or a month from tomorrow. I just thought it was fair to ask you to warrant them for 1 year. He said, "Well, that sounds fair to me too," and he did it. He agreed. I bought a property 3 or 4 weeks ago. One of the non-essential contingencies, or two of them that I put in there, was that the seller would leave all of their outdoor patio furniture and would leave a hide-a-bed sofa. Well, I didn't want those things. I ended up getting them because I didn't have to negotiate away. That's a classic with all good negotiators. Put things in that you don't want, you don't expect to get, you don't need, gives you something to negotiate away. When I'm presenting a contract to the seller, I will say, "Mr. Seller, Miss Seller, I have down here that you're willing to leave the washer and dryer. By the way, I just did that on a piece of property. I ended up getting the washer dryer. Am I right on that?" And the seller is going to say yes, no, or maybe. Whatever he says, you say, "Fine, let me make a note of that." Secondly here, I was wondering, would you consider leaving the drapes in the living room? Oh, you wouldn't? Okay, well, let me strike that out. You proceed through all of these minor contingencies, if you will, please, trying to get yeses as much as you can until you come to the final offering price. And what you do at that point in time is say, "Well, Mr. and Miss Seller, here's what I've got in mind." You hand them the contract and say nothing. It's amazing. Silence can be deafening. I know you've heard that before. People sometimes feel a compulsion to talk. I've had a seller look at a contract and he'll say, and has said to me, "I believe there's a typographical error here," one said. Another one says, "You've got to be kidding." "No, Mr. and Miss Seller, that's what I feel like I can do." Is that cast in stone? Does that show you're totally inflexible? No. What you're saying, you're couching your words, but what you're saying is, "Here's my initial offer." If a seller's got a property on the market for $100,000 and you offer a seller $68,000 and the seller looks at the contract and says, "I'll take it," how are you going to feel? Good. You're going to feel like you paid too much, aren't you? Aren't you going to spend the rest of your life wondering what would have happened if you'd offered $58,000? You see? You don't ever want the seller to take your first offer. If you did, you've paid too much. Let's go over this negotiation checklist. Number one, deal only with flexible sellers and sellers whose properties have favorable existing financing, or sellers who you think have a situation that would lend themselves to your buying their property creatively. You can determine that through that list of questions that I gave you to ask the seller over the telephone. Number two, establish credibility and a friendly rapport with the seller. Number three, make sure all the owners are present. That's one that you can frequently overlook. You want to present an offer and you call the property and a woman answers and she says, "I'm sorry, my husband's out of town. Come on over and present the offer." The husband says, "My wife's out of town on a business trip. Come on over and present the offer. I make all the decisions." No, make sure both of them are together. Present offers in person, not over the telephone. It's so easy to get lured into disclosing what you have in mind over the telephone. You call the seller to make an appointment and say, "Mr. Seller, Miss Seller, I want to come over and see you about making an offer on your property." And the seller says, "Oh, really? What do you have in mind?" And you feel obligated to tell them something. Or you say, "Well, I don't want to tell you anything till I get over there." And they say, "Well, there's no reason to have an appointment if we don't know what you're going to bring in." What I tell them is very simple. It's memorized. So much of this stuff is rote. You do it over and over again, and it becomes easy to remember. Mr. and Ms. Seller, it's a little bit complicated and difficult to explain over the telephone. I think it'd be a lot easier in person. That's all I tell them. Number 5, make sure all offers are in writing. A verbal offer in real estate is not worth the paper it's not written on. Number 6, don't overly criticize the property. In fact, praise the property. Now, sometimes what I will do, if there's a lot of work to be done, is I'll go through with a pad and pencil and make notes. I mean, the people know what I'm looking at, cracks in the ceiling, windows that are broken, toilets that are broken. I'll make notes, and they'll see that I'm aware of the faults. Do not use fear words. Instead of talking about a contract, for example, talk about the paperwork. A contract is a fear word. You know, when you sign something in legalese, that's called executing a contract. Did you know that? Can you imagine using that word with a seller? Would you mind executing the contract? Much better to say, Mr. and Ms. Seller, just signify your approval of on the bottom there of the paperwork. Or show your approval by signing your name. This is number 8. Present your offer from the bottom up. That's what I was telling you a moment ago. Discuss contingencies before you mention your offering price. Number 9, always make offers at uneven figures. This is powerful. Offer 8.7%, for example, instead of 9%. The seller may think you have a specific reason for doing so. That works. If a seller has a property on the market for $100,000 and you're going to offer $78,000, don't do that. Offer $78,455 for it. Make offers at uneven figures, only because the seller may think that you have a reasonable basis for making that offer. If you're offering a low interest rate, state it in dollars rather than as a percentage. $50 a month interest on a $10,000 mortgage sounds better than 6% interest, doesn't it? I'll pay you $50 a month interest. If it's a very small figure, make it a quarterly payment. What if you were going to be ridiculous and thinking about 3% interest? Well, 3% of $10,000 is $300 a month, $300 a year, isn't it? That's $25 a month. You'd be a lot better off in that case to say quarterly interest payments of $75. Get the idea? Never give a seller more than 24 hours to accept an offer. You give them longer than that and they can think about accepting it and then have remorse. They can shop it around. Don't do that. Very short period of time. Use third-party stories to overcome seller ignorance. As I said earlier, it's much better to be a storyteller than it is a preacher. Remind the seller that peace of mind and mental relaxation will come once the property is sold. You think it's easy to sell property? It isn't, especially if you're living in it. Anytime someone's got a property on the market for sale, whether they're living in it or not, there is always stress and anxiety connected with selling that property. So you might acknowledge that. Mr. and Ms. Seller, I know when you take my offer, you're sure going to feel a lot of mental relaxation about it. Number 14, if tension develops, be calm and temporarily change the subject. I've had sellers become angry. Here's a stock phrase that I give a seller. Memorized. Consider using it. Mr. and Ms. Seller, believe me, I wasn't trying to make you angry. I want to buy your property. I wasn't trying to make you angry. I want to buy your property. Change the subject if it becomes too bad. Mr. Seller, oh, I know how you feel. By the way, do you mind if I trouble you for a glass of water? Do you mind if I use your bathroom? Number 15, when possible, blame your inflexibility on someone else. Let your attorney, for example, be the bad guy. We talked about that a little bit. Blame it on someone else. Not my fault, it's my partner's fault. Number 16, you don't have to do all the talking. You can be a good listener. After you've made an important negotiating point, be quiet. The silence can be deafening. I heard a national speaker once, maybe I mentioned this to you before, illustrating empathy. Did I talk about that? Who was in front of a large audience, and all of a sudden he paused like this, and he stared out in front of this audience of 1,000 people, and for what I estimate was 25 or 30 seconds, he said nothing. He just looked out at the audience. And naturally, everyone in the audience thought he had what? forgotten what he was going to say, and they were uncomfortable for him, and people started squirming in their chairs and looking at other people. He was illustrating how everyone has empathy for a fellow human being, and that's true. You get in more trouble by saying the wrong thing than you do by saying nothing. Kind of an interesting experiment if you're ever talking with someone and you want to prove that point. When they get through speaking, you count slowly in your mind to 5, about 5 seconds. Just say to yourself, not out loud, but 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. You'll never get to 5. Most people are so uncomfortable with the silence that they'll immediately pick up again. You could go for days and never have to say a word. Number 17, don't fall in love with a piece of property. There are no cul-de-sacs. There are no beautiful oak trees. There are no bay windows. There are net operating incomes, aren't there? That's what we buy, net operating incomes. Number 18, let the seller know that you're looking at other properties. Boy, here is a favorite learned response of mine. Mr. and Ms. Seller, I'm looking at another property, and frankly, I like yours better. What's that, an emotion? Like? But the other one makes more sense. The thought being that a seller may fear that you're going to come to your senses and forget about your emotional feelings and go with the, go with the arithmetic, go with the statistics. Let me say it again. Mr. and Ms. Seller, I'm looking at another property, and frankly, I like yours better, but the other one makes a lot more sense. A way to try to get them off dead end. Number 19, if it appears that there can be no agreement, then leave the paperwork and give the seller the option to contact you by a certain time that day. I told you, always make sure you leave your telephone and your address in any offer. What I say to the seller, Mr. Seller, if I've reached the limit on my negotiating, Mr. and Ms. Seller, this is as far as I feel like I can go on your property. I feel like it's fair, and let me leave the paperwork with you. If you decide that you want to change your mind, call me by 10 o'clock tonight. Otherwise, I'm going to have to proceed in a different direction. That's what I tell them. The multiple offer concept. This is an offer, or this is a technique, rather, that Marlon Reed, one of my successful challengers, used here, I believe in the Chicago area, although he was from Virginia Beach. I'm not sure where he used it. But at any rate, that's the multiple offer concept. Here it is in a nutshell. A property is on the market for $100,000. It has a $50,000 mortgage. The seller is looking for $50,000 in cash. What you do is copy 3 of my offer forms in the legal forms portfolio. Take one of those forms and you put the property address, the seller's name, and all of the information that is going to be on all 3 forms. Then what you do is, once you've done that, you make a Xerox or a Xerox copy of the one form, so now you've got 3 forms exactly alike that have the seller's name and the property address on it, and then you proceed to make out 3 separate offers. I usually will take a red crayon or a red pencil and put in the upper right-hand corner offer number 1, circle it, number 2, circle it on the second page, and number 3 on the third. The first offer may be $32,780 cash for the property, period. In other words, I'll take over the $50,000 loan and I'll give them $32,000 cash, not $50,000 that they wanted. Offer number 2 may be $5,000 cash with the seller carrying back a $35,000 mortgage at 7.8% interest. You see the uneven figures? But the second offer, my point is going to be a combination of cash and notes. Offer number 3, you're going to write out will be, and I'm just pulling this thing out of the air, maybe that you're going to pay the seller the full $100,000 for their property. But you're going to ask the seller to take back 2 mortgages, a second mortgage and a third mortgage. By the way, this is kind of creative. We haven't even talked about this. The second mortgage will be for $40,000, payable at 8.2% interest, interest only. The third mortgage will be a $10,000 mortgage, payable principal and interest at 15%. The blended interest rate, by the way, on that whole thing might be somewhere a little bit over 9%, but it can be attractive for a seller to see one mortgage with what appears to be a fairly current interest rate on it of 8.6% or whatever I said, and here's another one, 15%. That 15% third mortgage for $10,000 is almost like getting $10,000 cash at close, many sellers think. That's what a multiple offer is, giving them 3 choices. The idea being that if you give them 3 choices, there's a good chance they'll take one. If you give them one choice, almost certainly they're going to counteroffer and come back with something else. The problem, if there is any problem with these multiple offers, is that some sellers will look on them as menus. And the seller will say, well, I like that 15% note on number 3, like the cash on number 1. You've got to get across to them the fact that it's an either-or situation. It's not a menu. They're not selecting 1 from Part A and 2 from Part B. Take it or leave it. That's what you're getting across.
Okay, let's recap Chapter 10. After a truly successful negotiation, both parties feel satisfaction about the outcome. To get to this point, you should establish a relationship with the other person. Learn to distinguish between their wants and their needs. Use third-party stories to educate or enlighten the seller about your position. Use the multi-offer strategy to give the seller several alternatives, and always use non-essential contingencies, something you don't expect to get or even want. So you'll have something you could give up in return for getting something you really do want. Your study of this whole area of negotiation will pay handsome rewards, because negotiation is the highest paying profession in the world.
Making the offer. I don't ever want to be accused of telling any of my students not to use an attorney. As a practical matter, I seldom do need an attorney, I feel, because I am comfortable with real estate law and in filling out all of my own contracts. I've used an attorney probably on fewer than 10 transactions. The most recent was where I bought an apartment building that was owned by a corporation. We were going to buy the stock of the corporation and then liquidate it. I felt then I needed an attorney. But if it's a pretty standard deal where a property is owned by an individual and I as an individual am buying it, then I usually do the contracts myself. But it doesn't matter whether you have an attorney or not. If you have one, you're going to need to know how to direct him or her. If you don't need one, then that means you fill in the paperwork yourself. Basic contract law, a little bit of an introduction. I said earlier that a contract was an agreement between two people to do or not to do a particular thing. Contracts do not have to be in writing. A real estate contract, however, does need to be in writing to be enforceable. Anytime you make an offer to someone to enter into a contract, that offer can be withdrawn anytime before acceptance. And there are real estate brokers that do not understand that. If I make an offer on your home and I say that that offer is going to terminate 1 week from now, I can call you up anytime in the meantime and withdraw my offer. Sometimes sellers don't know that. It's a good idea for you to say to a seller, Mr. Seller, I know it's Thursday afternoon and I've given you till 9 o'clock tomorrow night, Friday night, to respond to the offer, but I know I can withdraw it at any time. You could literally handwrite a contract between yourself and a seller of property. I mean, it'd be a mess, but you could do it. But because there are so many elements in every contract that are the same, lawyers, by the way, call that boilerplate, most contracts for real estate are pre-printed. This boilerplate is in every single contract you see. My contract is obviously pre-printed. The difference is it is pre-printed to favor the buyer rather than the seller. 95% of the contracts that are written in this country today are written to protect the seller. Mine happens to not be one of those. It is written to protect you, the buyer. From time to time, I will have people contact me and they'll say, wait a minute, brokers are so vehemently against your contract in my area that I find it's hard to overcome their negativity. Or lawyers don't like your contract. And I respond by telling them there's nothing magic about my contract. If you want to use your local board contract, fine. Just make sure that the important points in my contract that make it a buyer's offer are put into the contract you're using. That's what's important. Whatever you're not able to get into the contract itself, in terms of all the conditions of sale, and by the way, when we make offers to sellers and we're talking about some of these creative techniques, some of them require a great deal of space to explain. If there's not room in the contract to do that, we use a blank piece of paper, attach it to the contract. That is known as an addendum. The addendum becomes a part of the contract when it's signed by both buyer and seller. Now, beginning on page 11-3, there are two sample contracts, or two examples. Example number one is not simple. It is complicated. But I guarantee you, if you will spend an hour or two studying that example, you will learn so much about how to make offers that are not simple, offers that are more complicated. I'd suggest you sit down with my book. I'm not going to go over it now with the tapes. Sit down with my book, a pencil, a paper, and a little calculator, and follow through. It's very easy to understand, but it is not simple. A lot can be learned by studying it. But example number two, which begins way over on 11-14, is simple and straightforward. And I have to believe that if you will study these two examples and how the offers are written on the accompanying offer forms next to the samples, next to the examples, you could write almost any offer that might come up.
Okay, let's recap Chapter 11. You learn that many people have misconceptions about real estate contract law, that real estate offers must be in writing to be enforceable, and that any offer may be withdrawn before it's accepted. The real estate contract included in your course is truly a buyer's offer form. Use it where possible. Spend some time studying the examples in this chapter, and you'll improve your understanding of how to write an offer to present to a seller. You'll also know how to make sure that you're totally protected in your offers.
Simplified property management. You've just purchased your first investment property. I don't care whether it's a single-family home or whether it's a 12-unit apartment building. You've got to make a decision on whether you want to manage that property yourself or whether you want to have it professionally managed. The answer to that question should not come from weakness. You should not decide to let an outside property manager professionally manage that property because you don't know how to do it. It is so important that you understand the property management business, and that's why we have this section in my course. Now, once you understand the business, then you might elect to have an outside person do it, and if that's the case, you're going to be much better able to supervise his or her activities knowing property management than if you didn't. I think if you were to stop 100 people on the street and you were to say, what is the worst part about real estate investing, they would respond to a person by saying property management. Because most people assume that property management means that you're going to get calls at night, you're going to get calls that interrupt Sunday dinner, you're going to get constant complaining from your tenants, and it doesn't have to be that way, believe me. Problems with property management are not a function of the business. They're a matter of education. And I'm going to give you enough education in this chapter so you won't have to put up with those problems. Why would you even think about letting an outside property manager manage your properties other than the fact that you don't know how yourself? Well, one of the reasons is because you heard Carleton Sheets say that you can make an awful lot more money with your mind than you can with your hands. And that's true. And management is basically a hands-on responsibility. If you were to hire an outside property manager, you're probably paying him the equivalent of maybe $20 an hour. And while $20 an hour ain't hay, believe me, you can make a lot more money than that investing in real estate. But if you do manage the properties yourself, sometimes that $20 an hour that you're not having to pay can be the difference between a break-even and a negative cash flow, or a break-even and a positive cash flow. And of course, as I said earlier, you're going to become familiar with the responsibilities of management. I've got a subheading here that says structuring tight tenant leases, and I think that's so important because I know, and you do too if you have rental properties, that tenants are like children. I mean, you give them an inch and they'll take a mile. So you've got to make sure that they understand where the line is drawn. And if they cross that line, they're going to have a problem. What is that line? It's the terms of the lease. To begin with, I will always pass on a portion of the maintenance costs to the tenants. Anytime they move into my property, they are faced with paying the first $25 to $100 of any repair bill. This applies to apartments, it applies to single-family homes. $25 is more typical, but on some high-priced properties I've got, I'll get $100. That should be pointed out to them, by the way, at the time they rent from you. A rent payment incentive and penalty system. I was attending a real estate seminar some time ago where we were talking about rent control and how to get around it, and I realized that I never would be faced with rent control, or at least I hoped I wouldn't, but it occurred to me as they were explaining this technique that it might work anyway. And here was the technique. They said if you're in a rent control area and you're not permitted to raise your rents, or if you think rent control is going to take place in your area, all you do is set the rents $100 higher than you want to charge, and then give the tenants a discount of $100. And what you can do each year is lessen the discount. So the first year it's $500 minus 100 is $400. Well, in a rent control area, you may not be able to raise your rents next year, so what you do is lower your discount. Next year it's $500 minus $75 discount. Well, I got thinking about this in my mind, and I decided that this might be a good way to make sure tenants paid on time. This has been about 8-10 years ago. So I went back and I immediately put this into effect in some of my properties, and it worked wonders. I decided that I would write the lease up for $100 more than I really wanted to get, and that if tenants would pay by the 5th of the month, they'd get a $100 discount. Well, bad checks stopped. People started paying their rent on time. It's worked beautifully. So the lease that is included in your real estate legal forms portfolio already has that built into it, that the rent is so much a month. But time is of the essence. If rent is paid by the 4th or the 5th of the month, then a $100 discount will apply. Getting a 13-month stream of income from a 12-month lease. In every newspaper you pick up, there are always rooms for rent. As a matter of fact, I think today boarding houses, and I'll just throw this out, I think boarding houses represent a wonderful opportunity. Well, not boarding houses, because that would connote food is being served, but rooming houses. But rooming houses are available generally on a weekly rental. They cater to transients. You might do that with your own apartments. You might find people that can't afford to pay $400 a month, but they can't afford to pay $100 a week. And it's funny that the man on the street or the woman on the street thinks that those equate, don't they? $400 a month, $100 a week, same thing. Well, it's not. $100 a week is $430 a month because there are 4.3 weeks in every month. So you might find people that are willing to pay weekly, and in doing that get a whole extra month's income. Probably 5% of my properties are rented that way right now, maybe 5. Incidentally, if you're going to offer those people a discount, I would try to get them to pay every 2 weeks rather than every week. And if they're paying every 2 weeks, I would have the rent come due by Friday at 5 p.m. and give them the discount if they will pay by the following Sunday at 5 p.m. If it goes beyond the Sunday after the Friday, the discount will not apply. The rent due date. This is vitally important. The rent due date should always be on the 1st of the month. I bought a 90-unit apartment building once where the owner of that apartment building literally had rents coming in every single day of the month. I mean, he was a professional rent collector. It made no sense at all to me, and I guess it was my first introduction to the fact that not all people understand good property management techniques, even if they're wealthy and own big buildings. Now, let me give you another absolute of mine, a policy. No one ever moves into any of my properties until they have paid a full month's rent, a security deposit, and their check is cleared. Now, having said that, let me clear up what could be some confusion in your mind, because obviously, if someone moves into one of my properties on the 28th of the month, there's only 4 days left in that month, isn't there? 28, 29, 30, and 31, if it's a 31-day month. So what I'll do is this. Let me use the overhead to explain. They're moving in on the 28th of the month. There are 4 days. I'm going to charge them, let's say my rent is $310 a month. I'm going to charge them from the 28th of the month that they moved in all the way until the 28th of the next month. It's a whole month. In addition, of course, they will have paid a security deposit. Now, on the 28th of the next month, let's assume it's a 31-day month, I will have them pay the 4 days that are due. 4 days, if the rent's $310 a month, that's $10 a day, right? So 4 days would be 4 times 10, $40 they would owe. So they pay $310 when they move in. 1 month later, they're going to pay $40, and then on the first of the following month, they got to pay $310 again, and every month after that. no matter when anyone moves into my property, if it is after the first of the month, I always begin the lease on the first of the following month. And that way you can pick up some extra time. If they move in on the 2nd of April, my lease will not begin until the first day of May, for whatever period it's going to be. If they move in on the 30th of April, it's still going to begin on the 1st of May. So it's a way to pick up a little bit of extra time. Now, when someone moves into my property, I like to get a last month's rent where local custom or local economics will allow it. And I guess it doesn't come as a surprise to you if your rent's $500 a month and your last month's rent $500 and your security deposit's $300. There are not a whole lot of people that come in off the street that have $1,300 to rent an apartment. So what my managers are instructed to say is, if you will pay the first month's rent of $500, the security deposit of $300, I've been authorized to take the last month's rent spread out over 4 months. We'll finance it over 4 months, interest-free. And so they will then pay 1/4 of that last month's rent the first of the month for the next 4 months. Security deposits on page 12-6. A security deposit really shouldn't be called a security deposit. It should be called an indemnification deposit. Because a few years ago, the IRS deemed that security deposits are nothing more than prepaid rent and must be treated as income in the year received. Well, I think that's baloney. They're not really income to me until the tenant has either forfeited it or a part of it. So, on consultation with an attorney, I determined that we could call it indemnification deposits, meant to indemnify the landlord. You don't even need to make a note of this because the lease that I use in your real estate legal forms portfolio shows it as an indemnification deposit, not a security deposit. But if you would talk to the average investor on the street, the ma and pa investor, and you say, what sort of security deposit do you charge? They will almost always say, why, the same amount as the month's rent, of course. 99% of ma and pa investors around the United States charge the same amount for a security deposit as 1 month's rent. And that is the mark of a rank amateur. People are very predictable in their behavior. If you take 100 names out of the telephone directory and you'd randomly send those 100 names a telegram, and all the telegram said is congratulations, 95 out of 100 people would think they'd done something to deserve that telegram. That's true. You charge 100 tenants a security deposit equal to a last month's rent, and 95 out of 100 will think they have done nothing more than pay what? Another month's rent. And if they think that, they're going to use it as rent. So it should be different. It can be higher, it can be lower, but the security deposit should always be different. A positive tenant relationship program. I want to comment quickly about this, and that is that you need to establish as much of a relationship with your tenants as you can. Remember them at Christmas, remember their birthdays, give them a little plant. I've done everything. I've given turkeys for Christmas. This most recent year, I gave a gift certificate from a local supermarket to all of my tenants. Do something to make them think you're thinking about them. It's a small amount to pay to keep a qualified tenant, believe me. Evicting tenants on page 12-8. If a tenant has not paid their rent by the 5th of the month, you know that they're in trouble. Why? Because they don't get the discount if they don't pay by that time. When you talk to a tenant about the 5th or the 6th of the month about why their rent hasn't been paid, invariably they'll say to you, well, I'm running a little bit late, I'll have the rent for you in a couple of days. If you go back in a couple of days and they give you the same story, I finally learned a few years ago one thing that I should have discovered earlier, and that is this. If on the 10th of the month the tenant does not have the current rent for the month at hand, without the discount I'm talking about, then why do I believe that 20 days later that tenant's going to have 2 months' rent? It just doesn't work that way. So when they're behind in their rent, by the 10th day, it's time for you to do something about it. And here's what you should do. Here's what you could do. Number one, you could legally evict them. You could go down to your courthouse, and in Florida, I would get a writ of possession After I had posted a 3-day notice to the tenant, I'd get a writ of possession. Then a couple of weeks later, I'd get a writ of eviction. And then if they don't leave, a sheriff would come out and remove all of their belongings. It's expensive and time-consuming. In Florida, which is one of the best states for a landlord, I can accomplish that in about 19 to 21 working days. In some states, of which Illinois is one, California is another, it could take you 2, 3, 4 months to get rid of a tenant, if then. So that's not the best way to go. Let's look at some other ways to evict tenants. And I only mention these because most of them are illegal, and someone's bound someday to tell you, oh, if you want to get rid of a tenant, all you do is take out their toilet for repair. Right? All you do is cut off their electricity, cut off their water. Or as an investor friend of mine said, take off their door. He said, I took off their door and then they put up a blanket. So he said, I went back and I knocked on their blanket. Don't do these things. You can get into trouble doing that. Trouble with the law, civil trouble with your tenants. What I would rather do would be to use my own eviction technique. I've immodestly called it the Carleton Sheets eviction technique. I'm sure other people have used it, other people have, or variations of it. But basically it works this way. If a tenant has not paid the rent by the 10th of the month, my manager or I would approach that tenant and say, look, someone is interested in moving in the property. You obviously have to move out. If you will agree to move out within the next couple of days, we will do 2 things. We will not turn your name in to the credit bureau, thereby will protect your credit. And number 2, we will not bring suit in court for the balance of the lease monies due. Take, for example, someone signed a lease for $500 a month. That's $6,000 a year. They've been in your property now for 6 months, so they have really only consumed $3,000 worth of that lease, haven't they? $3,000 remains outstanding. So what we're doing is threatening them really to take them into court and bring suit for that other $3,000. I will tell you, you don't stand a prayer in court. I don't know of a judgment that has ever been rendered in the case of residential properties giving a landlord unpaid rent money in case of breach of lease. But your tenants don't know that, or most of them don't. So the threat of taking them there is very real to them. As a matter of fact, could you bring them to court and sue them for the $3,000? Of course you could. Doesn't matter whether judgments have been rendered in your favor or not in the past or in landlords' favors. You could still do it. So those 2 promises are made. If they then say, I'm not going to get out, or if they say I'll be out and they're not out, you would go back to them and say, look, we will agree to do what we said yesterday or day before. And in addition, these people have to find a home. They need to move in immediately. If you will be out within the next 24 hours, we will pay you $100 or $200 or $300 to get out. I've even had my manager on one occasion go so far as to rent a truck to get the tenant's belongings out of the property. By the way, whose money are we using to pay them? Theirs, aren't they? Because they've given us a last month's rent, hopefully. They certainly have given us a security deposit. And even if I had to go into my pocket to pay someone to leave, I would, so I could get the property re-rented and start getting income coming in. That eviction procedure has worked very well for me. Only twice in my history of owning investment properties have I ever had to use an attorney. Only twice. And only 1 time of those 2 times did I ever go so far as to get a writ of eviction where a sheriff came out and had to actually physically move people out. Using fee-paid rental companies. I only mention this because fee-paid rental companies are out there. They cater to the needs of people who are looking for properties to rent. They are compensated by landlords, but if they can do a job of getting someone in your property for a couple $300, it may prove to be worthwhile. Selecting and negotiating with a property management company. Once you get to the point in time where you're ready to bring in outside professional help, then you need to interview 2 or 3 of them in order to make a determination. You're much better off getting recommendations from other investors in the area, and this would be the advantage, by the way, of the investment club that some of you may belong to here. Find out from other people who they use. Interview them. What commission do you charge? What % of gross income is charged for management? Do you charge an override on any repair or maintenance bill? Some companies I know will charge a flat 5%. Other management companies will charge $10 per repair bill. Number 4, does the property management company insist on listing the property for sale if you decide to sell during the period of the management agreement? I won't permit that. If I want to sell, I want to be able to determine who I'm going to use to sell that property for me or to sell it myself. Number 5, do they provide monthly or quarterly income and expense statements? Are they computerized? Would the company provide you with the names of 3 current customers or references? Would the company agree to a 60-day mutual cancellation clause? If I don't like you, property management company, I want to give you a 60-day notice, and I think the reverse is fair also. Once again, I think a checklist is very appropriate. There's a lot to remember in management. I've got all that I've talked about summarized here, plus some other things that I haven't even talked about. For example, number 1, don't let a tenant move into the property until the entire amount agreed upon has been paid and the check is cleared. The tenant should complete a condition and inventory checklist or a move-in, move-out form. You have both of them. That lets you know what is wrong with the property, if anything, that you may have overlooked. And also at the time the tenant leaves the property, then you bring out that old form that they filled out a year or 2 ago, and you draw their attention to the fact that they accepted the apartment in its condition at that point in time. That way they can't say to you, as they would like to do, oh, the apartment is much cleaner now than when I moved in. You've heard that, haven't you? Oh, there was dirt over there in the corner, there were weeds growing. Amazing. Tenants should be informed in writing that your insurance does not cover their personal property. They should get their own tenant insurance. Number 4, make sure that all rents are due on the 1st of the month. Number 5, if there are no drapes or curtains, don't supply them, an unnecessary expense. Believe me, if there are drapes or curtains, once they wear out or they're soiled or damaged, don't replace them. Number 6, provide an incentive for prompt payment by giving the tenants a discount if they pay their rents by the 4th or 5th of the month. Number 7, never show a vacant apartment or a home to a prospective tenant unless it's ready for occupancy. If a property is vacant for more than 2 weeks, consider a rental incentive like a microwave oven or a small color television set. If it's not rented in 15 days, I'll do that. You can buy a microwave oven now for $80, $90. I figure that every day that property sits vacant, if I'm getting $400 a month, it's about $13 a day. Number 9, tell the tenants you're willing to loan the appliances to them for the period of the lease, but are not responsible for any maintenance or repair. I generally don't do that. I will agree to pick up any maintenance or repair in connection with a breakdown of an appliance, provided the tenant has paid that first $25 that I mentioned to you earlier. An exception is where you get extra appliances that are not ordinarily supplied. Like, for example, I mentioned a moment ago that I will sometimes put in a non-essential contingency in a contract where I will ask that the owner leave a microwave, that the owner leave a washer dryer or a freezer that they might have in the garage. Well, if I end up getting that and then leave it in the property kind of as a little rental bonus for them, I mean, it makes it a little bit nicer, easier to rent, then I don't expect to have to pay for the repairs of that. They would. That just happened with a property I rented a couple of weeks ago. I got a washer dryer, I got a microwave oven, and I got a lawnmower, power lawnmower. I left all of that for the new tenant, but I'm certainly not going to keep it repaired. Number 10, the security deposit should be a different amount than the monthly rent. Number 11, consider a 15 to 18-month lease, even at a lower rent rate, to encourage tenants to stay longer. I didn't mention that before, but one day about 3 or 4 years ago, it occurred to me, why do we insist on 12-month leases? Why not 11 months and 28 days, or why not 13 months? What would be the advantage of a 13-month lease? It would give you something to advertise. Special discount for long-term lease. Oh, really? I saw your ad in the newspaper. What do you mean long-term lease? Well, if you sign a 13-month lease, we give you an extra $10 off. Number 12, keep good records on each individual home or unit. Note what your maintenance and repair costs have been last year and this year. Keep track of paint colors. And by the way, don't try to shop paint sales like I did early in my career. Get all of your paint from the same supplier, all the same color. That way you can touch up anytime a tenant moves out. With a problem tenant, sometimes a monetary reward for getting them out of the property is the best thing to offer. Give them a couple of $100 if they'll leave within 24 hours. Seek membership in your local apartment association or your local investment club. There's safety in numbers. Be around these people. They're motivational, they're educational. Obviously, if I'm trying to do nothing more than teach you how to buy your first home or a few small investment properties, this chapter on property management is going to be sufficient. But I've barely scratched the surface, believe me. If you're going to buy a lot of properties, and as you become more and more entrenched in the business of property management, you may decide you want a little bit of a better insight or a deeper penetration of the subject. And if that's the case, I've got a complete one-day management course, how to manage small properties easily and for fun and profit. And it's available through the Professional Education Institute if you decide you want a more in-depth treatment of the subject of management.
Okay, let's recap Chapter 12. Contrary to popular belief, property management need not be disruptive to your life. It doesn't even have to be a hassle. Even if you don't manage your own properties, you should at least know how to manage, so you're better able to supervise your manager. You should try to pass along part of the maintenance costs to a tenant by structuring a tight lease. Provide an incentive to your tenants to pay their rent on time by offering a sizable rent discount. Know when to employ a property management company, and it's important to develop a positive tenant relationship program. The management checklist in this chapter is powerful and should be reviewed often.
Let's talk now about how to make big profits from distressed properties. And they're there if you've got the patience to work with them, believe me. In fact, it's one of the fastest ways to make profits and to build equities is by buying properties below their market value. And that's really what we're trying to do with distressed properties. We're trying to buy them below market value. There are basically two types of distressed properties, and we're going to talk about them one at a time. The first one is the area of forced sales. I mean, if you talk to someone who's not familiar with real estate investing about distressed properties, I think they conjure up in their mind maybe a shell of a property they've seen where the roof's sagging and all the windows are broken out and a property in a total state of disrepair. Actually, when we talk about distressed properties, we're talking about properties frequently that need nothing more than a good cleaning and a good coat of paint and maybe a few broken windows replaced. When we're talking about forced sales, we're talking about sales that are forced either by circumstance, by law, or by the courts. An example of circumstance would maybe perhaps be a couple that are getting a divorce. And circumstances dictate the sale of that property quickly. It may be a low price. Courts. The courts dictate the sale, as in the case of a mortgage foreclosure. Or sometimes the law will dictate the sale, as in the case of drug-related property that has been taken by a federal agency. In fact, look at the second paragraph. The group of so-called forced sales would include conventional FHA, VA, and HUD foreclosures, tax sales, bankruptcy sales, government services administration spare property, and drug arrest acquired property, developer closeout sales and auctions, property taken back by corporations in connection with employee transfers. Boy, there's some good opportunities there. Civil judgment sales, IRS sales, probate sales, and estate sales. Many of the properties that are forced to be sold because of law or because of the courts are badly run down. But generally, it's a superficial rundown condition. They need only cosmetic improvements. The problem is when people can't afford to make their mortgage payments, for example, they can't afford to keep up their properties. Sometimes they will even abandon them in anticipation of foreclosure. And when that happens, then you've got pilferage and you've got break-ins, and that compounds the problem. Foreclosure sales. The foreclosure rate today is higher than at any time since 1929. And I've seen a lot of suggestions as to why that's the case. I've got a few thoughts of my own. As a matter of fact, if we would take away today all of the service-related jobs in the country that pay in the $3 to $5 or $3.50 to $5 an hour range, we would have one of the highest unemployments we've had in history. So many new jobs are low-paying service jobs. Number two, the stigma attached to bad credit today is not what it was 20 or 25 years ago. People just don't care. And I think the other reason is that sometimes in large metropolitan areas, because of declining neighborhoods, because of high taxation, people literally walk away from properties. If any of you have ever been in New York or been to New York recently, you will see abandoned buildings by the dozens where owners have just walked away from those properties. It's sad. Someone is going to have a good opportunity with those buildings. And if I knew it was going to be next year, I'd start buying them. My problem is, I think it may be 5 or 10 or 15 years before you can make a lot of money for those. One other reason that we've had high foreclosure rate is because of adjustable rate mortgages. People are attracted by the low rates today, not knowing what's going to happen in the future. Is there any one of you that think interest rates are going to be as low 5 years from now as they are now? I don't. I think they could be very, very high. And when that happens, we're going to see more and more foreclosures because people will not be able to afford the higher monthly payments. A lot of people think that lenders like foreclosure. I mean, here they've loaned money on a property. Supposedly there was some equity in the property. Now they're about to get that property back and they can make money. But believe me, nothing could be further from the truth. Lenders detest foreclosure. Let's talk about a mortgage. We've been talking about mortgages all day, and I don't know that I really have defined it well for you. If I loan you $1, you're going to say, oh, I'll pay you back, and I will probably remember that. I'll remember you owe me $1. If I'm going to loan more money to you than that, for example, $100, I might want to get an IOU from you. That IOU that you give to me that says, I owe you, Carleton Sheets, $100, is legal evidence of a debt. But what if I loaned $50,000 to you? You're going to give me an IOU, a $50,000 note that's legal evidence for a debt, but is that enough for me? No, because I'm afraid you may not pay, may not want to pay, may not have the ability to pay. So in addition to legal evidence for a debt, I want another piece of paper, and that other piece of paper is going to say mortgage on it. So I got two pieces of paper, one a note, promissory note, and the other one a mortgage. All a mortgage does is pledge real estate, generally real estate, as collateral for repayment of a debt. When people get into trouble making payments on a mortgage, the lender could bring suit under the terms of the note. They could, but generally they don't. Generally they foreclose and to get that property back. I'd like to illustrate for you verbally and on the overhead projector here how that foreclosure starts and how it works. Your mortgage payment is due, we'll say, on the 1st of the month. You don't make the payment. Generally, by the 15th of the month, you're going to get a letter through the mail from the lender that says, perhaps you have overlooked your monthly payment. You know, a real nice letter. We're sorry if that happened, but we sure would have, a real folksy way. We sure would appreciate your sending us a check, which you promptly ignore. So another 5 days goes by, and this one's a little bit stronger. Credit is important, they say. If you don't make your mortgage payment, you may ruin your credit. And then another 5 days goes by, and they haven't heard from you, and they send a stronger letter that says, if you don't pay, we will poison your water. What they do, usually on that third letter, is threaten legal action. And at some point in time, generally not during the first month, usually not during the second month, but sometime during the third month, they will contact a lawyer. That lawyer will write a letter to you, and the lawyer will say, if you don't pay by a certain date in the future, we will bring a foreclosure action against you. That date that they give you in the future to clear up those unpaid mortgage payments will include principal, interest, small attorney fees, and penalty interest. This date that they give you is known as the cure date. It is very easy to buy a property up until that point in time. Not only that, it is relatively inexpensive because large attorney fees have not been incurred. Once the cure date is reached, the attorney will commence foreclosure proceedings, file a suit in court, and papers will be delivered to you as the defendant, or the person who owns the property as a defendant. If you're going to buy a property during this period of time when the mortgage payments are in arrears, you're going to need the bank's permission. Even if the mortgage does not have a due on sale acceleration clause, you still need to get permission, because all mortgages are written that if the mortgage is more than 30 days late, the lender has the right to accelerate. So what you want to do is go to the lender and say, is it okay with you if I take over that mortgage? They're probably going to be delighted. You might say, does the mortgage have a due on sale clause? And if it does, you might say, what is going to be involved for me to assume the mortgage? How can I qualify? Get all of this cleared up with the lender. Go to the seller of the property, have a quitclaim deed made, get the seller to sign it, get the seller to notarize it, run it down to the courthouse, record it, and then immediately order insurance for the property. Don't forget the insurance. Why would you not want to do that? Well, you possibly may not want to do that because during that period when the seller is in arrears, they're having obvious financial problems. What are the two most important things for any human being to keep up with? Food and shelter, exactly right. So if they're having problems paying their mortgage payments, you better believe there are department stores that are not being paid, there are credit card companies, and there are professional people like doctors. So there's a chance that one of those companies or professional people could have put a lien on the property, and if that's the case, when you buy the property, the lien's still going to be on there. So at the very least, if you are going to buy property during this period of time, you want to have a title insurance company perform a preliminary title check on the property. Run a title check on the property to make sure there is no problem. They'll do that generally for $50 to $100. In California, they call it something else, and I understand the cost is $200 to $250. Would you ever consider leasing the property back to the owner that you bought it from? The answer is, in certain circumstances, yes. I know of one young couple, as a matter of fact, they attended one of my courses 4 or 5 years ago, both college educated. One lost their job because of a layoff, the other was ill, that's the reason they couldn't work. They fell into arrears on their mortgage. They would have been, I think, very good tenants. But sometimes the very reasons that caused the owner to be in default in the first place could come back to haunt you if they were tenants. So be very careful about that. By the way, when you're talking to a seller who is in arrears on the mortgage, don't ever loan the money. They'll ask you, but don't ever loan the money. Now, beyond this cure date, the cost to bring the mortgage current is going to be increased because of higher attorney fees. What happens if the property is in this period of time right here, or it has not quite gone into foreclosure? I'm going to mark that with an F. It's not quite reached the foreclosure stage where it's going to be sold on the courthouse steps, and the property is vacant and you'd like to talk with the owner, but you don't know how to get in touch with him. A couple of things. Number one, send a letter to the owner at that address. And by the way, you can find out who the owner is by looking up their name in the public records of the courthouse. The second thing you could do would be to put a letter in the mailbox. Make sure it's got a stamp on it so you won't be in violation of postal law. Put a letter in the mailbox there. Number three, try to slip a letter inside the property, maybe through a crack in the window or under the door. Number four, talk to the neighbors about anything they might know about where the owners have gone to. And finally, number five, look up in the telephone directory under the name of the owner and see if you can find other people with that last name. Now, if the name's Jones, you may be in trouble. But if it's an unusual name, you might find that they're related to the owner of the property. If you don't buy property during this stage, either because you don't know about it or because you're afraid of the liens that may exist on the property, like unpaid credit card bills and doctor bills, then your next opportunity in the foreclosure process is to buy it on the courthouse steps, because that's where properties are sold in foreclosure, on the courthouse steps. In fact, it's very interesting. I would encourage all of you to go to your county courthouse, find out when foreclosure auctions are being held, and go and view one of those auctions. You'll see a lot of professionals there. You'll see people that are there sometimes to deliberately drive up the price, or conversely drive down the price so that by not bidding, so that one of their cronies can buy the property. It's an interesting thing. Unless you are an absolute professional, unless you have time to personally look at every property that's going to be auctioned on the courthouse steps, my suggestion to you is go to view one of those one of those auctions as entertainment, not with an eye toward buying. You can get hurt if you're not careful. Which leaves the third area, and that is the area of REOs. Now, we spent a fair amount of time talking about buying properties from banks after foreclosure. And I would only remind you again that banks are going to be very flexible in price and or terms. Don't be afraid to ask. I'm all the way over on 13-9, government agencies that offer foreclosure opportunities. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, they insure the accounts of depositors in savings and loans, and when there is a savings and loan that becomes illiquid or goes under, the FDIC will administer any REO properties that they had. GSA, Government Services Administration. Excess government property is sold by the GSA, and so is much property that has been acquired through drug-related acquisitions. IRS. When the IRS seizes property, they'll sell it. Contact the IRS in Washington or your regional office for the frequency of their sales. The Treasury Department, same thing. County tax sales. When someone doesn't pay the real estate taxes owed on their property, the county will usually issue a certificate which is bought by an investor. The money that the counties get for these certificates is then used to pay the taxes. Each year, the certificate holder has the right to pay the taxes for a specified period of time depending on the state. In Florida, they can do it for 3 years. At the end of 3 years, the property is sold at auction. And the certificate holder who's paid these taxes for the last 3 years is just like anyone else. He or she can go to the auction and bid on the property, or they can sit back and do nothing. Either way, whoever buys the property is going to have to pay the certificate holder all of the money that they have paid for taxes plus 18% interest. Seems to me that the highest interest rate currently paid is Minnesota, and I may not be right on this, but it seems to me Minnesota goes up to 25 or 24% interest. 50 in Michigan? 50% in Michigan. What a tremendous investment opportunity. Even if you don't buy any of these properties at tax sale, check into these certificates in your own tax jurisdiction and find out how they work. The second area of distressed properties are rundown properties. These are properties that need superficial cosmetic improvements, and I'm sure you've heard someone say that if you're going to go to sell an automobile, spend $100 and have the automobile detailed. Steam clean the engine and clean the inside and wax the car, and for every $100 you spend, you'll probably get an extra $500 or $1,000 for it. And the same principle applies to rundown properties. Rundown properties that I'm talking about are properties where you can spend $1,500 to $3,000, and in doing so, get back a return of from $8,000 to $15,000. What kind of properties then should you choose? Properties that will respond quickly to the cosmetic improvements that I just described. Now, properties that fit this condition are deteriorated, they've got overgrown shrubbery, peeling paint on the house. By the way, I'm reading the first paragraph under that subheading, what type of property you should choose. Several windows may be missing from the garage. The ceilings in one part of the living room may be stained because of a small leak in the roof. The walls may be dirty, badly in need of painting. Kitchen and bathroom are filthy. I mean, I've seen properties like this that to an uneducated person are almost beyond belief. And yet I know that I can go in and put those properties in first-class condition for under $3,000. And in doing so, make $10,000 in the process. Do you do the work yourself? The answer is, if you've got time and if you enjoy that kind of work, there's nothing wrong with doing it. If you don't do the work yourself, don't hire a general contractor to do it. Rather, you hire the subcontractors. Now, any property that you buy that you do this cosmetic work to should not require a building permit. That is vitally important. If you need a building permit to do this work, then you're going to get the city involved, and when you do that, you're talking about running the cost way up. I'm talking about things that will not require a building permit. On page 13-12, the rubber stamp approach to fix-ups. Exterior improvements. The key word to describe what we're trying to do to the exterior of the property is to make it neat. And sometimes merely cleaning up the lawn and trimming the vegetation can do that. Number one, repair and improve the driveway. If it's cement, repair it, get the stains off of it. If it's asphalt, top coat it with an asphalt coating. Put mulch in around the shrubs. Number three, cut shrubs and trim trees. By the way, if the property you're working with is more than 20 years old and the shrubs are that old, rip them out and put in new shrubs. Nothing makes a property look older more than overgrown shrubs. Number five, mounding. That's kind of a new thing now. Out near the street, they'll put in dirt and they'll kind of mound and put in some bushes or shrubs. You've seen that? Particularly done with condominium and apartment communities, now being done more and more, at least on the perimeter areas, by some very nice single-family home developments. Put in plastic shutters. I just did that with a property, and I think the plastic shutters were, I don't know, 12 or 15 bucks each. Very inexpensive. Put in a new front door if the front door is not decent. New exterior lights. You can get inexpensive brass lights on sale at some of these massive home improvement stores. Like, do they have Home Depot in this area? They're major throughout some parts of the South and West, but you've all got them, no matter what they are. Get them on sale, put them in. They can really jazz up the exterior. Paint the trim in the garage door. Maybe you're going to have to paint the whole exterior, but at least do that. Interior. If the key word to describe the exterior is neat, the key word to describe the interior is clean. It should be absolutely spick and span. The four most important rooms in a house are the kitchen, bathroom, master bedroom, and living room, in that order. Four most important rooms in the house. If you can pay particular attention to those areas, you're going to get well repaid for your time and effort. Clean and vacuum and dust all the rooms. Wash the windows. Install new bath and kitchen faucets. Or you can go down to one of those big home supply companies again, and you can get those washerless chrome-plated faucets for $9 or $10, and they're not difficult to put in. Paint the interior walls and the ceilings. If you're going to keep the property yourself, paint all of the trim and the walls with a flat latex paint. If you're trying to do one of these to flip it over, what we call a turnaround, then I would paint the walls with a flat latex, and I would paint the trim with a latex semi-gloss. Spend the extra money and do that. Carpet all the floors. Install ceiling fans, if appropriate. Ceiling fans, to me, they have been responsible for me getting top dollar in all the properties that I own. They're becoming very popular. At one time, only popular in the South, today all over the country. They're energy efficient, tenants like them, put them in. You ought to be able to put in a ceiling fan that you got on sale for, including installation, for $100. Put it in the bedroom, number one. Number two, the living room. Wallpaper. Resurface paint or replace kitchen and bathroom fixtures. If you'll do all of these things to the interior and the exterior of the property, you can probably do them for $1,500 to $3,000. You can probably complete your work in 2 weeks' time, and I would begin advertising at the time. I would start on the inside and, no, excuse me, I'd start on the outside and work in, and by the time you're ready to be thinking about putting in the carpet, I would begin to advertise the property. Sometimes I will even show the property before the carpet is put in, provided it is clean, freshly painted. On the next page, 13-16, financing the improvements, where you're going to get the money to do this. We're only talking now about $3,000, so maybe you can get it from credit cards. Maybe you can go to a bank and borrow it. Bring in a partner. Bring in a family member. $3,000 is not a whole lot of money, and hopefully you're only going to be borrowing that money for a period of 3 or 4 weeks. Now, if you're going to keep the property, you've eventually got to get that money back out. Let me suggest then, this is not in your book, look for a bank that will give you a government Title I loan. Title I loans, you can get them unsecured for up to $17,000. They're relatively low interest. It'd be a perfect way to take that money back out of the property. Ostensibly, Title I loans, though, are meant to improve or rehabilitate property, so you're better off trying to get that money before. If you're going to keep the property, get that money before. You're not allowed to put any money in your pocket. You can't get a profit on this, but you can pay for every one of the bills, all the costs of doing the improving. By the way, as I travel around the country, more and more cities are offering low-cost home ownership and investor loans for the purposes of rehabilitating. So check those out. Check your city, your county. See if there are any loans available to do this kind of work. It would theoretically be possible, especially if you were a full-time investor and you were doing 6 to 8 of these a year, it would not be possible to earn literally $75,000 to $100,000 a year doing these fix-ups. Consider doing one at any rate. Decide, even in the process of doing it, decide whether you're going to keep it or you're going to sell it. You're better off making that decision before you buy the property, but it wouldn't be too late to change your mind even after you get started.
Now let's recap Chapter 13. One of the fastest ways to make profits is to buy properties at wholesale and sell at retail. There are 2 categories of distressed properties that allow you to do this. First, there's forced sales due to mortgage foreclosures, delinquent tax sales, or property seized by the government. And second, physically distressed properties, that is, properties that are run down. In the first category, your time will probably be most profitably spent dealing with banks on REO properties they have taken back due to mortgage foreclosures. In the second category, look for rundown properties that will lend themselves to cosmetic improvements that can be made without a building permit. By following the rubber stamp approach you learned about in this chapter, you can potentially add $75,000 to $100,000 a year to your net worth.
Chapter 14, what to do beginning tomorrow morning. And I think this is awfully important because I've taken a number of seminars, read books, especially early in my career. I've been excited by what they've had to tell me. I feel like I've been filled up with all of the education, and then all of a sudden I put down the book and I don't know what to do. Not sure where to go. The schedule that follows in this chapter presumes that you have 3 to 5 hours or 5 to 7 hours, at least 3, per week to spend as a real estate investor. Before you even get into the schedule, I think you'd need to determine your own goals, though. I hope, even since we talked about that earlier today, that all of you by this time have begun to think about what goals you're trying to achieve, and some of you maybe even committed them to paper. Determine your own goals. What are you trying to achieve in the next 3 months, 6 months, in the next year? What are your financial goals? Month number 1. Go to 3 title insurance companies and meet the people that work there and find out how they operate and get to know a little bit more about their business. These companies, by the way, will provide you with title insurance, which you should have with every property you buy. In many areas of the country, title insurance is paid for by the seller. Even if it's not customary in your area for the seller to do that, you could still ask the seller to pay for it. And if the seller is unwilling, I would go to the expense yourself to pay for title insurance. In addition, the title insurance company is going to handle all of the details of the closing. They will serve almost like a lawyer in that regard, and they don't charge you for it. If you pay for title insurance, then they'll handle the details of the closing at no charge. They will provide escrow services for you. If there's any monies that you're going to give to the seller as a escrow deposit, let the title insurance company hold that for you. Don't ever let the seller have it before you close on the property. They're a good barometer of what's happening in the marketplace too. They've got a good feel for the activity in the market. Letter C, before you buy a property, for example, like in a foreclosure, you might want to have a preliminary title search done. You also will want to have a preliminary title search done in the case of a lease option. If you're going to enter into a lease option, always get a title search done. Select one of the title insurance companies that you visited during the first month, one of the three. Select one to work with. Number 2, select 3 or 4 neighborhoods and become thoroughly acquainted with them. These neighborhoods may be suggested by a title insurance company employee or a broker or another investor. Become familiar with transportation, with schools. How do the schools in that particular area stack up with other areas? I think people today are becoming very conscious of the quality of schools, and just because there's a school there doesn't necessarily mean that people are going to like the neighborhood. It may have a very negative image, the school might. Become familiar with the types of properties in various neighborhoods. Cultivating a neighborhood, by the way, once you determine or once you settle on 1 or 2 neighborhoods to work in, cultivating that neighborhood is what brokers refer to as farming. You spend a lot of time in that neighborhood and you gradually cultivate it. You get to know people there. You know property values. You know when properties go on the market. Cultivate those neighborhoods. Number 3, spend at least 30 minutes a night, a minimum of 3 nights a week. Boy, that's not much, is it? 30 minutes a night reading the real estate classified ads. What sections do you look at? You look at the for lease section, you look at the lease option section, for sale section, and even the personal columns. Now, in your newspaper, you may not have people that advertise their properties, but in some areas they do because it's a way to get attention. If there are none in your area over 3 or 4 reviews of your newspaper, then don't look there anymore, but at least concentrate on the lease option, they're for sale, and also the investment property section. Now, in some areas of California now, they even have a separate section entitled moderately priced properties or inexpensive properties. You should concentrate there if you live in California or in an area that has that separate classified section. Use a yellow highlighter, circle these ads. Remember I told you about numbering them and then using a yellow tablet when you're calling a seller? Call the sellers and qualify them over the telephone, arrange for an appointment to visit their property. You use that checklist found in Chapter 6. In letter C, it tells you what I did a moment ago, and that is you might be better off to physically look at 20 properties before you ever make an offer. I think you may feel more comfortable in doing that. Number 4, if you don't have a credit card, initiate the process to get one. If you do have a credit card, try to increase your credit line. Number 5, negotiate a credit line or overdraft protection with a bank. How many of you, out of curiosity, here have overdraft protection with your bank? Well, I'm amazed. It looks like about maybe 40% of you. It is not difficult to get. Go to your bank. If they won't give it to you, go to another bank that will. It keeps you from writing NSF checks. It, in essence, allows you to write a small loan for yourself. Banks will go up to $50,000 on overdraft protection. Number 6, talk to at least 3 brokers or sales associates in your area. Discuss neighborhoods, occupancy, trends, rent rates, prices. If they ask you how much money you've got to invest, tell them I've got whatever it takes. Tell them to be on the lookout for properties that fit the profile that we talked about earlier. Number 7, take 4 hours off from work and spend them in the courthouse. Do what I said that I'd done and visit those 3 areas: the tax assessor's office, the office that handles tax and mortgage foreclosures, and the recorder's office. Make at least 4 offers on property this month. You should have no trouble viewing 20 properties during your first 2 or 3 weeks. During your last week, make 4 offers on property. Study the course again. Spend at least 30 minutes a day going through this course. I don't like bathroom humor, but I've got a very good friend in Atlanta who has become an extremely successful investor. And he told me, Les did, that he said after he first took my course, and I guess he's been a student now for probably 6 or 7 years. He's a student of many people, believe me. He's probably, like me, taken 25 or 30 courses. But he said the only time I could get some peace and quiet away from my wife and 2 kids was in the bathroom. So he said, I'd leave your course in there. I'd spend 20 minutes a day or 30 minutes reading your course there. Number 10, set time to accurately identify your current credit standing. Visit your local credit bureau. Write letters if necessary to clear up blemishes. Number 11, have business cards printed that will identify you as a real estate investor. Put them on bulletin boards. Pass them out liberally. Month number 2. By this time, you selected a couple of neighborhoods in which to work. Drive through those selected market areas at least once a week. Continue to ask questions of the people living there. Offer $100 for anyone that'll give you leads. Number 2, schedule a meeting with your banker. Take your banker to lunch. Maybe at this point in time you want to try to borrow money unsecured from the bank just to see what happens. Now, if you had, in the previous month, begun to work that credit pursuits technique where you're opening up 3 accounts, you probably wouldn't have paid back the banks completely by this time. Probably not until the 3rd or 4th month. So you may be premature asking for an unsecured loan, but it doesn't hurt to ask. Number 3, spend at least 30 minutes a night reading the real estate classified ad section. Same thing you did last month. Number 4, make a minimum of 8 offers on property. If you don't make offers, you're not going to buy properties. It's that simple. Go through the entire course again. Every time you read this course, you'll pick up something new. Every time you listen to the tapes, you'll pick up something that you didn't notice before, or didn't remember before. My good friend from Pennsylvania was commuting rather a long distance from his home to his place of employment. I guess every week he would drive down there and then drive back. He probably has listened to my course more than any other single individual in the country. Maybe what, 20, 25 times? And Jim says every time I listened to it, I'd pick up something new. Or it would remind me of something that I hadn't thought of before. Or it would prompt a thought in my mind about a creative application of a technique. It just works that way. Month number 3. Continue to drive through your selected neighborhoods and your investing areas. Number 2, make contact with the bankers you met last month. Number 3, spend no less than 30 minutes a day reading the real estate classified ad section and calling sellers. Make a minimum of 12 offers on property. By the way, by this time you're going to find that's easy. Number 5, review the goals you established 2 months ago. Are they timely? Are they realistic? If not, revise them. The most important thing that you can do for yourself is to make a commitment to yourself to succeed. If you will just conscientiously apply the strategies and the techniques that I've told you, if you will follow the guidelines that I've given you in this chapter, if you're an average graduate, you will buy your first property in the next 90 to 120 days. Your success is very important to me. If you want a Mercedes, if you want cash in the bank, if you want to acquire a certain net worth, as you succeed in meeting your goals and reaching your goals, let me know about it. Please contact me through the Professional Education Institute. I want to know about it. And by the way, as you buy property creatively using the techniques, let me know about that too. As a matter of fact, anyone that writes in letting me know about a specific transaction, I'll make sure you get a little gift. So please send your success stories and tell us how you're doing in buying property and how you're doing in meeting your goals. Teddy Roosevelt said, "Dare to fail great or succeed." And you can't do either if you're not out there in the marketplace trying. I want to read a poem to you that I ran across a couple of years ago that I think is particularly powerful, at least it is to me. It's called Today by Elsa Beach Wheeler. With every rising of the sun, think of your life as just begun. The past is canceled and buried deep. All yesterdays there, let them sleep. Concern yourself with but today. Grasp it and teach it to obey. You were well in plan since time began. Today has been the friend of man. You and today, and a soul sublime, and a great heritage of time. With God and self to bind the twain, go forth, brave soul, attain, attain. My world has been a whole lot better for real estate investing, and I hope someday you'll say that your world has been a whole lot better because I came your way. God bless, and the best of luck to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's recap chapter 14. This is the chapter where Carleton transfers the responsibility for your success to you. You have all the knowledge you need to accomplish your own goals, whatever they may be. And I'll say it again, whatever they may be. Follow the guidelines in this chapter week by week and month by month, and you'll find that getting started is easier than you thought. You have the knowledge. You've been given a roadmap. Now the most important thing you need to do is to make a commitment to succeed. Okay, this concludes the seminar portion of how to buy your first home or investment property with no down payment. We hope you've enjoyed and benefited from this program. Make a commitment to go through the tapes again soon. You'll find that you pick up on many things the second time through the course that you may have overlooked the first time. I also want to remind you to watch the Quick Start video if you haven't already done so. Also, give some serious consideration to the special limited time offer at the conclusion of that video. It's a special opportunity to acquire Carleton's entire library at just a fraction of its cost. On behalf of the Professional Education Institute and Mr. Carleton Sheets, thank you for watching and good investing.